Hello. There's no that thing.
No, that thing.
That thing. Hey, welcome to the garage sale day. Knifewear Garage Sale starts today in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's exactly 10 minutes from now.
Yeah,
Good timing.
good timing. You know what the garage sale is, Mike?
No, I don't. Tell me more.
So, garage sale. The Knifewear Garage Sale is all about knives that very unique that we don't get to see like every day. We just came back from Japan about 4 weeks ago.
Yep.
And we finally able to see those blacksmiths and knife makers that we hadn't been able to for the various reasons, but mostly all the travel restrictions and everything. But we got a chance and we went back. So today is the first garage sale that that we could actually some knives that we actually saw in Japan as well, right?
Yeah, it was great. We had a great trip to Japan, saw all sorts of people, brought some stuff back. We have a whole table. We have tables of stuff, and we should have pretty much one of everything. Some things are only in the stores, and but that's fine because they wouldn't be available online until 6 o'clock tonight. So the way the garage sale works is all this stuff is online. That's available. There's all the stuff that's in the stores is available in the stores until 6 p.m. And then we kick the stuff that's in the store online. Now, what we're here to do is to help you with like measurements, weights, what it's like, what it feels like. So if you're looking around right now on something, you're trying to figure it out, send us some questions. We will answer your questions about those knives. Now, the caveat to all of this is if you're looking at something and you really think you want it, but maybe you wanted to clarify something about the handle or whatever, you're better off buying the knife right away and asking the questions later. That's because there's very few of each of these items, and we don't want you to lose it. And it's happened before, and it's going to happen again today. That someone's going to have something. They're going to have it in their cart. They're going to wait a few minutes. They're going to look around at some other stuff. They're like, oh, maybe I'll get my mother-in-law a petty knife or something. And then they'll go to check out, and it won't work. It won't work because that knife is already sold to somebody else. So please, if it's yours, you really want it, grab it, put it in your cart, check out right away. Come back, buy more stuff.
Especially for the custom handles and
especially
and
the custom
specialty
handles,
kind of
the
stuff.
real one of a kind.
Some of the more regular stock
and
you'll be okay.
the super exclusive fancy stuff. So once you do that, if you want to combine the shipments, we can figure that out by the end of the day. Shipping takes us a little bit more at garage sale because we tend to get a little bit more bombarded than normal. So give us an extra day, folks. As you know, we usually ship out in 24 hours, so it might be just 48. So
yeah. Well, before we really begin the garage sale, we had a giveaway. Last Sharp Knives Rock 11, and the giveaway was one of the Musashi Sun's prototypes,
and one of these, a Seki Kanetsugu.
And thanks everyone for entering the little draw. We have. This
numbers in a hat.
Give that hat a good stir. It's it needs to be shaken up.
What kind of hat is that? Oh,
it's one of our prototype baseball caps.
Okay.
Am I drawing?
Yes.
Okay, so this is for the first place prize.
First place.
The
first place
for the Musashi prototype knife.
Is the Musashi prototype.
We got 292 entries before we started this morning.
Okay.
292 entries. Okay.
Close your eyes.
What? I'm not picking a name. It's a number.
Here.
All right.
First winner.
Number 135.
135. Okay, give me a sec. I gotta dig through the inbox a little bit.
135.
If you are number 135, you have just won this beautiful Musashi SLD Koken. This is a prototype knife. This is something that will be added to our full-time collection. It's going to be the one of the knives Musashi is going to make going forward.
Yep.
How you doing there?
I'm doing good. Okay, so the winner for that one is Derek C.
Derek C. Congrats.
Sounds like Derek is from Halifax.
Oh,
Right on, Derek.
congrats, Derek.
Congratulations.
Yay.
Oh, hold on. I got a little. All right.
Alrighty. Well, the second winner. Should we just like?
Yeah, let's do it.
Winner? Yeah.
Let's.
Alrighty. Here.
Sale starts in 5 minutes, folks.
Yeah. Second winner is.
Is there only one there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right, second winner, we've got number 108.
8.
Number 108. Okay. Let me go back. Oh, same page. That's good. Okay. So the winner of the Seki Kanetsugu 200 millimeter Gyuto
This is a great knife.
Yeah.
is Adam D.
Adam D. Adam D.
Good morning, folks. 82.1, The Knife. Mikey and Nato in the morning. Yeah, so
Adam
congrats,
D.
Adam.
Congrats.
I believe I recognize your profile picture and name from either Instagram or YouTube, so congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, everybody that entered. Oh, hold
Play
on.
the soundtrack. We got winners. Wake up, you're a winner.
Cool.
Yeah,
Well, congrats, folks.
And we'll send you a email that you have won at Knife, and we'll get the more details after that. But congratulations, and thanks everyone for participating. Seems like there's at least 138 people entered, at least.
Mm-hmm.
From the number I see.
At least 138. There was 292 entries, so thank you so much, everybody that tuned in.
Thanks everyone
And, watched Sharp Knives Rock episode 11. That was a lot of fun, that episode. You guys did a great job.
Okay, Nato, I need you to tell me why I want this Honyaki.
This is crazy. Like, Honyaki usually comes in the 240 millimeters. This 210 mil Honyaki is so...
It's pretty small.
You don't get to see every day. Kind of like we asked them, and forged by the this shape is really typical Togashi-san's Gyuto shape.
Okay,
It's got a little bit more. It's got a little bit more
Dude,
rounder.
You're making like an infinity mirror.
Look.
Damn.
But it's got a lot more belly than a lot of Sakai blacksmith.
Right.
Mirror polish really nicely done by the Tosa-san in Sakai.
Okay, we got 2 minutes until the sale starts, folks. So get ready on the website.
Yeah.
If anybody has questions about a knife, I'm sure a lot of you are going to be very focused for the next 10 minutes or so. But if anybody has questions about a knife they want to see, pop them into chat and we'll start showing them off on stream.
And you can do it right now before the sale. It's fine.
We do have one from Don Penny in Ottawa. Do you have an Akira Sasaoka Aogami Kurochi Sakimaru Takabiki 300 millimeter? Try saying that 7 times fast. There we go.
Nato had it right in his hand.
Almost like we were
This is
prepared
beautiful.
for
It's got really nice. It is a little bit thicker, heavier type of the
I think that
yanagi,
makes it better.
but it will help. It drops to the cutting board. Let's just give you a quick weight dump penny here. So like 266. Balance point is a lot farther down here rather than the typical here. Typical weight. Balance point is slightly more here, so it gives you much more blade forward.
759.
Yeah.
Go buy those scratch and dents now. The scratch and dents go faster than anything
Yes.
else.
Yeah, they really do.
Go buy the scratch and dents now.
Buy the Vaporwave Kurosaki Raijin, so I can't buy it. Okay, we got another knife. This is for Sam Anderson, who's saying it's really hard to find Takamura knives these days.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for us, it's not too hard to get the regular R2, the Aka Gohan, and the Kuro Gohan. But if you're after a, like a Damascus Takamura knife, it can certainly be tough. So I figured we'd show them a couple that were maybe comparable in terms of performance.
So the Kurosaki's the R2 lines are really nice. It's got really nice thin edge to it. The behind edge is really nice and thin. The this actually Raijin's really nice.
I think Raijin's one of my favorites.
This
I mean,
is
the texture of
actually
it
really-
is so nice.
We do also have some Chromax and
Folks, the sale just started. Knifewear Garage Sale is live.
The first transport is away.
we should have done the countdown. 3, 2.
Yeah, I think we forget that
1.
every year.
Yeah, right. So here's something comparable to Takamura. Again, Uchigumo and Hanas are so hard to come by these days. Seems as though he's only sending the knife to a chef's, like directly.
There were a couple more there.
That's what I was gonna
actually
do. If you like the very thin, fine edge of Takamura-san's knives, actually Kobayashi-san's knives are pretty comparable. It's really nice and thin, and also he actually does it, like you can actually see it on this camera. He sharpens the slightly higher up on the bevel at the tip and goes a little bit lower here. So this, like, you can kind of see the bevel line. You don't feel them, but you can kind of see the reflection of it here. And it's got really nice tape, like slight different way of grinding it here. It will cut when you're cutting into the root veggies, like it will cut like a dream.
Right
also,
on.
as his like.
Keep those questions coming, folks.
Yeah. Makoto Kurosaki-san's knives are pretty good as well in terms of the like thin behind the edge. But like I would assume, like for those of you looking for Takamura knives, not only the look of it, but the performance. His knives are amazing in terms of how thin and how it's been sharpened, right?
Okay, next up we have Justin, who's asking about the Tsunehisa Nickel Damascus Kiritsuki 210 millimeter. Can you show how it feels?
Okay.
And weigh it as well.
So the weight is 150 grams. It's pretty light-ish. It feels fantastic. You know, when you grab the knife, like you want to actually hold where you want to actually pinch up where it balances, right? This is like exact balance spot. Like this is exactly where it balances. And what we say is that the handle, like my colleague Mike, I had a really good time when we were in Japan. And when we were explaining to those knife makers, this is not just a handle. Handle is actually here, this part. So this fits very, very well in my hand. Super light, super thin, well balanced. You won't get tired using this, like say 8 hours in a kitchen, right? Awesome.
We have a question for, is this the Tadakoro 240 Kiritsuki?
No, that's Kitaoka.
Yeah. That's not a Kiritsuki though.
No. Do you have Tadakoro 240 Kiritsuki?
I don't think there was a refinished Tadakoro Kiritsuki.
There's only one.
Yeah, Josh McKinney was asking about that. Josh, was that the Makoto Tadakoro you were asking about, or was that a different one?
So I did that.
Yeah, that one's
there's
done.
Kiritsuki 240 is done by Kitaoka-san. This is this refurbishment that's done by me. It may be actually much better than the original finish. When it came in, it had a little bit of warp on the blade, and that the edge wasn't like nicely straight. So I fixed the edge first and
rebeveled it. You did an amazing job.
It's got a really nice polish, and there shouldn't be much low spots, so it's easier to sharpen afterwards. It's got really nice uraoshi as well. So this is something that if you're thinking, you should just go buy it.
Pull the trigger.
Yeah. This one here, Tadakoro-san's this is not like it's got a really good price on it. This is almost brand new. I just polished it out.
Yeah.
So this one here is like pretty much Tadakoro-san's beveling. I haven't done much to it.
Josh, I hope we're showing you the knife that you've bought already.
Yeah.
These things usually go within the first few minutes of the sale.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So yeah, folks, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Oh, Carmine just snagged a Saji-san
nice.
Shinshu Nakiri. Let's go. Nicely done.
His series, I start to love the. Because Saji-san was more of the whatchamacallit, the
Is that this one?
because Saji-san was like more of a hunting knife maker, right? So his knife was like slightly thicker than the other kitchen knife maker in the area. He is.
This thing looks like it's a moon rock. Like it's so cool.
Despite the the age, right? He's like relatively old. He's one of the original one. One of the 10 original blacksmiths started at the Knife Village. He still is improving.
Ooh.
The skill, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, a nice little thing
Hey.
is it comes in this Paulina wood box,
Hey,
which is a
Don.
really nice little package. Yeah, Don, it's gonna we're gonna put it in something for you, but it does not come in a box, which I know is not a concern.
That's why it's got the
Don
really good
Penny,
price.
I don't know. He's got a full-on snap-on toolkit loaded up with knives. It's
But that toolkit's full now. He needs another one.
oh wow. Well, you just get the stack that goes in the middle, Don.
Tell you what, in place of a knife box, I guarantee you Chris Lord will personally give you
A piggyback
10 high
ride.
fives. A
Yes.
piggyback. That's awfully
Chris Lord
generous.
will give you a piggyback ride.
Okay, who's up next? Dave Seton was asking, can you confirm the handle color of the custom handle Fujimoto Hammer Tone Hanasuki
We
150 millimeters?
We have one here, and I think we had another one. So the V1 means basically
It's
version
blue.
1. So we have this blue one, and there is another one on the website
Let's take a look at that knife. That thing's sexy.
that that may have gone to one of our stores. So here's how it works. The things that went to stores, for those of you who lives in those cities, good for you. If you are if you're an eye out for those knives, go there and take a look in person. If that knife does not sell by 6 p.m. tonight, it will go back on the website.
Yeah.
So you will have chance to buy another round of those guys.
Don Penny, I'm going to nickname you the sniper because you managed to snag 2 fantastic knives. Well done,
That
buddy.
is crazy.
Yeah,
Wow.
well, this is a beautiful Hanasuki. I think it's got a really nice style to it. I like this like,
Mm.
where are we? Right? If you've never used a Hanasuki to take apart a chicken, I distinctly remember the first time I used a Hanasuki. I put the knife down, I washed everything up, I pulled up my phone, I called Kevin when I still worked in a restaurant, and I was like, hey man, do you still have that Hanasuki that I was looking at yesterday? Because I'd literally been looking at one in the store just a couple days before. And then I finished my shift. I didn't go there because it would have been 2 a.m. I got up the next day and went and bought one. And it was a great decision.
Talking about the
Just a couple quick questions here.
Yeah.
Mike, how much was that Nakiri, that Saji Nakiri that you had?
$516.
Okay, so that is for Toto Salvo on Facebook. $516 for that Saji Nakiri. It's just Chris. One was asking, is the Kitaoka Suminagashi Kiritsuki single bevel? It is, but Don Penny already snagged that guy. Sorry, buddy. Jean-Philippe said nab the Masashi Koi Santoku.
Oh, nice.
Sweet.
Nicely done.
I have one. It's awesome.
Yeah. Sky really wanted that knife, so.
That
Yeah.
one. Where do we keep those
All right.
deeper ones?
And Urban unfortunately missed out on that Hinora River Jump. That was the only one we had online because they were asking about that. But there's another one in the Calgary store. Now, I know you're not in Calgary, but if you can hang out until 6 or 7 p.m. Mountain Time today, that knife might still be in stock. And if it is, it'll go online. So you might be able to snag it then.
Yeah, so this is a Koi refurb Koi Santoku that the Chris won. I think.
Yeah.
Grab.
That was it's just Chris.
It's
Cool.
Well, congrats. That's the
Cool.
that's
What else have we got?
news.
And
What else do we got?
Josh McKinney said, I didn't get the Makoto, but I did get the Tetsujin Hamono Agami Kasumi Gyuto 240. Oh, buddy. Would love to get a look at it if somebody could snag that one.
That one is beauty. The
240 Gyuto.
you can go back in the camera. Gyuto?
Oh yeah.
They do such fantastic job. And great thing about this is that they have this series, this Kasumi, like blast it, and also the what we call it Tanryusen. But this here, I don't know how close I can be here. I stop. If you look close, you can actually see very small flow, metal flow, even though this is all like done on the the blasted. I can't really see them on the camera here. Yeah, no,
Pretty hard.
but like,
Oh wow.
yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. we're bad. Yeah.
Hold it real close.
All right.
Nah,
Yeah.
too much detail for the stream.
Yeah.
Beautiful though.
Beautiful. Like it's so congrats on this guy. Man, the
What else we
Toru.
got?
Man, Toru is good blacksmith now, eh?
Yeah.
The Tetsujin. It's the two young guys. The Tetsu as the Toru Tamura, Jin as a Naohito Myojin. Those they and in
Blacksmith sharpener.
yeah. As a matter of fact, the Toru Tamura-san used to work at our Calgary store.
He was in fact one of the original Knifewear employees.
Yeah.
And if you're ever at the store and you see this blue base, electric base hanging on the wall, that's Toru's. He left it for us.
Yeah.
And we keep it there because we miss Toru. And he went back to Japan to go on blacksmith.
Yeah.
And he sure did.
And now
sure did.
he actually apprenticed a few different places, right?
Mhm.
He first went to Hiroshi Kato, learned how to do a double bevel.
Yeah.
And it's the Nimai Hiroge, so the two, like very classic way of doing the double bevel in that area, right?
Mhm.
Like two together.
Mhm.
Then he went to the learn how to do a single bevel.
Mhm.
Then he did go for another apprentice. Then he is now in the Tosa. doing-
Tosa, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's awesome.
He's one of those guys like who traveled and not only stopped but actually spent enough time to learn the skill in that area. So he's still young.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's got to be under 40, right?
Yeah, he's under 40. He's younger than me. So it's like he's maybe just mid 30s.
Wow.
I know. It's
Wow.
can't. I just keep.
Did we need to talk about this?
No, I just had this like beautiful handles. Just wanted to show off.
What blade is that?
It's Ikeda-san. Well, the Unreal Hamono, Ikeda-san blade, blue 8. Sorry, the Aogami number 2 stainless clad. It's beautiful hammer pattern, and
Yeah, it looks like a polished Koishi blade.
yeah, but it's got the really
That
beautiful
handle's
handle.
really nice.
Yeah, this.
Ooh, yeah, that's a beautiful knife.
Hey,
How people find that on the website?
if you are looking for something like these unique handles, there is a menu saying the custom handles.
Custom handle. Cool. All right, we have a question about a Manaka Kurochi Honosuke. It's this guy here.
That's for Good Munder on YouTube.
All right, listen, this knife is beautiful. I think this is on my list of things. In fact, there's a couple of things from Manaka that are on my list. It has a nice
Since it's the
thickness
Honosuke
to it, which is good for Honosuke.
we're looking for.
You've got that strength that comes with the thicker piece of steel, but he's got a really nice tall bevel on the knife, and what you get behind the edge is really nice and thin. Let's see how I can line this up here. Let us know if there's any particular questions about it. It's a beautiful knife, completely carbon, right? Honwari Komi. So, he's cutting a piece of steel or a piece of iron open, and then he's putting the core steel inside to make his own cladding. the thing I like about it as far as the Hanazuki goes is it's actually just a little bit taller than a lot of the typical Hanazuki. I just feel like there's a little bit more knife, and having a bit more mass just gives you a little bit more power.
I'm just going to interject for a second here. I had a couple folks in the USA having trouble getting a specific knife in their cart. They had a notification that says that it wouldn't ship. If you shoot us an email at hello@knifewear.com or message us on the help desk on our website, we should be able to sort that issue out. We do ship internationally, and all of the knives available online do ship internationally. So if you're having a problem, get in touch and we can definitely fix that up.
Now, this is also a Hanazuki, which is kind of a cool thing. It's a very slender Hanazuki. It doesn't have the same sort of heel to it, but it is definitely a big, beefy knife. I think this would work for a lot of sort of butchery and deboning type of uses. And this is from Nigara Hamono up in Aomori Prefecture, and it's SG2 stainless steel in the core. That's a powdered stainless steel. And it's got this really cool, like iridescent kind of handle on it. Focus. There we go. Beautiful. Nigara makes amazing knives. They were actually the first stop on our trip. It was super cool to go and see them and meet them and watch them work. They've got a really great setup, and they're trying to expand knife making in their region. What they're trying to do is build he has 5 employees right now. He wants all 5 of those guys to progress until they're their own blacksmith, and then move on and then take on 5 of their own apprentices and actually start to build the infrastructure of that area. Okay,
Zoran Lee was asking, I successfully paid for a Shuichi Hashimoto Damascus. Congratulations. How do I get it? It will ship to you. You cannot pick that one up in store.
Yep. There's no pickup in store.
Yeah, as long as anything you purchase online today will be online only, which means we'll ship it to you from our warehouse, hopefully today. So this is for Uncle Greg. Different from old Greg. Uncle Greg is asking, can I take a peek at the Nigara SG2 Croce Western Gyuto 240 millimeter? And this is option number 2. Can you show us that little horizontal action, please?
She is a beauty.
Yeah. Let's get a close up of that handle. That thing's gorgeous. Yeah.
Would you like the close up to be in focus? Because that's not working.
Just stick your hand behind the handle there.
There you go.
Frank was asking, where do I find prices on these knives? Frank, these are all, we can shout them out as we're showing these knives, but these are all available on the Knifewear website. There's a link in the description of this video.
Mm-hmm. So this handle is actually a combination of acrylic and wood. It's beautiful.
I guess someone's asking for a refurb Nakiri.
Somebody was asking about Masakage Nakiris, asking if we had any.
Oh, I know we had a Shimo kicking around, but I think it's someone else.
Yeah.
Well,
let's show that guy off there.
But we did have a Shimo with a custom handle. So if you type the custom handle, you should be able to find them
on YouTube.
Well, Masakage Nakiri is usually just, again, the garage sale is all about knives that we don't usually have. It's like some unique knives. This one here is refurbished, so it's got a really great price tag going. You may have sold actually as a R, it's a refurb. Or something like a custom handles that has a really fancy handle on them. So,
conveniently, Jordan Sanchez just asked about that one as well. So, Jordan, if you're watching still, this is the knife you're asking about.
I thought all the custom handles are here. But.
All right, Mike, you got a Seki Kanetsugu heptagon there?
Yeah, we do. We got a few things.
Awesome.
Here, sure.
We'll cue that guy up next.
Do this first. So this like Shimo with the custom handle on here.
Yeah, so if you're looking for a Masakage Nakiri, if that guy's not sold out, that is a beautiful choice.
All right, this is the Seki Kanetsugu VG2. This was one of the knives that we just gave away first thing this morning. It is a beautiful knife. Mm-hmm. It's Sanmai, so it's got the cladding steel, which allows them to put this great texture on the outside. All these little dents will help break up surface tension.
And this is for Quan Wan on YouTube.
That means the knife will travel through food without getting stuck in there or wedged in. It's a pretty thin knife, however. I wish this is the kind of thing I got when I started cooking. It's a cool handle. You know, that octagon handle a lot of people like because of the ridges. It feels like there's more grip to it. And with the 7 sides, it actually gives you an even more of a grip feel with this strong ridge underneath your hand here. It's a beautiful, light, great little knife. I suggest you get it. What's next? Hatsu Kokoro Kumokage Petty. These are beautiful. This is a full carbon steel blade.
This is for Logan Hudgens.
This has a great shape here. What a nice knife. Nice and thin bevel, nicely ground. And what can I say about it? Having a full carbon steel knife is beautiful. It's, you know what? They change over time. They look different as you own them. And they get... I don't know what
Can you just
want.
bring that up in front of the camera so we can take a look at it? Beautiful. Yeah, Logan, that's the knife you're looking for there. It's a beauty.
All
okay,
right.
what do we got next?
We've got we have a question is, can I see some Hanasuki that are between $200 and $300?
Yeah, somebody was looking for the Fujimoto Hanasuki and missed out, unfortunately. So they were looking for something that was similar, that could be used for, you know, brisket and poultry, that kind of thing.
So brisket and poultry, having that sort of more tapered point is nice, so you can get in and underneath things.
This
right?
is for Dave Seton on YouTube.
But yeah, this size, this length is perfect for those kind of jobs. So you can poke in underneath to clean the sinew. Having the heel is nice. If it's a little thicker, that's part of the design of the Hanasuki, having that taller heel so you can drive between the bones, not through the bones. Wanted for poultry and larger roast. I'm assuming that means cleaning versus carving. This knife from Sakai Kikumori, I think this is one of my favorite things in the sale. I think this is a super versatile knife. It's a petty knife, but it's really tall. It's almost like a small gyuto. It's stainless steel cladding on a blue #2 core. So really awesome edge retention. I just like the pattern. I like the finish. I also like simple looking knives. Like, it's just a handle, but it's, you know, it's magnolia wood. It's got buffalo horn collar. It's really, really nicely put together. I think this is a wicked knife. Again, that's the Sakai Kikumori Petty.
We just had a quick question here that I'm just going to pop in here. Keyed Frame was asking, are the food prep bins available online or only in store, Naoto?
They should be available in the stores too.
Yeah, we sent them out.
Yeah.
However, just to finish that last question off, we do have a couple Hanasuki here. This is the Pro M. I think this is a real awesome knife. If you work in a restaurant or you want something that's $100, this is a solid piece of steel. It's not Sanmai, so it isn't 3 layers. It is ground on one side, so it gives you that right-handed sort of preference. It's got a real beefy handle, and man, that knife you could blaze through all sorts of stuff with, specifically chickens. Also, the Manaka, Kisuke Manaka, it's just over $300. This is probably one of the best Hanasukas I've ever seen. It's taller, it's thicker, it's tough. Plus, it's made by hand, so it's gonna just like, look at that. She's a real beauty.
I don't know how it was sitting.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Apparently, someone's asking about the Mazaki.
Yeah, this is Daniel.
Daniel?
Mikkel Scheren. Sorry if I messed up your name there. Yeah, I just bought one of these Mazakis.
Nice.
And I wonder if they can sneak a peek at it.
Yeah, the great thing.
Nice one.
Great thing about Mazaki-san, the way he sharpens is crazy. Usually he sharpens, like a lot of knife makers just use the grinding wheel, like multiple different grinding wheel, like goes vertical wheels to sharpen them. He only used them one. just enough to make it thin. But all other processes he's done by hand, which is absolutely insane for a knife makers to do. Like knife resharpeners like ourselves, we do a lot of process by hand, but the as a manufacturer, like it's just unheard of. And he showed us actually kind enough to show us how he does it, and we were fortunate enough to get a camera on us.
Well, it's insane to do because it takes so much time.
Yeah.
It does give you better results, and that's what he's after.
Like, so it's so easy to sharpen it.
And that's intention, right? Because he wants to build a knife that's easy for the end user, not just for using as a tool to cut.
This is the camera kind of blurry now.
No, it's great. I think it's just the monitor. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I think we've got a question here about the Sunichi.
Yeah, this is for on YouTube.
This knife, great blade. It's $150 to get yourself a carbon steel knife.
It's confusing. There's a stainless steel one and a non-stainless
Yeah.
steel one.
So, carbon steel. So you put the carbon steel, you get the protection of the stainless steel, and you know what? If you're trying knife, you want to just cut stuff at home all day, every day, this would absolutely. This is the gears are really usable. It comes to their go-to for everything. I don't have that. You're typically going to be using a pair knife or something, a boning knife or whatever you really need that tip for. If you're thinking you'd like to use the tip for slicing peppers or something, this essentially has this right there. A little bit more back at the front of the blade allows you to chop with it. It just has a bit more momentum as you're chopping through stuff.
Our stream got a little choppy there. Just hold on for a sec, folks. Thanks for the heads up, folks. We will see what we can do about that.
That's what Nacho was just telling you. Bunkas. And more bunkas.
Okay, just hold on for a
We
sec
need that
there.
little rotating thing. Oh, cool. We have the bunkas.
Thanks for your patience, everybody. Hang in there.
We have Masashi bunkas. What's this guy? The Hino Kuni bunka. White number 1. Dang.
Do you want to go over the garage sale details
Senko
there,
bunka.
Mike? Just while we wait for the stream issue to resolve itself.
Okay, so
Yeah,
welcome.
let's tell them about the garage sale. Let's read.
Recapture. Well, the garage sale. Welcome to Knifewear Garage Sale. Today is the day 1 of the garage sale. Garage sale is all about knives that we don't usually carry, including all the great deals as well as many one-of-a-kind knives. We're fortunate enough to actually go back to Japan and see those blacksmiths in person the first time in 2 years. And we snatched a few things while we were there. It was really great trip. We get to meet, like, how many people did we get to actually see? Like 20 plus?
Yeah, it
people?
was 20 something.
Yeah, we lost count after, like.
We didn't get to see Toru, which was unfortunate.
yeah.
And I hope next time we get to.
Yeah, but we lost count after doing this overnight bus trip that I planned and made him like sleep on the bus.
Nothing like waking up in Osaka.
Yeah, like it was great. So we did it.
You just
Anyways,
wake up with your face in the gutter and go, Osaka, shit.
yeah, we came back. We were in Japan, seeing those people, as well as we've got a lot of great footage of those people working on pretty decent camera. I think the quality is back as well.
Yeah, thanks for your patience, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
We, one of those things, the internet just dropped off a little bit there for some reason, even though we're hardwired. So who knows? But if you notice any quality issues again, just give us a heads up and we'll see what we can do to resolve it. Mostly it's just a waiting game.
But Well, we came back. We got a lot of footages, and we're scrambling to actually get that out on the YouTube really quick as well. But so this is the garage sale. It's all about the knives that it's unique and some cool knives. Everything's got a story type of stuff.
This is for Frank Langalotti. Literally just says, looking for bunkas. Well,
that bunka, although it doesn't have an engraving, you know who made that knife?
I sure do. Well, it's got his little stamp right there.
Right.
This is hot off the presses. This is Masashi.
That is still a prototype. So it's got the blade and so how the prototype worked was he sent a few blades, slight different finishes, and we kind of match the handles, what handles go with it and stuff like that. So that is actually one of the prototypes. It's fantastically made.
Yeah, I hope the knife we just showed is still available. It may be sold out. There's only one of those. Now this is the Hinokuni white number 1. White number 1's not a steel that you often see makers using. It's got more carbon, so it's harder. Is that correct?
It's harder, yeah.
Yeah. So this is a bit of a sleeper. I'll be honest. Sub $200. White carbon steel rusts very quickly. It has nothing to inhibit any oxidization. So if you want a knife to start out learning how to use carbon steel and getting used to, this is amazing. You'll probably find that this will be one of the sharpest knives that you ever own. This type of steel is quite incredible.
Also, the way
I think I'm talking myself into it, actually, is what's happening right now.
The way he sharpened, look at it, how the grain goes.
Yeah.
He does it very similar to what the Mazaki-san does.
Yeah.
Right? He finishes by hand. What by means is that it's really easy to sharpen after
the bevel's really even on each side.
I know, right?
And I think it's actually narrower at the spine than it is at the ride line.
Yeah. And he's relatively young, but he's so talented. He also does all the forge welding in the house.
I will not buy a knife today. I will not buy a knife today. I bought power tools on the weekend. Sorry.
These are power tools.
Okay, what else? Yeah, you've got the power. The Kurosaki. Oh, this Kurosaki single. Something that's really cool about the Kurosaki knife is this right here. Do you see the blade's a little just as tall as a normal knife, but you get more clearance because he drops it down at the spine, right? It gives you a really great feel. You really can get right on top of the knife. His handles here are beautiful. Ironwood with the chrysanthemum pin in it, right? That really nice pronounced bit right there. I'm sure there's a term that I'm forgetting for that little notch that you can just butt your pinky up on. So super comfortable. Now this is the Hatsu Kokoro Inazuma. That's the series. This is a beautiful blade. It's really probably the thinnest out of all the bunkas we've just shown. So it's sort of a square hammered finish on it with a Damascus. Aogami Super, which, I mean, I don't know if there's much better than Aogami Super when it comes to knife steel. Thing about this knife is it's got a super tall bevel, which gives you a really gentle taper as the knife passes through the food. Lots of core steel exposed here, really mirror finished. This is an incredibly nice knife. Wow. Geez, that feels great. Okay, yep, winner. I would get that one. Aogami Super, $360. What else do we have now? This is a Staples ruler that's on sale right now.
One of a kind.
One of a kind.
Scratch and dent section.
I didn't mean to show you that one. I wanted to show you this bread knife.
This is for Sammy in the Calgary store.
Oh, hi, Sam.
Hey.
But this is just such a great knife. I figure we should talk about it.
It's really nice and thin too. Like, it's great. I need actually a new bread knife, so that may be actually coming home with me today.
Heptagon handle. If you like the grip that you feel, sort of those ridges that give you that confidence in the handle that you get off an octagonal handle, this is actually more of that because you've got this really pronounced sort of, ridge right there, right underneath your knuckles, and you really get a solid grip on this knife. This is beautiful. Smaller little teeth, which I think are good. Smaller teeth make smaller crumbs, but also effectively makes the knife longer because you have more edge length. What a light! It's a very light, very slender little bread knife. That's cool. I like it. It's $159. It's VG2 steel. That would be better than pretty much any bread knife.
Oh,
What do you got now, Phil?
Oh,
Okay.
this is
talk
for
about this guy.
Martin Gotzi.
the
Again, probably mispronouncing your name. My apologies.
who is it? The Satoshi Nakagawa-san. Aogami number 1. Beautiful Damascus with the slight etched finish on this guy. This is beautiful piece. Nakagawa-san's knives, or any of those Nakagawa-san's knives, are beautiful. This is sharpened by the Naohito Myojin in Tosa as well. It's got really beautiful water buffalo horn and a stabilized wood handle on them. Super thin, as the how Myojin-san likes to sharpen. It's really, really nicely made. And this Damascus pattern is so...
Oh, man.
Yeah. This Damascus pattern is really unique to the Nakagawa-san, right? It's, instead of like more round Damascus patterns, he's got a little bit more on the side. Like he does it intentionally.
I wonder, I was chatting with a fellow about this online
Right.
on Instagram this week, and I wonder if it's the same dude.
Yeah, this is a beautiful piece.
Okay,
All right.
so next up we have okay. This is for Alexandra Jordan on YouTube. Can we see the Makoto Kurosaki Sakura Petty?
Sakura.
That might be too small for the camera to focus on.
So, Kurosaki-san, this is the older brother, the older brother of Kurosaki's. He's a sharpener. He's really talented sharpener. He looks up on the both Takamura-san as well as the Shibata-san for sharpening. It's really nice, super thin behind the edge, really consistent bevel. It's great size for doing any small jobs like a small chopping, as well as the peeling, coring. I would use this for the strawberry. Like this is the trick I use. I grab onto the blade like this and take the head, like little, part off of the strawberries. This is R2 powder steel. It's easy to care for. Fantastic blade for sure. I love Makoto-san's work for quite a bit. I got the question about this.
Sure. So just real quick, a few folks are getting delivery notice issues with the USA. Let us know what knives you're trying to order. The best way to resolve those is to email hello@knifewear.com. It's not a ton we can do to troubleshoot on YouTube, unfortunately, or message us on the help desk on our website, and a real human being should be able to get back to you pretty quickly there. Thanks for your patience, folks. Sorry about any issues.
Okay. So here, it's got really a good question about the this blade versus our regular line of Haruyuki Goma
Yeah, this is for Kwan Wayan on YouTube.
and the Mugi. So, very similar look to it, right? The quite slight difference in a steel type. Haruyuki Goma is made with VG10 stainless steel. It's got really nice thin edge. Right behind the edge, though, it's this here has a lot thinner behind the edge. So this is thinner. So what that means is that when you're cutting a, like say, root vegetables, this cuts actually much nicer. Also, for those of you who like the more traditional Japanese style handle, you like this one better. Also, again, it's a preference thing, right? Mugi and Goma definitely has great feel when you hold them. This do. Some folks probably likes the more traditional Japanese handle over the European style handle. But this is really, really, really great and super thin blade. This is crazy how
I know. Those are really amazing.
this manufacturing, the level of manufacturing gets like so nice. for the price that you get, this outperforms lots of knives at the unfortunately this price range.
I mean, for how much that knife is worth, I honestly, every time we talk about it, I think, why didn't I get that when I went to cooking school?
Yeah.
It's like performance-wise, it's got everything you need.
Yeah.
But it's not super delicate.
Mhm.
It would be relatively easy to put an edge on.
Exactly.
It's not going to rust. I mean, and the side bonus of it all is it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, you won't get the same edge retention as VG10, but you get the durability as well as the ease of sharpening with this guy here.
This is a great first knife. This is also
Yeah.
a great knife. Now, if you're on this channel right now, you probably have some of these, and maybe you understand what I'm about to tell you. Don't tell anybody, though. That's a great decoy knife. And by decoy, I mean sometimes there's someone who you live with who doesn't necessarily respect your knives in the same way that you do.
Mm-hmm.
And so sometimes it's nice to say, hey, look, I bought you your own knife. Now you don't ever have to worry about touching mine. And you can use it like a hammer on all of the things that you like to do, like smash it into the bamboo cutting board like a maniac, and makes my skin crawl when you do that with my knives. I've got you your very, very own knife. That's a decoy.
You've got the similar knife, right, from the same manufacturer, the Pro M series for your.
I have that Pro M. I've bought a couple of those Pro M petties that are the 150 mil one is what I get. It's a little bit taller. It's got this great handle. It's a Western handle with a full tang, but it's so thin. The tip of that blade is so crazy thin. And I've bought a couple and given both of them away. I've had them. I was out at a lodge with the whole family, and my mom left with one. A friend who was over cooking, she left with that one. Like,
they do.
Justin just says this is an amazing tip.
oh,
The decoy knife,
the
yeah.
decoy knife is a real thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. Like, and great thing about the Seki Karetsugu is that they have this line, the like Pro M and that and
E30 Birdie has a good question. Are we getting Kevin decoy knives for his next bike ride?
Oh, zing.
Oof. Sorry, Kevin.
We should probably show people what we've done with that bike.
This is for we'll definitely show you guys later.
The camera up.
It's like tying someone up in a straitjacket and saying, like, this is for your own safety. No, but it was great TV.
It's just Chris 1.
Okay, this is the Nigara SG2
Hey,
Kurochi Tsuchimi Western Petty. We have got Aogami Super. This is just like an absolutely gorgeous handle with the combination of wood and the acrylic with the chrysanthemum pins. Really nice contours here. Again, like a little drop down at the spine. Like that's a little detail here. Right, you see right there. Cool sort of hexagonal like texture on it, hey? This is a beautiful knife. It feels very light. It has really, really nice balance to it. The handle is quite slender. It gets a little bit wide at the back here, which acts as like that nice sort of comfortable stop on the blade. If you're going to hold this petty knife sort of back here for trying to cut something bigger, like you can hook your finger on it really nicely too. That's a really nice knife. Sorry, this is the SG2. SG2, not the Aogami Super. I don't remember what I said, but dude, this is a beautiful knife. Let me know if you want to know anything about it. Other than that, I'll give you a quick weight on it here. What? That's right. That's 103 grams. I think you'll probably be strong enough. I like to measure just above the engraving, and it is just shy of 2 millimeters thick at the spine above the engraving. So right about there. Beauty. Okay, we'll move on to here. We got stuff stacking up here. Okay,
Yeah.
Speed round.
So this is
Denka
for
Petty.
Zuran Lee.
I kind of wish that I didn't know about this knife. This knife is very cool. It's very slender. Denkas, as you know, are an incredible blade. The forging process that goes into making this knife just makes it sharper and hold an edge longer. It's Algami Super in the core. It's stainless steel cladding on the outside. This is a Magnolia octagonal handle with the buffalo horn ferrule. It's very thin. It's very slender. It's 60 grams, and at the engraving, kind of at the engraving is like at the balance point. We've got 2.3 mils, a really tall bevel. This is ground very thinly behind the edge, but very tall. Okay.
Oh, that coffee's starting to taste like coffee.
Right.
Just a quick one. Fred was asking if there's any Mitsumi Hinora hunting knives left. We have a couple online. They're just not in the warehouse, so we can't take a look at them here.
They'll be available probably after.
Yeah, they'll be available tonight.
This is the tall bunka. This is like a Chukabocho.
Yeah, this is for Jordan Sanchez.
This is white carbon steel number 2. Beautiful. Can you show the Sakayuki tall bunka? Here's your tall bunka. Let's see how tall this bunka really is. So in centimeters, what are we going to call this? 80, like 81, 82 millimeters. It's not terribly thick for sort of the Chukabocho style. We're at 3 millimeters, just where you're going to hang on to it. I like how they've cut this part off. It makes it look more like a tank. As you can see, we've got a pretty big bevel. It's more of a convex bevel. So it's going to give you a bit of a tougher grind. It starts to get thick right about here. Does that focus? Nope. I'm going to cut myself. Beautiful. This is a really nice handle too, actually. I think is that cedar?
No, it's the.
It's wood.
I can't remember.
All right, now
Wood
your
handle. This is for Michael Frawley in New Zealand. I just wanted to bump this one up because I missed his question earlier, and he needs to go back to bed because he's in New Zealand. So,
Right. This is crazy. Crazy thing, right? The made by the forged by Doisan, and the Sakai Takayuki has this a series called Genbu, which is all those have this Sakimaru tip to it. This is Deba with the super thick spine.
and Michael snagged that one right away. Set an alarm for 2 a.m.
Crazy.
So Michael, you can rest easy now. Yes, this Deba is yours, and it's absolutely gorgeous. Thanks for shopping as well. Thanks for your support.
Awesome.
Domapes was asking, just a quick one. Can't find any custom handle Nikiri on the website. Already sold out. Probably.
Probably.
They go pretty quick, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, what do we have next there? We got a
Kato. I got a Kato and a Kiri.
Right. Gotcha.
So the Kato-san, Yoshimi Kato-san, he's incredible blacksmith. He makes the Masakagi Yuki, Koishi, and Kiri as well. This beautiful SG2 crazy Damascus. Some call it the Chevron Damascus. It's so thin. I think one of the coworkers have this knife line and told me this is one of the thinnest knives that they ever owned. So thin behind the edge that does a really great job. It's beautiful. It's
Okay, that sounds good. If you can hear us, let us know in the chat. Sorry about that, folks.
So what did we miss?
I don't know. What was the last stuff you talked about? Last 2 minutes you talked about.
So anyone's looking for kobunka?
Sorry about that, guys. Random tech issues.
So these are great.
Audio is back.
Hinokuni Sakai, 140
Must be a ghost in the
millimeter
machine. I blame Sting.
Santoku. This is great. It's going to do a fantastic job as a small Santoku bunka. Hatsukokoro Kumokage 150 mil petty for $190. Agami number 2, all carbon steel, but it makes it really easy. Again, it is great tall blade, so you can actually do a little bit of chopping as well. For those of you looking for the aesthetic of the kobunka, Nigara-san makes the Kiritsuke petty. That makes it really cool looking as well. Okay, so that was the kobunka show.
Oh, Uncle Greg says, just repeat everything you said after welcome to the garage sale.
Welcome to the Terradome. This is a Homura. There was a sticker that says Kobunka or Tall Petty.
No, he just wanted to see cool doi knives.
This is a very cool doi knife. Oh, okay, that's why we've got a stack. Okay, this thing, I think if you are cutting steaks, this knife would be amazing. And there's actually a small petty of this sometimes that I think makes the sexiest steak knife ever. The finish on this is so even, it's shocking. It's beveled to about there. So it's actually really quite thin. They taper the tip back so it's even thinner. So that is, I forget the name of this one. This is the Homura, I think, isn't it? Now this is the Kengata. This just has so much attitude up here at the tip. Look at that thing. Again, I mean, his knives are heavier because they're a little bit thicker up here at the spine, but he puts this really big bevel on the blade, which gets you a really nice thin edge right here behind the edge.
Can you just repeat the name of the maker? Justin was just asking.
This is Doi.
Yeah.
This is Doi.
Itsuo Doi, correct?
Itsuo Doi, yeah.
Yeah.
His father forged knives till he was about 90. And in fact, his father made swords before the Second World War and was one of the more famous sword makers. We actually got to visit Doi. And on Friday night, I went to a friend's house who was a blacksmith. This guy. And I actually, Doi gave both Naoto and I a blank. He gave us a blade that he has forged and everything but ground. So I went and I worked on it. And it was amazingly easy. And I think that's purely because it was such a well put together knife to start with. Very even, no low marks, no extra heavy hammer marks. We've got this Yanagiba here as well. This is I believe the Gurin. Wow, that's a beautiful knife. Yeah. If you don't have a Yanagiba and you cut fish, what are you waiting for? Get one. And his I'll go down here. His Gyuto here is really cool. I really like when they pull the choil forward like that. So when you're holding over the balance point of the knife, you're actually not gripping over top of some of the back heel of the edge of the knife. It actually makes it a little bit safer, and you get all of the edge to use.
Can you, we had a few folks just ask about prices. Do you want to just shoot off the price of each knife after you talk about it?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Moving forward, and maybe just rapid fire those ones for us real quick.
The first one I showed you was 642. The Kengata is 973. 617 for the Yanagiba. 479 on the Gyuto.
And 617 on this another
that big Sekimaru
Yanagi with the Sekimaru tip to it.
I love that one so much.
Yeah.
You know, I need a knife for slicing bacon.
It's so nice.
You do need a knife for slicing bacon.
So someone's asking for the difference between Senko Bunka and
yeah, this is good old Uncle Greg asking if we can talk about the differences between these two and show the differences, which we can do.
I guess it's really the big difference is the not much, but this one here, Bunka is slightly taller, and Gyuto is slightly slender. That's really the difference. See that the slight. So it's like if you.
Hey, look, we have a way of defining slight.
Right.
Instead of saying slight, we can say the bunka is 44 millimeters, and the 180 Gyuto is 41.
3 millimeters.
3 millimeters in the height is the difference, and of course, 15 millimeters in the length difference.
Yeah.
Either or. Pick which one you think looks the coolest. This, I don't know. Look at that handle. That's pretty amazing. This is more of an acrylic, where this is ironwood. Ironwood's a very tough wood, but the acrylic's even more robust and stronger. Otherwise, they're very, very similar.
Hassan just had a quick question that I'm going to answer out loud. Just asked if the new batch of Masashis will include any Aogami Super. He is using VS1 and SLD steel. But the cool thing about him is that he, through his basically skill and genius and talent, has managed to harden his SLD and VS1 to similar hardness as Aogami Super, but it's even more stainless. So they're going to be pretty awesome. Those will be coming out this summer. If you're in Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, or Vancouver, Masashi-san's also going to be visiting those cities, hopefully all of them, in late July, early August. So stay tuned for that. Okay, what do we got next?
Well, I've got here on the table a Sasauka Takohiki and a Munetoshi Shiro 120 Petty.
This is for Etienne Couture.
Listen, these are both beautiful. I really like the Sasauka Sakimaru. Sasauka's knives have always been a little bit heavier, and I find when you're using a knife like this, you're just gently slicing. Having a little bit more weight is great. It just absolutely just falls through the fish like there's nothing there. And holy bananas, this thing looks great. Feels great too. Now we've got the Petty here. This is, just white steel. Munetoshi. I like when they sort of flare up here closer to the handle above the tang. Gives you a nice spot to grip. This is very nice. This is very light. This feels very precise.
Munetoshi-san, like
very
we went
nimble,
to see
actually.
him, right? We went to see him how
he was making sickles.
Yeah. The crazy thing about him forging the blade was he was using this similar technique to those Echizen people were doing, which he works two blades at the same time.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Because that's the way to. Well, he's a sickle maker, right? So that's the actually fast way to make the two blades really, really thin.
That's right.
Because he retains the heat, right? By having two.
And by doing two things at the same time, what he means, what Naoto was trying to say is, when he's actually forging the steel, he takes two chunks of steel side by side and runs them through the hammer at the same time. He's not doing it so that they stick together, but he's actually shaping them at the two knives at the same time. There you go. Those are the those last two. Naoto, you got a bunch of Nakiris here. Tell us about
Nakiris. Here.
Okay, so this is for CD71 on
Good
YouTube.
kind of selection from the really nicely super pretty one to the good, well priced for Nakiris. Sakai Takayuki, that's the speed round. Sakai Takayuki, 33 layer Damascus, traditional Japanese handle Nakiri, $205. VG10 stainless steel, if you're looking for something easy to care for and does the job, this is great. Kyosakichi, Yoshida Hamono, the Aogami carbon steel Nakiri. This is also really great price, $195. This is a little bit harder to look after because of the carbon steel. And
that's for an order.
Oh, okay.
That one sold out.
That's already gone. No need to tell anybody about it.
Staji, this is fantastic. The Shinju Damascus VG10 in the core but it's really nicely, beautifully sharpened, super thin behind the edge. It's got a great balance. Again, like more I look at the Saji knives, the especially recent pieces, these are sharpened and forged really, really, really well. So if you're looking for something like handmade, another one that I was mentioning, Kato-san's, the SG2. If you're looking for handmade, very thin Nakiri, this is great as well. This is at the full $101. Okay. Okay.
Did you take this?
And also there are options like the the Muneishi Muneishi-san's a Nakiri. This is really well made. Great price with the 179 with Aogami number 2 with the stainless jacket on the outside. Yeah, something like this is so great.
Okay, where are we? How are we doing? And my other question that's very self-serving is, did the Hinokuni Mega Nakiri go already?
Oh,
There was this Hinokuni, they call it a Chukabocho, but it wasn't. It was like a really small, it was like a really big Nakiri. And I hope it's gone, because that definitely was the knife I was going to buy. Okay. We got a couple other things. We got this Kyohei Shimo, or was it? Shindo.
Sir, Michael McRae.
This, wow, this is very light. Hold on, let's see how much it weighs. So those petties were like 60 grams. This is 117 grams. If you're just wanting a real great carbon steel knife, this is awesome. It's got a real rustic kind of look to it. It's been hammered out by hand. This thing feels amazing. You know what? This is a great little knife. Carbon steel is awesome. It's not that hard to use. If you want your knife to look the same the day you bought it, 10 years from now, don't buy carbon steel. It's going to change. It's going to patina. It's going to get water spots. It's going to look dirty, but it's going to look like yours. It's only one of a kind is yours, because the patina that develops on it is something that you want to keep. And this is a mistake I made with my first carbon steel knife. You know, no one told me what to do with it. And what you need to do is use it. It's not precious. Don't wait for certain special times. Use the knife, let a patina develop on it. And when you get those water spots on it, your job is not to scrub them off at the end of the day. Your job is to wipe it dry, you know, wash it with soap and water, rinse it, dry it, make sure no rust forms on it. But you want that oxide layer that comes from using the knife, and it's going to help protect the knife. It's going to keep it from rusting. And the more that patina develops, the slower the reaction time is on the steel. I like to say that you earn your patina, and that's because your good behavior at the beginning pays off into the future. And so at a later date, you're not running around trying to get your knife all shined up. It does kind of, that patina will come off every time it gets sharpened, where we thin out the blade and grind down the sides. But yeah, again, it's very not difficult. It's just that if you find that shiny stainless steel looks clean, if you don't like water spots on silver or any of that kind of stuff, if it's off-putting, it's more of an aesthetic choice. But what you get in exchange is some really amazing sharpness, and you also get, it's actually easier to sharpen. So there you go. This is a Santoku that's $136. This is blue steel. This is a great place to begin. The handle is okay. It's plastic, and it's not. It's got a little bit of lacquered wood, but I mean, handles cost money too. So yeah, Kyohei Kiyake Aogami Santoku. Oh, more of these. The Saji Shinshu Bunka. We'll put it up in front of the camera here for you. This, I keep saying it looks like moon rock. It comes in this Paulina wood box too, which is just a nice little touch, right? Especially if you're getting someone a gift. VG10 is a great steel to work with. As you can see, we've got bits of copper and brass, or is it just brass? Just brass. This is beautiful. So this is actually layers of different types of metal to create this look. Sometimes you see it with brass and copper. This looks like it's just brass. And that brass will change and get a bit of a patina itself over time. So always find over time, the lines in this steel pop out a little bit more because of that, that tarnish that happens. This is a great little knife. So a bunka, very much like a santoku for all intents and purposes. It's had the tip cut off, so it's not as round. It gives it a little bit more attitude, but it also gives you a slightly finer tip. That's about all you can really say. The difference is pretty much everything you're going to cut is going to be the same with this knife. It's $516.
Want to talk about the great?
Oh yeah, I do want to talk about the book. We haven't talked about these things yet.
Yeah,
this is a fun thing that we made, and it comes from having been a chef and knowing that there's never been a notebook by chefs for chefs. So we made one, and I always remember working with this one lady who just had the nicest notebook. She was a super organized person, and every time she got a notebook, she would write in a table of contents and she would number every page so that when you were looking for a recipe, you could actually go to the table of contents and find, you know, the brine recipe or the Saskatoon berry chutney recipe or whatever it was you needed. So we've done that. So we've numbered every page. We've also put little tick boxes down the side. Who knows what you're going to use it for? So you can use it for recipes. You can use it for your checklist. This faint little circle in the middle here so you can have a little plating diagram. And there's fun little quotes along the way. The only formal culinary school you actually need is a refrigerator repair class. Who would say something like that? Seldom are the easy way and the right way the same. That's a good one. Oh, do you know what we didn't put in? One of my favorite ones ever. Take your time, do it right, and hurry the fuck up. And, you know, one of the other things I thought that we put a lot of effort into, and we actually actively want your feedback. We want to know if you think we've done a good job or if we screwed up, because we will print this again and we will make some changes to it. So we've done some things like more than just the weights and measures conversions. We've got a seasonality chart.
Can we show it on this camera?
Yeah, we'll put it down here. That's easier for me too.
Perfect.
Great. Thanks. So we've got some, you know, things like what are salty food items? What are sour fruit items? What are bitter things, sweet things? You know, how can you use those together? Some standard different combinations of aromatics like mirepoix or a sofrito. On the other side, we've got some base spice blends. We have some something we called the qualitative assessment of texture spectrum. We made that up. It's real now. It wasn't before. We were really trying to capture a succinct way to trigger things in your mind. So when you're either writing out a menu description, designing a dish, or tasting something and thinking, what does this need? You know, maybe you come to the qualitative assessment of texture spectrum. I believe that's called QATS. And you think, oh, this is pretty creamy. Maybe it needs something chewy to go with it. Next thing you know, you got some creamy, spicy sauce on some chewy Korean rice cakes. We got some baking ratios. Of course, the standard conversions. Some stuff about temperatures, some sous vide times and temperatures. And, you know, a bunch of stuff about plating. Like, it kind of goes on. We're a knife store, so of course we put in stuff about knives, the different types of stone grits and what you would choose for what reason, some information about sharpening. Basically, this is a breakdown from our sharpening class that we teach in store. And then we threw in, now this is specific to Canada, that's where we're based out of, but we threw in contact numbers for every province for some mental health support, because there is very little mental health support, and there is a lot of mental health out there that needs to be addressed in our kitchens of the world. And so we thought, you know, maybe if we just threw that in there, it helps normalizing the thought that you could ask for help, which is, I probably think, the most important thing we all have to do is ask for help. Great. That's the cookbook. It's $23. Sorry, cookbook, notebook. There's no recipes. You put the recipes. It's the best kind of cookbook because the recipes will always work, right? Because they're yours. Now, $23. It's in store. It's online. If you do get this and you find there's some corrections or there's some additions that you think would be valuable, please send them to us. You can do that to hello@knifewear. There's a note inside the book about that. And the submissions that we take and put in the book, for your thanks, we will send you a copy of the book with your submission in it. Ta-da. Whoa, we have more stuff. Oh, we have stacks of stuff. Speed round. No? What do you have for Chukabocho?
Chukabocho speed round.
Oh, you want to do Chukabocho first?
Let's do Chukabocho speed round.
Okay, here. Chukabocho.
Plop.
Tsunehisa. Tsunehisa SK4. SK4 is type of carbon steel. Really strong. It's got really nice weight. 220 millimeter, and it's $154. It's great. Great carbon steel Chukabocho.
It's a lot of knife for not a lot of money.
One Hute. This is really inexpensive Chukabocho Chinese cleavers for $73. The package looks a little bit, inexpensive as well. If you're like looking for one looks like a Chukabocho and doesn't really care about the quality or the smash in them or anything, this is great.
Yeah, I gotta be a little tough to buy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a lot more real type of Chukabocho with great edge and stuff, Sugimoto does great job on this. CM series is all stainless steel. Sugimoto is really well known, a knife company or the retailer in Tokyo, but the everything else, like what I like about Sugimoto is that everything else looks pretty much the same as the other knife makers, except this handle on Chukabochos is just beautifully crafted. It's really nice oval, almost like rectangular but oval shape. It feels really good in your hand. This one here is the 367, and if you're looking for real carbon steel, hand-forged Japanese Chukabocho, get this 220 millimeters. It's got much more better edge. It's got really thin behind the edge and stuff. This one here is 667 with a white carbon number 2. That was speed round.
We had a really quick question. What is the ideal use of the Chukabocho?
Chukabocho, especially the ones that we have, is really especially the ones that's here are really multi-purpose. It's a chef's knife of the really traditional chef's knife in China, right? So you use this size. These two sizes are really popular. This one here is a little bit more popular. 195 millimeter is more popular in at-home use, and do everything. Great thing about this is that it's got really nice height, so you can just do chop. The horizontal slice makes it really easy as well, because it's got a really, and picking the food up is really easy. These are not really a bone cleavers. There are cleavers that's designed to cut the bone, which is much, much thicker and much, much heavier than these guys. So do not attempt to cut into a back of the ribs or anything. It's going to damage your knife if you do that. Okay. Oh, did we go for this cheap knives?
Yeah, we did.
I have the stack of here.
Yeah, had a request for
Chukabocho make big things smaller. That's their fast description.
Let's do this first. We got it's been sitting here for a little while. Before we went petty, sorry about that, Leon.
Yes, Quan was looking for a decoy knife.
Yeah, decoy knives. Here.
What does that stand for?
I just grabbed the Prima as well there.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So, definitely that 3 and with that. These are fantastic. Okay, finish. Pan the camera to the...
This is the petty knife that I've been buying and giving away. It's $82. It's crazy nice and thin. It's such a great little kitchen knife to have around. If you need a knife to take on vacation, that's a great choice. Okay. $82.
So these are great decoy knives. As Mike was mentioning, Seki Kanetsugu, this heptagon is great, as well as the same company, the Seki Kanetsugu Pro M series is great. super thin. It still works. Like it works crazy good.
It's surprising.
It's surprisingly good. Only 111, 119
It's
on this
mono
guy.
steel. I find a steel like a knife like this. It's not going to hold its edge quite as long, but I mean, you can rub it on the back of a plate and make it sharp again.
Mhm.
It's so easy to sharpen.
If you're looking for a little bit of decent edge retention, you could go with something a little bit more like up here again. Sustainability, VG10, the 30. This is great. It's got a little bit more thicker behind the edge. It's really sharp as so this series is also it's still a really smooth edge, but only 145.0. $5.60 for. I don't have to speak slow. Here, these are great options for. These are like any of you, I will probably get them like as a kid. Anyone who is kind of like, some people are afraid of taking care of their knives or knives and they will enjoy it as well, not for too much about the easy to care for. You don't have to worry too much about the rusting and shipping and stuff like that. So, any questions? We can come back to these.
Connection on, yeah. So it's just a connection. Did you just want to switch cameras out? Did you just want to go over some details of the sale?
Okay, so here, I'm back. Welcome to Knifewear Garage Sale. Garage Sale happens twice a year. This is the first day we sold hype, and you can see all the knives around me. People working in the team. Garage Sale is all about the unique one that we don't usually carry. We just came back from about 3-4 weeks, and we have got a whole lot of knives, more knives than we ever seen for the last couple of years. This is great. There are a lot of great deals, great value knives. Like say for example, this one here, it's a super stainless for $172 Canadian if you're tuning in from the other. Or the Santoku, the blue carbon number 2 clad for $179. We have great deals like these as well as some of the super cool, one of a kind like these. Nigara SG2 3 size for $819. SG2 is super nice. Look at that.
That would be so good for car.
Hey, that looks cool. Right? That looked cool.
Do you know what I'm gonna get? Is this?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna get.
So Garage Sale is not all about knives.
I'm gonna get this because it's one of the smartest things ever. If you ever use a sushi mat, it's bamboo and you can't wash it, and you don't like stuff getting stuck in between it, so you wrap it in saran wrap, and then you throw away more plastic. This sure is made out of plastic, but you know what? It's got this fine little texture on it, which if you have a rice cooker paddle with that texture, you know it keeps your rice from sticking to it. But you can use this, wash it, put it in a dishwasher, use it over and over and over and over again. It will last for a very long time. I'm going to get it because I've been making tamagoyaki almost every day. And I want this so I can form my tamagoyaki to be perfect.
Yeah.
My
Good
tamagoyaki
idea.
is getting better and better.
Good idea.
Thanks for your patience, everybody. Sorry for the streaming trouble. Thanks for letting us know in the comments. The internet gods must be angry today. So if somebody wants to sacrifice a goat or a chicken or something for us, it'd be awesome. Can we go back?
Don't to get your internet working, don't you have to sacrifice a Pikachu?
Yeah, okay, let's do that. Real quick, before that started happening, I believe you guys talking about the decoy knives?
Yeah, we did.
Do you want to just go over those again?
Sure.
The person that asked about them.
Well, I guess.
Yeah, if you guys have any other questions, feel free to call in the chat. And again, thank you for your patience.
Okay, these are back.
It do be like that sometimes.
So, decoy knives. As the Mike was mentioning, this Seki Kanetsugu heptagon handle, 156 stainless steel VG2. This is fantastic. It still works like a dream, but it will less very unlikely to well, of course, like if you're gonna cut into the bones and solid frozen food, it will damage. But a very few chance to get that big damage. So as this Pro M series from the same company, it's very thin. It keeps the edge very long. This is the same series as the Mike have given away. They have been giving the knife away to his relatives. If you're looking for something a little bit more like edge retention, VG10 Sakai Takayuki, 33 layer Damascus, $198, and it's got a little bit more thicker behind the edge, so it gives you really a little bit more like rigidness and durability, as well as Tsunehisa Ginsan. This steel is great. It will have really nice edge, nice actually thickness to it too, and it's only $145.60.
Operators are standing by.
Yes, and we are literally standing by.
Okay, someone's been asking about petty knives that are still available for quite a while. Here we go. I got a table here with some petty knives for you. We'll run through them one at a time. Seki Kanetsugu VG2. Beautiful knife. We keep talking about how this is such a great knife. I wish it would be the kind of thing I would have gotten when I first started getting knives. It's $112 for this petty. It's got a heptagonal handle. It's got the 7-sided handle, which gives you a really nice grip feel in your hand. Beautiful. It's a stabilized Paca wood, which is going to mean this knife is going to look great for a long time and do everything you need it to. The dimpled texture is awesome. It keeps food from getting stuck to your knife. Similar with this texture, very similar knife. This is a VG10 steel, arguably 8 better than a VG2 steel. That was a joke. Why aren't you all laughing?
Laughing on the inside.
This is a beautiful knife. It's a little bit longer, and it's about the same size. A little bit shinier, similar qualities. VG10 is going to hold its edge longer, completely stainless, and quite good at being stainless. A lot of Japanese kitchen knives are made out of VG10. VG10 steel was in fact designed in Japan to make knives. Now, this is Aogami Aogami number 2 in the core with stainless steel cladding. Kind of a cool little handle. We've got a little groove cut out in the back here for your pinky to rest. Some hammer texture. This is clad with stainless steel. It's $152. This is going to be sharper. I like the fine little tip on this knife. If you're doing sort of lightweight butchery, you could use this knife like a boning knife as well. Now, if you want something that's going to hold its edge longer, this is a Kobayashi SG2. This thing is light as a feather. It's really thin. It's a really fine knife, but it's a little taller of a blade too. I think you could get away with some chopping, and it's got a nice rounded blade profile, so you could do some nice chopping with it. So a knife that you want to take on vacation, perhaps someone in your house doesn't like using a knife any bigger than this. Some people don't feel like they've got control even over something like a Santoku. This would be an awesome option. We've got a Paca wood collar and an ebony, or I believe this might be Brazilian rosewood handle. It's super nice. This is $319. If you prefer more of that Western style handle with the full tang, this is also SG2 powdered stainless steel, so excellent edge retention. This has got some really cool patterns on the blade here. This texture is nice. Again, texture is not just a look. And texture, in fact, is a look you can only get on a knife that's clad with 3 layers or with the soft steel on the outside. You can't hammer a texture into the core steel; it would break. So this knife has got this beautiful texture, and the function of that texture is it breaks up the surface tension as you cut through something dense like an onion or a potato. You know, your knife sometimes, if you've got a really fat old Western style knife, you try to cut through something like a sweet potato, and it stops. It wedges inside of the food. Well, this really keeps that from happening. This has got sort of a black and almost like a gold mist sort of acrylic handle. Can I get it? There we go. You can sort of see goldy green, like very, very cool, very nice handle. Nigara is a fantastic knife maker. You're going to see lots and lots come from Nigara to us. We went to visit them, super impressed by Nigara and their knives. I think there's a big future. I mean, he's 8 years into his business. He's a seventh or 8th generation sword maker. Wicked. Okay, here's some other stuff Naldo's been dying to show you. That, like you said, garage sale is not just about garage sale. Sometimes it's about getting tongs to pick up boiled eggs with. I don't know if that's what this is for, but I know I can tell you exactly just from looking at them that these are perfect for picking up boiled eggs.
But that is designed for deep fry things.
Oh, like deep fried boiled eggs.
Yeah, well, yeah, good. Make sure you don't. So these are all really cool small kitchen gadget that you can have it at home. This one here, this company, the brand called Leye, they design things really, really well. This is they call it deep fry tongs. It has enough holes that it's big enough hole to actually drain and
baby shark do 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 do
Yeah.
baby shark do 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 do
Do this,
baby shark do do. I don't know the rest of that song.
No.
There isn't anymore, is there?
Mama shark do 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 do. Yeah, there you go.
Anyway,
And then you just go through the whole family.
there you go. But this one is great. The long enough, it drains the oil really good. The tonkatsu, the Japanese thing. Not so much tempura. Tempura could be a little bit more delicate. Tonkatsu, things like croquette, Japanese.
Yeah, it's nice.
Croquette.
They're delicate too, so you can actually put a little pressure and it's not going to squish the food. You could use these to mix up a salad too. Sometimes you go to one of those, just like a standard restaurant, and they have the open kitchen, and you watch someone make a Caesar salad, and they're using barbecue tongs, and they're basically mulching your food as they mix it together. These are a fair bit more delicate. There's a little bit more spring to them. For example, I think you could even pick up a raw egg with this thing and squeeze as hard as you wanted, and I don't know if you'd be able to crack it. These are really smart, very specific little things. But
that small tongs that the Michael is playing around with, this is really good. It's small, but the idea is to have it in your hand and use it as substitute for your fingers. So when you're having like this,
show it with a knife.
and if you're like when you're cutting really hot food or the chicken or something that you don't want to touch with your own hand, use this as a kind of guide, like do this.
Yeah, the way the tip of the tongs curl, you could use it to guide the knife to cut stuff instead of using your hand. Like now, to say if you don't want to touch it because it's hot, or maybe you just find some foods icky.
Yeah.
Right? If you're one of those
This
folks.
comes super, like, believe it or not, it comes super handy. I can see, like, I was just cooking a steak yesterday, and I wish I had. I hadn't grabbed this one.
They're really like having a pair of metal hands.
Yeah.
They're super cool.
Yeah.
I think they're really. At first, I thought they were kind of dumb, but I changed my mind.
Yeah. You could even pick up the Serrano hams and stuff.
Oh, you could serve with them too. Yeah. Or chopstick challenge.
That's cheating.
No.
That's cheating.
Just getting a better pair of chopsticks doesn't mean you're cheating. It means you're smarter. It's called evolution.
This is not chopstick.
That's a very loose definition of a chopstick.
Yeah, right?
And this one actually, like what they say is that you can actually hold it like this, put it like this so that the tip is not touching on the table.
Oh, those are really smart. And you could rest your chopsticks on them.
Sure.
What else do we have? We got a couple of ladles. Ladles with little skimmers at the back. So you could use it like a skimmer. You could use it to get just the right amount of broth versus the right amount of chunks of stuff. They're super nice. It's a solid piece of steel too. It's a beautiful thing. So we've got these big and little ladles. Maybe you're making homemade tofu. They'd be handy. But these are exciting. If you're a neat freak, hey, don't
no.
pay attention.
Oh,
Pay attention to what he's talking.
trying to be efficient.
I had to hit Nathan because I gave someone else a note that said hit Nathan and they didn't do it. I got to do it all myself. Look at this thing. It's a strainer that fits perfectly inside a container and has a perfect fitting plastic lid. So if you say you wash some vegetables and you want them to not sit in their own moisture, you can leave them in the strainer. Say you're deep frying something, and I think maybe that's actually what these things are designed for. We've got these two sizes here, but you can you can strain stuff out of a deep fryer because, of course, if it sits at the bottom of the pan, maybe the pan's colder, it'll make the crispy stuff less crispy and soggy as it sops up the oil. These are just, if you like to be clean while you work, these are the things that you need.
You know what
they just feel great.
You know what I did yesterday? Again, I was cooking steak.
Oh, resting a piece of meat.
Resting a piece of meat on this one.
Genius. You know what I do is when I buy meat, as soon as I get it home, because I read salt, fat, acid, heat, as soon as I buy it, I salt it. I take a piece of meat, I salt it. And I kind of have a container of meat that's in my fridge when I'm going to eat the next couple of days.
Right.
This would be great. You could keep all your stuff in there.
Yeah, and it comes with the lid too.
And as the salt pulls out any water, it's not going to not going to sit in it.
Exactly.
And that's where that you get that real gross bacterial kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Smart.
Yep.
Smart things from Japan.
It stacks up very nice. If you get one big one, two of that, it just stacks.
Yeah, they're kind of like the whole hotel pan system for anyone who's ever worked in a kitchen. There's that standard 1/3, 1/6, 1/9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It stacks up very good. And then another tongue. Yeah.
Tongs, long tongs.
Tongs.
Long tongue silver.
Same idea. You can do the same thing, but smaller ones comes a little bit more handier. I think we got really excited about these.
Ta-da.
Ta-da.
We can use them as pointers now. Oh. Yes, Eric, we have Hasegawa cutting boards. We have got a few different sizes of the professional rubber Hasegawa cutting board, which is this yellow one. And then we have one of these guys. This is the home size, the home use model, they call it. This is a polyethylene surface. Both of them are antibacterial using Hasegawa's silver. They use a silver coating, which makes them antibacterial. So bacteria does not grow at the same rate it would on any normal cutting board. And from what I understand, it's about 10 times better, as in the amount of bacteria that grows is 10 times less than if you were just to rub a chicken breast on a regular cutting board.
Yeah. So just so you know, we have like this this soft cutting board. It is we have quite a few selections and sizes. We have this one here is what's the 4626 centimeters.
26 centimeters by 46 centimeters.
This is great. Small kitchen, probably about same as the Lurchwood small.
Yeah, this is like a standard home size cutting board.
Yeah, we have slightly bigger one as the 50 by 30, so it's just tiny bit bigger. We have 60 by 35, so like 10 centimeter bigger, and we have the super long size that's 80 by 40.
Now that 80 by 40, like 80 as in it's almost a meter long, that is a fantastic cutting board if you do a lot of work. Now, the thing that I wish I had that cutting board for was cutting whole salmon. That's a perfect, it's about the size of a whole salmon.
Yep.
It's a really big board. You can put hot stuff on it. You can put it in a dishwasher. You can bleach it. It's NSA. What's it? The NSF? So it's certified to be used in restaurants in North America, Europe, and in Japan.
Yeah.
Now, we haven't even mentioned one of the things that makes these the coolest board ever is that it's actually got a wood core, and that wood core keeps the board from warping. So you're always going to have a flat board. And because you're going to own this board for so long, because they don't really wear out, you still do get the cuts along the surface, and those cuts can harbor some bacteria. So you get this little foam thing. They call it a scraper. I would call it a sander, but it's got two different abrasive sides. You put it in your sink, you run water on your cutting board, and you sand down the surface of the cutting board, getting rid of those cuts and the grooves, really cleaning everything out. And when you get a cutting board that starts to look kind of old and yellow, and you bleach it and it looks even more yellow, right? This is the way to do it. You actually just remove a bit of the surface and you're back to new, right?
Did I look like the flight attendant?
You did, yeah. Tell me how to put my seatbelt on now,
Yeah, exactly.
right? Hasegawa boards are great.
Yeah. Nathan, you have some else?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to talk about some of my favorite stuff in the garage sale.
Oh, here you go.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to be on TV? UTV.
No. Yeah, YouTube.
YouTube.
It's almost like TV.
Come on, Nathan, show us some fun
Why
stuff.
don't you guys show us your favorite stuff too? I'm gonna
I'll collect some for myself.
Well, most of my favorite stuff's already gone.
Quick hello to everyone outside the Calgary store. Hope the weather's nice out there.
Oh yeah, we got some folks in line outside the shop, eh?
Yeah.
Awesome.
They're
Watching?
saying hi to us in the stream.
Oh, great.
Right on. Yeah, Calgary shop opens in what, 20-ish minutes?
Yep, 23 minutes.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. Yeah, that was John May. It looked like.
Yep, John and David Alexander.
Cool. Well, hope it's nice and beautiful outside. It seemed pretty warm this morning. It's a bit of a toss up in May. Yeah, I want to talk about a few of my favorites in the garage sale that we'll see if there's any left at 6 p.m. But I'm hoping to snag, something. We'll see. This guy is the Kato Hishime Santoku. Hishime is this square pattern. And Hishi means square, right, Naoto?
Hishi means square.
Hishi
Yeah.
means square in Japanese. And so it's got this really cool kind of square hammer mark pattern. Really big fan of this guy. It's SG2, really nice and thin, but not like hyper thin, so you're not too worried about it. Western handle, normally not totally my thing, but this like stabilized maple wood is really beautiful, and it feels really, really good in the hand. I really like these more contoured kind of handles. A lot like the Masakage Zero, which is one of my go-to knives at home. Really kind of thick handle too. So if you got bigger hands and you like a more substantial handle, this guy's awesome. This guy, I'm actually not sure if this guy's sold yet, but I hope it hasn't. This is a beautiful Yanagiba, really like simple design, AOS 8, just like low maintenance, great steel. But we got a whole bunch of one-of-a-kind custom handles. We got gold ones. I really like this iridescent green one. There's a black and red one that looks like this. There's a lot of cool stuff going on with these. So if you need like a great knife for cutting fish, I would snag one of these for yourself. And then this guy, this I think is the most likely to come home with me. This is the Manaka Bunka in white carbon. White carbon, crazy sharp, keeps a beautiful edge, really enjoyable to sharpen. Manaka-san forges his knives so they're a little bit of like a trapezoid shape. They actually get thicker from the spine down. They start at a little thinner and then get thicker. And then when he grinds away the bevel, you end up with sort of like a diamond shape. You might not be able to see it here, but basically the knife kind of goes up towards the bevel there and then back down. And so that helps food break away from the blade. This guy's just like super, super rad. How about you guys?
I made a set of knives. I want one of these. By one of these, I mean one of these sets of knives. Okay. I'm going dreamboat here. Do you want to switch to the other camera?
I do.
Okay, this is what I want out of this garage sale.
Wow.
I want this. So first of all, it's a Saji Senko R2 stainless steel Tsujihiki, because I think if you're carving tableside, you ought to look fancy. And let me tell you, this is a fancy looking knife. And I don't mean blingy. I mean, it's just really elegant. It's got this beautiful ironwood handle, right? It's crazy light. I mean, you could use this knife almost like a gyuto. It's tall enough, right? Look at that. Okay, I want that as my slicer. I want the Mizaki 240 gyuto as my gyuto, because who doesn't? Look at this thing. He looks like it's looks like he just shaped a stone. Like it looks so much like it came out of nature. But his sharpening job's incredible. How he pulls, like you see how wide the bevel is down here. He makes it wider at the tip, which functionally makes the tip of the blade smaller. So the tip you want to have for more finesse. The heel is a little bit stronger, so you have a bit of a wider bevel down at the end, so it's also stronger. Super well thought out. I have his Santoku, and I love it. Now, this is a 210 Gyuto that is like a mega Gyuto. I've really been after one of these for a while. They show up every few years. Again, I really like this sort of aesthetic. It's sort of lean looking, but it's stainless steel clad on carbon steel core. That's the best combination of steel in my mind for your daily driver, which I think a 210 Gyuto is. It is the daily driver.
I have this knife and I absolutely love it.
I know you lent it to me, and it did not dampen my spirit for this knife. Like
and it's tough
so
too.
nice.
Like there's a really nice grind from kind of the back end to the front. So you've got kind of a little bit of a tougher area for doing tougher jobs, melons, squash, whatever. Yeah. But the kind of front end is really, really thin. You can definitely do some detail work, and I love using that section, especially for stuff like green onions.
Nice.
But yeah, gorgeous.
Well, and it's taller, and that taller, it gives you an ability to plow through more stuff. Like if you're cutting a cabbage and it starts to pile up around you, you just have more clearance. You also have a bit more mass and momentum. Okay, so now my Bunka / Santoku. This is a really beautiful knife. We're showing someone earlier. This is the Hatsu Kokoro. I always forget the name. Inazuma. This thing is so light and so thin. This would be my total detail knife. So if I was, for example, something like green onions that I wanted to cut really, really fine, or I was going to julienne something really fine, this would be the knife. Cool sort of square hammering. It's Aogami Super, which I love because it's carbon steel. It cuts like carbon steel. It sharpens like carbon steel. But it's got 5% of chromium in it, which means it does not rust like carbon steel. It is not stainless. You need, I think it's over 11% to be calling yourself stainless. But this knife doesn't react as fast. It's kind of like a little bit of a security blanket on your carbon steel. But yeah, this would be my little now. Boning knife. This is the Manaka Kisuke. Look at this. Look at this beast. This thing is huge. I'd say it's about, it's not quite a third bigger, but it's a beefy Hanazuki, which is great because you're using this like a boning knife. When I use my Hanazukis, I always save the back third here. I use that section to drive through the bones, between the bones more correctly. And then I leave the front part here to be nice and sharp to cut through the skin and the meat. So I try to balance out my use. But wow, this knife is so cool and it feels great. Now for a petty knife, doing some really lightweight butchery, or just when you're trying to shave garlic, even sometimes I find a knife like this is handy when you just get home and you want to cut cucumber. But this is a beautiful knife. And look at that handle. It's so goddamn cool. If I got this knife with this handle, I would also try and get a matching bowling ball made.
Would be sick. Would you compare the Hanazuki to the Moritaka Hanazuki?
It's a little bit bigger all around. So it's a similar type of thickness at the spine on the Moritaka, but it's a little bit taller. I don't know if it is in fact at all longer, or if it just feels that way because it's taller. The big difference between this and the Moritaka is the Moritaka bevel is probably less than a half of the depth of this, which is a much wedgier type of edge. Now that's something you see on a lot of Moritakas, and it feels great when you're cutting food. I think effectively you'd find they both work really well. This one you might be able to use a little bit better for slicing. Like you can use a Hanazuki to carve a chicken because it's got more of a taper and it's less aggressive of a bevel. And by that I mean it doesn't widen up as quickly. That that'd be a little bit more versatile, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. There you go. That is my set of knives. So if someone would like to wire me 1, 2, 3, About $1,700.
Yeah, I got right on it.
Probably more than that.
That's a pretty good set.
$3,500.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Well, it looks
That's
like the Calgary
it?
store opens in about 15 minutes, so
Is it only
hope you guys are doing good out there.
$3,500?
Yeah, something along those lines.
Okay. Well,
1, 2, 3, 4.
Naoto, do you think you can beat Mike's set budget?
Oh, you can do that with one knife.
My guess is Naoto is going to have fewer knives but a higher price tag.
I have been looking at not necessarily super expensive taste or anything, but they were expensive for reasons.
Not super expensive.
They're expensive for reasons,
Oh,
not
absolutely.
necessarily.
They're not expensive. They just cost a lot of money.
Some knives are expensive because it's like a jewelry, right? Like expensive watches, they have all the
That's a brand
they're
associated.
brand associated, and if you actually look, there's a lot of diamonds in it and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the some are expensive because the work that went into it and the function associated with it as well.
You
right?
mean some have more value?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So
Michael's asking if there's any cool stuff, just real quick, in the Edmonton store that's not available online.
Everything in the Edmonton store
everything.
is not available online
Yeah.
at the moment.
The in-store stock isn't available the first day, so head on down. There's a ton of. We sent them a
But
lot of.
in
cool
general, a lot of what you're looking at here will be in the store as well, because we get a dozen of something and then we split those numbers up and we ship them out to the other stores. Now, I know you divided up some of the stuff that went out to the stores that was like the one of a kind thing.
Yeah.
So what's one of a kind thing you'll find in Edmonton today?
today, Edmonton.
Do you remember?
I think we sent one of the honyakis for sure.
Oh, a honyaki. So a honyaki is interesting. We talk a lot about sanmai or the Japanese knife that's got the 3 layers of steel, where it's soft steel on the outside that protects the hard core.
I'll double check.
But you have one of these up there?
Maybe. I'll double check.
Okay, we forget. We don't know. Yes, there's cool items in Edmonton. You cannot buy them online today. However, there's still cool stuff. We've probably shown some of those cool things. Like there's Nakagawa's. Hopefully there is one of the Shoichis.
Shoichi's in Ottawa.
Oh, yeah? That's not Edmonton.
I know. I'm looking for this.
So I'll keep talking about honyakis, because honyakis are super cool. So instead of making it out of 3 layers of steel, it is one single piece of metal.
That's this one. Okay, I know what went there.
Honyaki means true forged. Hon means true.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, so we're back on here. So this honyaki is a very, very, very difficult thing to make, and a lot of blacksmiths have a high failure rate, as in when they go to do the final quenching, they've done a lot of the work, a lot of the heavy lifting. They get the steel really hot, and they put it in something to cool it off rapidly, and the steel cracks. And then the knife is no longer useful for anything. So that's part of why they're $1,800, but also they're almost always perfectly straight. They never bend over time, and they're sharp like the bejesus.
So the one honyaki, that went to a Edmonton store is this guy here.
But how's it in Edmonton and Calgary at the same time?
The Yoshikazu Ikeda Aogami Super Honyaki, which you don't get to see that
Yeah, that's pretty rare.
That's rare. It's the Aogami Super Blue Carbon Steel Honyaki, forged by the Yoshikazu Ikeda-san. He is one of the 3 knife makers, blacksmith in Sakai area that does great honyakis. look at if it's a mirror polished, but you can see some
You can see the camera there.
grains, and you can see some grains there too.
Yeah, and you know what? Those, as this knife patinas, those grains and the sort of the steel, the layers of steel inside of it, like it's not Damascus, but it would. This thing would look really cool with time.
So I'm going to talk
Or
about the ones that I
up
like.
until you used a green scrubby on it.
All right, now to his picks.
Okay, here. First, I'm not quite sure if this is still around. This one here, it's got the it's called engraving. Doesn't have engraving on them. It is the one of the newer Hatsukokoro series. The means Blizzard, I think. Aogami Super Core, the super blue carbon steel, beautiful Damascus on the outside, and look at how like rugged the look of the Kurochi here is as well. Forged and sharpened by a fantastic blacksmith in Fukushima, and learned all his skills in Niigata at the Yoshikane. It's beautifully forged, beautifully sharpened. It's got a great hamaguri, or the convex edge on them as well. This beauty is $765. It is the price for the reason. It's because of the forging techniques as well as the sharpening techniques. It's really, really beautiful piece here. Another one, Nakagawa-san. Nakagawa-san had become like one of my favorite blacksmiths. Satoshi Nakagawa-san, he started his own kind of workshop pretty recently. He basically was a main blacksmith at the Shiraki Hamono, one of the best blacksmiths in the region there, the Sakai. But
like what a distinct pattern on his Damascus blades, hey?
Right. Aogami #1, and yeah, it's got a Nakagawa, and sharpened by the Myojin Naohito. That's the a guy in Tosa.
Yeah.
And beautiful handle too.
And Myojin is the one who is the sharpener for our old friend Toru Tamura-san, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Nakagawa's sending his knives off to Tosa. He's getting sharpened by Myojin, coming back. That's such a beautiful knife, and we had a great time. We got to visit Nakagawa-san in Osaka. No, Sakai.
Sakai, yeah.
And wow, just like this guy he's a younger guy. He is super organized. He works so fast, but he turns out crazy good quality. He's really talented. He knows how to do the forging process on, it was like 4 or 5 different kinds of steel.
Yeah.
Like he's using VG10 and Ginsan and white carbon and blue carbon. Like a lot of people only have a couple of different steels in their stable that they're using. He is learning to master a bunch, and I can't wait to see what he's like in 10 years.
Honyaki.
As well as the Honyaki. Yeah.
So this is his actually Honyaki piece, Aogami #1. Yes. Blue #1 carbon steel with beautiful hamon here.
Can you switch camera?
Okay, should we just
We're going to switch camera here. Oh, can we do that? Don't tell me. Don't tell me there's things I can do.
I didn't know, but Nathan was. So, okay, I think this one's good. This one here is called, we call it jihada. Jihada means, it's very, hada is like really the terminology that we use for sword making. So the swords, you have to fold the steel over and over to show that.
What does G mean?
G is the base.
Okay.
Hada is the, but if you look close, the camera doesn't probably capture.
It can see it, but the screen compresses a little bit, so you can't see all the detail. But we can try to get a little bit closer.
I did, and then
This one here, it's a mono one-piece steel. Oh, there, maybe. You may be able to see the little flow lines. According to the Masashi Yamamoto-san, that is a metal flow. Because metal has the one flow on one side, right? So you can only forge
dogs. What's that?
We can just like do this knife porn all day.
Yes.
What's that? How about now? I'll try now.
Yeah.
Knife porn. Knife porn.
I'll try now.
Yep. Audio should be okay.
Damn it! I was saying portal. No.
Do we have sound back?
Yep, we're back.
Oh, I don't have to
back.
do the. I was going to do it all with sticky notes.
You lovely folks have been so patient with us today. I really appreciate that.
Anyways, so these are my favorite picks here.
But have you shown this one? We need to show this a few
This
times.
particular one sold, as I can tell, but Shoichi Hashimoto is such talented blacksmith. He was a metal artist, right? He was making like all the making at the Damascus things.
I think he's still an artist.
He was not a knife maker, but he started to make knives. And look, like it's got the two different layer of Damascus here. This Damascus and the other core Damascus. Total of 4 different steels, like forged welded together, folded over and over, make it look really stunning
Damascus
piece.
cladding on Damascus core. This is incredibly rare. Nobody does this. You do Damascus cladding on a single piece of steel in the core.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll see North American people making a Damascus knife, and it's one single piece of steel. They actually take the I guess it's a solid bar, right? Now, Michael L. has asked, does the patina cover up the Damascus in appearance? No. The Damascus will actually change. It doesn't change, but think of each one of those lines, not each one, but they usually use 2 different types of materials, sometimes more. But those different materials that are the alternating lines will react differently because they're different materials. They're made of different types of things.
Nakagawa though may this is not a Damascus. This is just the metal flow. This one. Oh, is it a Damascus on this one? This one won't. Right.
If we're talking about the Damascus
On this one, right.
If we're talking about the fine look of the metal flow, then yeah. But yeah, this one, often what you see with carbon steel Damascus is it gets more depth to it because of the different materials oxidizing slightly differently at a different rate. I hope that answered your question. We can't answer that. They're both great and they're both different.
They have different way of the thinking too. Like we work very closely to Shibata-san, so we know what's his what he back of his mind, what he's thinking while he's sharpening too, right? And he explained like we've been carrying Myojin-san's blade for some time, but we haven't really had a chance to have really talk about it. Both knives are great, both thin. What we know from the Shibata-san's is that he, especially for the micro bevel, the edge bar, he likes to finish with this very interesting way of sharpening that gives you enough bite thickness.
Yeah, he sharpens one side
but
smoothly and the other side more coarsely.
Yep.
So you've got a toothier side and a finer side, and that gives you this crazy sharp edge, but it's got this nice toothy bite to it.
And also retains the edge really nice too.
Yeah, I haven't actually explored much with the Myojins. I haven't used any of the knives that he sharpened. Now, sharpening is not just the fine edge, right? Sharpening is creating the whole bevel and the grind, so it creates. There's like a dimension of the blade and how it's shaped and how it passes through the food.
I'm gonna bring my.
So it's like the
thing that I'm
grind,
working on.
right? A lot of people would call it the grind. Well, the sharpener creates that grind. Does Nakagawa make Makoto Tadokoro's white steel? Do you notice much of a difference in the finished product between Nakagawa and Makoto? I'd have to let Naoto answer that question, but I don't know. I think Makoto Tadokoro Maybe he gets someone else to make his blades for him or not. Who knows?
We can come
That's
back
up
to
him.
that one
But
once
we'll wait till Naoto's back for that
Naoto's
one.
back, but we
That
did
might be
have...
Yes.
All right, really quick,
Yes.
before we come back to that,
Is there a difference? And yes.
we had a question a while back. What kind of steel do you propose as the best for the Hanasuki and Tsujihiki? Do you have any favorites?
For a Tsujihiki, carbon steel. White number 1, Aogami Super. Those are both great. It depends on if you're just slicing raw meat, just go with carbon steel. You don't get to see the same sort of issues with the reactiveness because meat doesn't have the same acidity that something like onions do. Super easy to maintain. However, if you're trying to have one knife for fish and meat, sometimes the carbon steel will absorb a bit of that sort of fishy smell, I guess is the way to say it. It never really transfers over to the food that you cut, though. So I like
sharpening.
it does when you're sharpening. It comes out as you sharpen it, which is a fun thing to do. And Hanasuki, I mean, it depends. If you're only doing a couple of birds at a time, a carbon steel one's going to be great too because it's going to have such a great edge. If you're going to do it as a professional, then maybe something like the Pro M, which is going to be a really tough knife that you can go quickly, not worry terribly about the edge because the steel's a little bit softer. You might find yourself sharpening it a little bit more often, but you'll certainly find yourself chipping it much less. So if you have the time to spend to do things very carefully and accurately, I would again get a carbon steel knife. When it comes to the Hanasuki, I would, if I was blasting through cases of chicken at work, I would definitely get something that was like a softer stainless steel.
100% agree.
All right.
Wow.
The,
Mark it on the calendar.
one thing that I want to add though is the VS1
Oh yeah, what about that?
is a great steel for actually both Tsujihiki and Hanasuki, because what the Masashi has actually told me and told us about is that VS1 is really kind of designed to do a meat. It's got a really nice bitey, toothy edge with a crystallization there, so it helps to actually cutting into those raw meats and stuff like that, as well as his SLD. What he was saying, the SLD has this when they form a crystallization, it's more like spiky, so it gives you a little bit more the bitey.
Well, I think
edge
basically whenever the question is what knife should I get, the answer could almost always be
could be Masashi.
Could always just be Masashi. We have a bit of a blacksmith crush on this guy. He thinks so deeply about everything that he does. He controls everything intentionally. He doesn't just forge one knife out of the same. He doesn't forge multiple different knives. Like, for example, Shiroshu and Kuroshu, they're both made of the same steel. They both very much look the same. He doesn't just make a Kuroshu and grind it until it's shiny. He actually forges those knives somewhat differently in between each one because he's a goddamn maniac.
Yeah. Like just so you know, like lots of
the forge. Oh God.
Yeah. Lots of blacksmith. Lots of blacksmith, like say in Sakai, they forge into very same pretty much blade and sends off to some other knife makers and sharpeners. Where because the Masashi has the control over how he wants to sharpen, he forges them accordingly. Right.
Yep.
This is the kind of the things that we can show to the here. So this was piece of blank that we got to kind of practice on. It's the same thing as the Mike is working on. This is a really sharpening. It was just whole black piece of metal that I started working on sharpening.
So what we're trying to say here is that a sharpener is not just a sharpener.
That's whole bevel is being created by me.
Back to this guy.
Yeah. So yeah, who is a better sharpener between Myojin and Shibata? There is not some like really quantitative measure of sharpeners. So you can't really say who's better. You know, if you know what you prefer, we could probably tell you which one we would lean towards. But you know, how long is a string? There's no really great answer for that. But I mean, they both have their own strengths. They're both very good, And yeah, tell us more about the Myojin. I know Shibata's knives so well. I have a number of them. I've seen them for years and years and years. Myojin's relatively new to us. And I haven't actually used one or sharpened one. Could you tell us more about the Myojin sharpening style?
I think the Myojin sharpening style is like super thin behind the edge. Like he sharpens them really. The comparison, that's the ones that I can actually touch without making it all rusty. Give me 1 second, folks. You know what I would do? I'm gonna get the few things.
Okay, Naoto's gonna get some stuff, and we're gonna do a little bit of a dive here into the Myojin sharpening, and then Kun, you can decide what's gonna be better for you, because how you use a knife also is important in terms of choosing the sharpness. Sometimes people like to use a knife expressively, where they cut and they want everyone to know around them that they're cutting, and they use the knife with a lot of force. They bounce it off a cutting board, and whatever your style is your style, right? So we need to make sure that you're finding what's going to work the best for you, or whoever the end user is, right? So sharpening can depend on the user.
These are great examples of different actually sharpeners. Okay, different blacksmith as well, but the sharpener, it actually has quite a bit of different way of sharpening it. This one here, forged by Nakagawa-san, sharpened. I can't remember if we could. Some blacksmiths, some sharpeners, especially in this area of the Sakai, they sometimes don't want to tell who actually sharpened it. We know, but sometimes they don't want to, tell the
trade secrets are real.
Trade secrets. So I'm gonna just be a little bit quiet about who exactly did this, but I can tell you the difference here. So this one here, sharpened by a pretty actually famous sharpener in the Sakai. When you actually feel like this here, you can tell how much, how thick right behind the edge is, right? So the bevel starts from here, at this here, the bevel, and goes down. When I feel them here, it leaves tiny, so here, this is Myojin's. Forged by Toru and sharpened by Myojin. If I do this, it's really smooth and really thin behind the edge right here. You can't really feel much here, okay? This is also another one that's from Sakai, forged by Yoshikazu Tanaka-san. What I can tell, though, this one here, this is actually easier to tell. This Santoku, I was feeling that this got the little, you can't really see them. Well, you kind of can. There's secret bevel right here. Right?
Secret bevel?
Yeah. You can't really see it.
Heard that.
It's sort of like invisible. Yeah. But you can feel it.
You can feel it right here. So this is almost flat, and there's a bevel, and it goes down straight like this, right? So the style of the Myojin's blade is really very even grind from the spine to the edge. It's very even taper, and also very subtle hamaguri, or the convex edge here. So when you're cutting yams and stuff, this will feel the most smooth and thinnest here. Where this one, you may feel tiny bit thicker, especially at behind the edge here. This one also, you feel very nice and smooth, but it's not as smooth as the Myojin sharpening. Hopefully that made sense.
Well,
there's a little bit of high spot right here.
While we're on the topic of super nerdy deep dive stuff, we had this Naoto question a while back about Nakagawa versus the Tadakoros.
I believe so. All the Tadakoro, when I went to visit Tadakoro-san, he was saying he only gets the blade from Nakagawa-san.
Cool.
And so we have to maybe let people know that in that region, especially, there's sort of a different way of going about building knives, right? There's a person who does the forging. Sometimes they send it out to a specialist in the heat treating, depending on what their equipment at the forge is like or what their skill level is at for certain stages of the treatment of the whole metallurgical process. Then the knife would then go to someone else who grinds it and does the sharpening. And it's not always the blacksmith who picks the sharpener. It's often the wholesaler who has contracted the blacksmith to make a certain set of blades. They then take the knives to their sharpener who they've contracted to sharpen for this certain project. And then from the sharpener, it'll go back to the basically the wholesaler who then will polish the knife up. You know, maybe they engrave it with their company's name on it, put a handle on it, put it in their box, name it what they want to name it. So in that Sakai region, they've got a very different approach on things where we see something like in, Echizen where, they have a company that does the grinding and the sharpening, sometimes depending on who it goes through. So sometimes Shiba will sharpen the knives for the Masakagi blades. Then there's other places like a guy like Mazaki. He does it all. Right? He does everything in-house by himself. And he does this crazy level of detail on the sharpening where he uses one big grinding wheel to get that main shape of the blade. He then switches to all hand stones to get the final shape of the blade down and makes it super even and super thin. So things are done differently in different places.
So there's sort of a question, I noticed much difference of the finished product between Nakagawa and Makoto. So the blade is same, sharpener is different, but the Makoto-san, I couldn't actually find the Makoto-san's, Tadokoro-san's blade. It is like this. It's got really nice tall bevel with the very clear shinogi line here. Leaves tiny bit, not thick, but it gives you enough kind of the strength on here. This is also Nakagawa-san, but another Nakagawa-san sharpened by different people, right? So it really depends on who sharpened it. Tadokoro-san's knife will probably cut very similar to the this one here. This is actually sharpened by the guy who Tadokoro-san learned the skill from. That kind of gave you a lot of hints and stuff. So this one here is sharpened by the. But he's retired because he had a stroke and he can't really do work by himself anymore. So his son took it over, and so he's sharpening right now. Tadokoro-san learned from his father and did a very similar kind of sharpening job. Hopefully that made sense. Okay. Everyone has their its own particular favorite way of sharpening it. By far, because of how thin, we call it thin that Myojin-san sharpens. That's one of the reasons why that makes the Myojin-san's knife really popular. Myojin-san's sharpening really popular, right? So like this one here. And also does this technique to pop up this beautiful, it's not a Damascus knife, but it looks almost like it's got a, so this is also their metal flow Tanryusen knife. You can see.
Beautiful.
Right.
Well, hey, really quick, we have a little bit of conversation going on about Takeda.
Yeah.
Will you talk a little bit about kind of what's going on with him right now?
Yeah. Takeda-san had wasn't well for little while, so he had to halt some of the production for a little while. We'll get some knives, hoping to have them back in June.
That'd be great.
June,
Yeah.
May, June,
Well,
July.
they're
happy
happy
to
to
hear
hear
that-
that matter of when they show up.
Yeah,
Happy
exactly.
to hear that he's doing better.
He's doing better.
He is a wonderful human. He makes really wonderful stuff. We look forward to getting it back, but he needed some time to get well again. So
Yeah.
that's life.
Yeah. So he's still going into the hospital, seeing doctors time and stuff. But he's hopefully he's recovering good.
Let's talk about frying pans.
Yeah.
Just before we hop into frying pan stuff, we missed this one from Unifix. He missed out on one of the Monakas, but did get a Kurosaki Gyudo instead and had some questions about white steel.
Well, it's not very difficult to maintain it. It's sort of the same process. Frankly, get a dry cloth. When you're using a carbon steel knife, don't just cut with it and then put it down and then go on to do the cooking and do other stuff and then come back. And what you do is you cut with the knife, and then when you finish cutting with the knife, you rinse the knife off, and then you take a cloth and dry it. And you need to make sure that the cloth isn't damp. I try to use cotton. I use something that's actually absorbent. And when I rinse it, I also rinse it with really hot water to actually warm the steel somewhat so that the steel will continue to push the water off by evaporating it. Because any water that will sit on the steel will cause rust as it evaporates off the steel. Now, when you're using it and use it, it's not precious. The more you use it, the more you develop that oxide layer. It's iron oxide. What happens when you make something stainless is you put chromium in it. You can use nickel, but I mean, in our cases, it's often chromium. And that chromium instantaneously oxidizes as soon as it's scratched. It oxidizes as soon as it gets scratched. That's just part of its characteristic as an element. So you mix that into steel, that carries over everything, and it keeps that tarnish from happening. What happens with carbon steel is it does that same process. It oxidizes, but it does it at a much slower rate. And the foods that it comes in contact with can affect that oxidation process. So something really acidic will do that. So if you have a beautiful patina built up on a knife, I would steer you away from cutting a bunch of lemons. The acidity basically can wipe that patina off.
Cool.
What I do when I get a new carbon steel knife is I buy a 5-pound bag of onions. I julienne the entire bag of onions. It develops this beautiful patina. Kind of has this like bluish sort of tinge to it. It's a real smart guy told me about this when I first got a carbon steel knife from him. And I do a julienne bag of onions. I have a whole stack of onions. I fire it into the biggest pot I've got and let it sit for hours and hours and hours. And I make just this huge jar of caramelized onions that I get to put on absolutely everything I eat for the next couple of weeks. And it's a delightful thing to treat yourself to, and you've built up a patina on your knife. You don't have to monkey around with all sorts of other stuff, although you can dive into the internet and find the million ways of dipping it in coffee or covering it in mustard. You can really kind of control that finish by using different sort of things, and they'll react differently with steel. Cool. It's not difficult to maintain.
So for anybody that's just tuned in, this is our garage sale marathon stream. The Knifewear Garage Sale kicked off this morning at 8 a.m. And lots of people have already snagged some pretty cool stuff. But even if you didn't get there right first thing, there's great stuff to be had all week. And there's a lot of really cool knives left, especially in store. If you are in Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, or Vancouver, in-store stock is not available online the first day. So you can jump into your local shop and snag something pretty cool. Calgary, Edmonton, and Ottawa are all open, and Vancouver opens in about 40 minutes or so. We also have free shipping over $100 in Canada and over $200 to the USA. If you have any questions or there's anything you want to see, a knife you want like measurements on, or you want some recommendations, needs help shopping, just pop your questions in the comments. Mike's got some calipers, got a scale,
ruler, scale.
We're getting ready to grill up some hot dogs.
We've got everything except for a Catra testing machine.
Yeah, right. A few other things that are good to know. We got some new knives from Musashi-san coming out soon. We're just waiting on them, but they should be out this summer. Probably right around the time that he is visiting Canada. He's coming to the shops that we have.
That's so exciting.
Yeah, he's going to come visit our shops. Mike, you got to see him when you were in Japan, right?
We hung out with Musashi. He did this really cool thing. He had a couple different knives, and he actually had a piece of cured ham, Japanese kurabuta pork cured, like prosciutto. And we sit down at this table. He opens a bottle of like 14-year-old Pinot Noir that was made in Japan with this Japanese cured pork. It was like we transported to Italy while we were still in Japan eating Japanese food. We sliced this piece of ham with 2 different knives. And as we ate it, he said, okay, what's the difference? And of course, when you're cutting, cured ham, it's pretty salty. It has a really intense flavor, a ton of umami. you're trying to cut it very, very thinly. And so we're cutting these very thin slices, and you put one slice that had been touched with one knife on your tongue, and it tasted different than the other one. And it was actually quite impressive, and it was quite mind-blowing. And he's even used high-powered microscopes to see the difference. The difference is he sharpened them differently. So the edge on one was finished at about 1,000. The other one was finished finer, like 3,000 or 4,000.
Someone search for this right now. It's available.
Okay.
If someone searches for this on the internet right now, it's available.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, this is kind of a big deal, folks. Listen up.
Breaking news.
It's
We have
10:22
one of
a.m.
something that's incredibly sought after.
You have to search for it.
You have to search for it in the search bar,
There's only one.
and there's only one of them. So if you type in Shibata Tinker Tank, that'll come up, and there is one available. There's hundreds of people in line. This is one of 5, obviously made March 22nd of 2022. Yeah, go for it, gang. This is stainless steel clad Algemy Super Core. This knife is beautiful. This is such a rare thing to see. I wish you all the most luck. If you, even if you don't want it, I'd buy it.
I think I've actually got a little.
And it's sold, probably.
Probably, yeah. We actually made a little video. We're gonna take a short break. We'll be right back in a couple minutes. I'm gonna show a little video of Mike actually trying out a tank.
Me? So I just found this knife. This is a really, 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 really special and really unique knife. And I think it's Kevin's. Like, I think someone sent it to him because he's been having it's so hard to get this knife, and they sell so fast that even the guy who owns our company can't even get his hands on one. It seems like someone's bought one and sent it to him, but before he gets his hands on it, we're going to give it a test drive.
Hey, look at this. I got a package here from my buddy Michael in New Zealand. Now I know what's in here. This is something I've been waiting for a long time. And Michael made it happen. I wasn't able to. I've always wanted to have a Tinker tank. I've always wanted a Tinker tank, and I've never had the ability to get one because people in the warehouse keep selling them as soon as they come in, and I never get a chance to get my own. But Michael has went and worked some back channels and talked to Shibata-san and said, hey, can we get 2 knives made? One that says fire and one that says water, 2 Tinker tanks. Let Kevin choose blindly the one he wants, and then we'll send the other one off to Michael. So we'll have matching knives. So Michael, thanks for this opportunity. This is the one. This one feels righter. Righter? More right. Let's see what I got. Oh, I love these handles. I like to call them a reverse handle because they've got the black or the dark and the light in different spots. Ooh. Well, there we go. This was made February 26, 2021. It's a 2 of 2. So this is number 2. And that says fire. So there we go. Thank you, Michael. Now I'm going to go and make some serious good food. Cheers.
This is such a cool knife. Like, this guy's company is called Tinker because he's learned that's a word that sort of is about what hobbyists do, and they tinker around with stuff. So he's designed this whole company called Tinker because he's experimenting with different things. And you know, he doesn't even put them in boxes because he feels like a hobbyist wouldn't have professional boxes. But you know, Shibata-san, the guy behind Tinker Knives, is no amateur, so he still does some pretty cool stuff to these. Let's take a look. Wow. Holy cow. Super polished. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, this guy's no amateur. He likes the aesthetic, you know. He's stamped the knife on, the date that the knife was made has been stamped on the blade. He hasn't engraved anything by hand because a hobbyist wouldn't do that. Only a tinkerer. Tinkerers stamp things in the blade. But holy cow, this thing's cool. What a long taper to the blade. It's actually hammered shallow in here. This ridge here is a high point along the knife. Oh, I think this is gonna fly through some stuff. What do you think? Should I cut a cabbage with it? So this is stainless steel clad on Aogami Super, which means we've got a layer on the outside that's a stainless steel that's going to keep the knife nice and rigid. But boy, this has got some weight to it. And I think Aogami Super makes the best knife possible. Oh, look at this. Look at this. I'm not even holding the knife. I just cut with one finger. Oh my God, that's amazing. And it just comes to a complete stop when it hits the cutting board. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Shibata-san, you have outdone yourself. You weren't supposed to show that video while Kevin was watching it. He wasn't supposed to know.
Oh, sorry. Well, he's not here at least. You know, he can't hit you in person.
He can later. I will see him again.
Congrats to Uncle Greg who snagged that tank for tank.
Hey, congratulations, buddy. Enjoy your tank. That's a beautiful knife.
Yeah, it's unreal.
Be careful.
I have a similar-ish knife, and I tell you what, you don't want to get chopping cabbage when you've had a couple of drinks, because you might just take off part of your knuckle and
you will
barely
have a
even
more
notice.
aerodynamic finger for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll have a more. It'll be skinnier for sure. Okay, listen, we got some really cool frying pans here too that we've got. We've been developing more of a selection of pans, carbon steel, cast iron. This thing I really want to fill with something bubbly. You know, like the old bubble and squeak. I make this dish with Brussels
queso?
sprouts and queso fundido, right? Just garlic, chilies, shallots, saute, cheese, beer. Yum. Let's do that now. I'm hungry. Carbon steel
there's some hot
is
dogs
so
coming.
good at creating that Maillard reaction. That's that reaction where you get the meat or the food and it gets that color on the outside. It's this caramelization that happens on the outside of the food. That caramelization gives so much flavor to the food. And the great part with the carbon steel pan is sometimes a little bit of that sticks to the pan, which allows you to then make a great sauce inside of that pan to then put over top of that said meat. And now you've got layers of flavor in this food. You've just made one thing out of one ingredient, but it's absolutely delicious. The carbon steel conducts heat really evenly, and it conducts heat with a bit more intensity. So it's not like an aluminum pan that maybe it heats up very quickly. You don't seem to get the same evenness in the frying. And also being heavier and denser, that steel, when you put something in it, like a piece of meat, maybe, that's colder than the pan, the meat will actually lower the temperature of the pan, and then the temperature has to come back up. And in that little dip of heat, you can you're not going to get the same sort of caramelization as if it hits and it stays hot. That's why deep frying is so good at making stuff golden and crispy on the outside, is because when you've got a deep fryer with 20 liters of hot oil, it takes a lot to lower the temperature. So these pans give you a great seal on the meat, and you get great flavor out of it. We've got a couple here that are pretty fun, especially for camping, or if you like to then chuck your pan into the oven, searing a piece of meat, popping it in an oven, letting it roast for a few minutes, and then pulling it out, resting the meat, making a sauce in the frying pan. That's a real classic French style of cooking. I did that for years working in restaurants. Sear the meat, put it in the oven. Now you open up the rest of the burners. You can cook more stuff. This is fun because the handle comes off, so you're not going to take up as much space. I'm trying to get this in front of the camera. It's going backwards on me. So you could also use this as sort of a oven to table kind of setup. If as our friend Ellie likes to say, if you're really into the cottage core look, very rustic feel. So they do come, this is the Hatsukokoro pans. They do come, some that have the handle is riveted on. Some not. And you can see they're wrapped in bubble wrap and oiled. So that's not like a special effect that's been there for any sort of a purpose. That's just the bubble wrap and the oil. What else do we have? We've got this crazy, this is a hand hammered pan. This is the Millio, Millio frying pan. All of the texture in here is really fantastic. That's going to help stuff from sticking, but it's so dense. The way this is going to conduct heat will be better than pretty much any frying pan you've ever had. It's very cool. And it's got this little curl handle. Again, solid into the cottage core. This, I don't know, mac and cheese supreme. And it looks great. I mean, if you're going to serve stuff in this, it looks really nice too. Now we have some stuff that's just a little bit more on the functional side of things. This is a Yamada. What's this one called again, Naoto? Kirameki. We have Yamada here, Kirameki. You know, these are a little bit more just industrial carbon steel frying pans. The Yamada is actually a hammered pan. The Kirameki is nice compared to the rest of the pans that I've just shown you so far. The Kirameki pan has got a powder coating on it that you don't need to season the pan. The rest of these pans, what I would do is I would take it home, I'd put it on a burner, I'd get it really, really hot, put nothing in it, I'd turn the hood vent on and open a window. The pan's going to smoke, and then it's going to start to turn kind of a bluish color. And I would hold it at that heat for a while. I'd maybe even pop it into an oven at about 300 or 400 degrees for an hour. That's going to help burn off any of the leftover finish from the factory. And then it's going to start the seasoning process. Once it's out of the oven, I would wipe it down with some oil. Flaxseed oil is really good. Some people suggest linseed oil, which is, actually works really well, but it's poisonous, so not so good for you. Seeing as how you're going to likely cook out of your frying pan. I've seen that advice in a few places. Linseed's great on wood. Forms the same sort of barrier, a polymerized layer, something like that is the sciencey thing. Anyway, this pan.
Fantastic.
Kirameki pan does not need that treatment. And it's really nice and light. The thing I like about the Kirameki pan and something I always try and watch for with a carbon steel pan is when you put it down, does the balance. Like the Yamada pan is a little bit handle heavy, so you have to get food in it for that even connection of heat.
Well, here we got a few great comments about that. Powell L just says paella cooked in this pan over a live fire on the beach, 2 glasses of wine, a successful date. I think that'd be a successful date. And Richard Mack Jr. suggests fully rendered duck fat.
Oh yeah,
hell yeah.
Searing and duck fat, definitely.
This one here is a really cool idea.
Yeah, I like these. I think they're smart.
Yeah, they comes with a detachable handle like this, so you can just push it in the oven. It's a nice flat piece of the frying pan.
It's a plate. It's a frying pan.
So yeah, you serve it like this.
It's a frisbee.
It's great. And they come in different sizes, and also they actually heat them. Whatchamacallit? They season them before.
Oh, so it's pre-seasoned.
Yeah,
amazing.
They use I was actually watching the Japanese TV the other day, and this company was featured, and they use this super big blowtorch type of stuff and have the frying pan like this and 750 degrees. And yeah,
that's cool.
If you've ever wanted to fake a UFO photo, just that guy in a Polaroid and you're set.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Just throw it.
Just out of focus. That's I think that's like how they did the original effects on Doctor Who. Just wrap a frisbee in tinfoil and chuck it across the screen. Now, I have a question for you. I think this is great, sort of like serve on the table kind of stuff. But when a server brings you a plate of food and puts it down in front of you and says, "Now be careful, that plate's really hot." Do you touch it? I touch it every single time.
Definitely.
Every single time.
Unless it's a Korean restaurant and the plate is going.
Right, but I'll always at least go, well, how hot? And just gently touch it. I don't try and pick it up and go, oh man, I burned myself, and be dumb.
Just to know if you're tougher than the server.
I just have to know how hot. I'm like, it's not that bad.
Okay, we got a real question here. Michael L is asking, what do you have that compares to the Hado Sumi?
Wow.
It's a tricky one.
This is good. It's the Kikomori Asagiri, it's forged by the same blacksmith, the Yoshikazu Tanaka-san, who we visited to see. It's got really nice taper from the handle to the spine, or the handle to the tip. Nice and thin. But if you're after Hado Sumi, wait probably a month or so. I know some Hado Sumi are coming, and next batch of Hado is gonna be crazy.
We saw them. We saw them making them.
I own Hado Sumi 240 millimeters, and I looked at their new grind 210, and I'm like, I may need another Sumi.
Do you have two of anything?
No.
Wow, that says something.
I know. It's like.
Again, this is the Sakai Kikumori Asagiri. What does Asagiri mean?
Morning fog.
Morning fog. And of course, that's because when you look at the blade, it's kind of foggy.
Yeah. So but Sumi, the one that we saw at Hado's workshop, that were like, they've been trying really hard because they are one of those blocks for the knife sharpener that came a little bit later into the game, right? Because the Maruyama-san, he started his own kind of a thing after several different careers and doing different things. So he didn't really start it out like, right out of high school after to become a sharpener. So he had to try different things and had to make him, I guess, stand out from the other sharpeners. So he's been trying really hard and try different things. He's tried, and the way he sharpens right now is just really, 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 really cool. So I'm really into. I can't wait until see the next batch of the Sumi comes in.
He is one of those folks that is like, he's found something he's really passionate about doing, as you mentioned, a little bit later in his age, like so many of us do now, and he's really pursuing this. And the guy really thinks so deeply about everything that he does. He really turns out an excellent product. They're just sort of in their infancy in a way, and I think they've really refined. He's now, I say they because he's now got one other person that's working with him to actually grind things down and sharpen. And I think we're gonna hopefully see them pick up their pace a little bit. They're not producing a ton, but that's because they're taking their time and they're doing it right.
I'm so happy to see not many. Everyone in Sakai, every sharpener in Sakai are really they're skilled, very skilled, but oftentimes they don't. Those wholesalers and those companies specifically ask them the way they want the sharpening done. Where the Maruyama-san has a little bit more liberty and can think how the knife should be and can implement that into his knife lines, which is pretty in the Sakai. So it's really good to have that actually.
So the thought process of how to do it's driven by the person doing the sharpening.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not just you're not just being told give it a convex grind, do this, do that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's the way some of the blacksmithing was too. That we learned where there are some folks that just there's a wholesaler shows up with steel and says make knives out of this and make them this shape and this length and stuff, right?
They're like, we basically do make whatever they ask. So they are so skilled, right? They're so skilled. There's one workshop that we saw. Yeah, someone brought this roll iron and asked to make a blade with it. I'm like,
well, it's funny because it's how you end up with a knife that's got 4 names. There's the name of the knife series, the name of the seller, there's the name of the blacksmith, the name of the sharpener, right? Yeah.
All right, we had a question. We got a double header here. Isaac says I already have a sexy Kiritsuke and Petty. Convinced me to get something else from the garage sale. I'm going to while you guys grab that knife. So he's already got a Kiritsuke and a Petty. you got to convince him to find something else in the garage sale. So while you hunt around a little bit, we're going to switch to hot dog cam.
A Kiritsuki.
We're going to grill up some hot dogs.
You have a Kiritsuki and a petty. How big is the Kiritsuki?
Isaac, let us know how big your Kiritsuki is.
Well, I was going to say Nakiri is an obvious one there.
In the meantime, we got our little Knifewear Akachan grill here. We got some Binchotan, because obviously when you're cooking hot dogs, you got to use Binchotan charcoal. And we're going to have a little hot dog sesh for lunch. If you guys got more questions about knives, pop them in the comments. Let us know if you need help finding a knife.
I really like this Santoku. I brought this Tadakoro over because it's ridiculous.
I don't know if anyone needs this knife.
Dude, I haven't seen this before, and this is a real problem. Yeah, an eel knife. That's what he needs. He's really run out of choices.
No.
Probably needs to get an eel knife now.
All right, you got some knives to show Isaac
There you
here?
go.
Okay, so obviously the most practical thing to tuck in between a Kiritsuki, which I'm assuming is 210 millimeters or longer into that slicing range, would be a Nakiri or a Santoku. I love this Santoku because it is, well, it's a little bit beefier, a little bit bigger in a lot of dimensions. It's stainless steel cladding with carbon steel in the core. Best of both worlds. Super functional. You don't have to chase around and worry about it rusting. You get that same quality of carbon steel edge, which is sharpness and ease of sharpening. Plus, this knife feels amazing. And for a daily driver, this to me is the kind of thing you use on a very regular basis at home. So having a little bit more user-friendly is a good idea. Aogami number 2, stainless clad, it's $360. This is the Sakai Kikumori Aogami. What's Sakai Kikumori, right? Kikumori.
Yeah.
Now we've also got this Saji copper and copper Damascus Nakiri. A Nakiri would be a very similar choice to a Santoku. The Nakiri has just more steel up at the tip. I find when you're chopping, you've got a bit more mass and momentum. The edge is often a little straighter than the Santoku, which is a little different if you're trying to aim for that rocking motion. Now, if you're looking for a bargain, $180, stainless clad, carbon core Nakiri. This thing's pretty amazing. I'm going to double check. Yeah, Munishi Aogami. Yeah, Kuro Nakiri. So it's the Kuroshi finish on the outside. Now, if you want something a little bit more fun, we've got this Nigara Honasuki, which is super beefy. It's probably 3 times the thickness of any other knife out here. And it's almost like thick like a deba, that's the word. But it's an amazing feel, and I think it would be super useful for Honasuki, like for butchering poultry, like it's designed, but just sort of a lot of butchery, like just slicing a rack of ribs apart, like all sorts of great stuff. What else have you got?
Still fine, the quality, the picture quality?
We're jumping a little bit. You want to go over some garage sale details while we wait for the quality to reset there?
All right, garage sale starts today. It runs until Sunday, which is the 23rd, if I'm not wrong. And it's available today online as well as in store. At 6 p.m., all of the inventory that's remaining in the stores goes online live, and the store is open. The stores are open 7 days a week, and you'll find that there's garage sale tables set up all the way till Sunday. In stores, they've got more or less the same stuff. They do have a few unique things. For example, retired sample knives that have been tuned up and sharpened, and some other great deals. Plus, there's fun people at those stores that can help you decide on things. You know, one of the things that often happens at garage sales, a couple months or a month before the sale, someone comes in, they're looking to buy a knife, and they think about what they want, and they're like, okay, well, this knife is what I want to buy, but I'm going to come back at the garage sale. Maybe they find something that's neat and different at the garage sale, pick it up. Maybe they just turn around and get the knife they've been waiting for. So the garage sale is a great time. We have some other stuff coming up June 13th. to the 19th is a pop-up at the Stack Market in Toronto. And we're looking to move to Toronto. And I don't mean like leave where we are, but we're going to expand and we're going to open another shop. We've kind of got a target of a year from now to open a store in Toronto. Let us know what you think. If you're in Toronto or you're from there, where we should put a store. We're trying to look around for some places at this point. But we're going to be doing pop-ups. And we've got one booked again, 13th and the 19th at the Stack Market. We've got a bigger spot. We will be bringing a sharpening wheel, and doing sharpening while we're there as well. We'll hope to see you there. Other great things that are happening this year, this summer, we have got our friend Masashi, fantastic blacksmith and super cool guy. He's coming to visit. We don't know exactly when, mid-late summer, I think, sort of end of July and through to August. He's going to come here. We're going to visit all the stores. And he always loves to engrave his knives with your name. So if you've got a Masashi and you would like your name or some Japanese word, he'll engrave it in kanji on the back of the knife. So you'll have his name and your name, which is very cool. But it looks like the feed's back, and maybe we're a little bit more stable. We can go back into showing some knives that are I got a Kiritsuki and a Petty. What else should I get knife?
You're trying to show this Tsujihiki? 240 Tsujihiki comes super handy, right?
But look at that knife. It's so skinny.
Yeah. Yep.
It's so skinny, but it's like thick on the spine. It's got a really nice tapered bevel. Like that knife as a little slicing knife.
Yep.
One of my jobs when I worked in restaurants is I cooked meat. I just like was the grill guy.
Right.
And there was a lot of things like you'd get pieces of meat that you would slice before you'd serve them. This knife would be amazing for that. I mean, this would be perfect for carving pretty much any roast, cutting most steaks. Like a 240 is a really decent size, but that is so slender.
Yeah, it's really nice. Some things, these are really, really functional choices. I brought some like super unique.
I'm nothing if not functional.
Well, unique and functional here. First one is going to be really functional piece of knife forged by the Suzuki-san in the Yamagata prefecture. He's a sickle maker, I guess, the blacksmith. But look how it looks like. Look, on one side, you see the bevel here. On the other, it's flat.
Whoa, what's going on with that knife?
It's not like a single bevel. Like it doesn't have any concavity here. Usually the single bevel knives have a concavity right here.
So is this 2 pieces of steel, 3 pieces of steel, 1 piece of steel?
It's 2 pieces of steel.
2 pieces of steel.
2 pieces of steel, softer steel on this side, hard steel on the other side.
So the back side is the steel that creates the edge.
Yeah, and he forges like the Munetoshi-san does in Sanjo. He forges this is the highest spot on the knife, right? It's the thickest part. Then nice. It's almost like a single bevel Takeda.
Oh, that's a great way of saying it.
Like
Actually, it is like a single bevel Takeda.
Yeah.
Okay, what is this good for?
This is great for small chopping, peeling. It's anything that the Petty will do, but it's single bevel.
But
and it's
thin.
Also it's got a totally enough blade, right?
So if you don't know about cutting with a single bevel, that means that one side has got the bevel, the other side is flat. And what happens is because you have an unequal amount of pressure on either side, just like an airplane wing, the knife doesn't necessarily travel straight through the food. I find if I'm trying to cut something very thinly with a single bevel, I actually aim it out at first, like away from the food until it bites in and straightens out. So it's difficult to make a straight cut, but it's very easy to go around things. So if you were taking a piece of daikon and you're trying to peel a cylinder shape, this knife would be amazing. Also, if you're trying to julienne something very, very, very thinly, this would be the way to do it. Now,
aerodynamic.
You know, if you're talking about your Suzuki Nikiri and a Tomato Slayer, the drifting kind of thing of the single bevel is not so much of an issue on something softer, but you get a Japanese knife is sharpened at 15 degrees on each side, and you end up with a 30-degree angle. Now, a German knife is 22.5 degrees, so you got a 45-degree edge that you're cutting with. If you've got this guy, it's 0 on one and 15 on the other. You've got a 15-degree angle, so it's just thinner, it's sharper.
Just to add his point, cutting straight is a little bit hard with the single bevel. It is when you're trying to cut like right in the middle of something, but when you're trying to actually cut like this way, it's much easier because you have the flatter side always on the side.
Oh, and the little slice you're cutting just sort of drives off the side of that bevel.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's, I guess the point is it's different,
Yeah.
and you have to actually practice with it.
Little
So when
bit.
you go to use it, it feels quite different.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, tell us about this little guy.
This one here, it's called Matsuba, means pine leaf. Again, more traditional single bevel knife. It's got a concavity in the back and the bevel on this side. It's great small slicing knife as well as small utility paring petty knife. It's just like really unique shape, right? So.
I bet you could take apart a chicken with that knife.
Oh yeah.
I know our man Nathan has one of these and is a big fan.
I love it. They have taken apart hundreds of chickens.
A little bit of skinning. It comes really handy for sure.
Okay, we need this one. Everyone needs one of these.
That's it.
Eel knife.
Are there any freshwater eel in Canada?
No, I don't know. You know better, probably.
I'm
not from here.
Would somebody please tell us if there are freshwater eel in Canada, or even in the United States? There's gotta be.
There's
gotta be.
This is something that's super cool though. Like you don't have to use them for a eel, right? You can just like use them on that.
Well, you just use it like a deba, like a small deba.
Or the small usuba. Just call it Sakimaru usuba, right?
You can indeed find American eels in freshwater and saltwater areas that are accessible from the Atlantic Ocean. So if you're going eel hunting and you need a knife,
that side, yeah.
Even though you live in Alberta or maybe somewhere else.
Hey, the internet's all over the world. Did you know that?
That's true.
It's the World Wide Web.
You know what we should do though? Just change the name to Sakimaru usuba.
But then how do you explain this peg that you get with it?
So then you spike the cucumber onto a cutting board. It's a vegan eel knife.
Yeah.
Vegan eel knife.
Yeah.
You heard it here first, folks.
There you go.
You know, the vegan place makes a great cucumber unagi.
Maybe the spike is just like a really crappy honing rod.
No,
don't do that.
No.
Don't do that.
If you didn't know, when you're cutting an eel, you often want to cut it while it's still alive because it goes into such strong like rigor mortis. As soon as you kill it, you can't cut it. So what you do is you put this spike through the head of the eel and it paralyzes it, and then you cut it while it's still alive. Whatever works, right? Okay, I hope that answered the questions. Let's go. Do we have any other questions here, folks?
Yeah.
Ask away. And if you've already bought everything for your garage sale, you're just hanging out with us. Thanks for sticking around. We're here for quite a bit longer. Nathan's going to boost our strength and our spirits here shortly with some no-name Franks off of a little Akachan barbecue, all beef.
Did you cut fancy slits into them?
He has scored them. Do we have like unagi sauce? I bet you that'd be great. A little Japa dog.
We have that covered in Japanese condiments. We might have some.
Yeah,
Well, let's get on it.
We've got
Hey, one of the things that we don't have a sample of right now to show you, but something to stay tuned for. We're working to get something really awesome. When Naoto and I were visiting Japan, we ended up in this area called Wakayama, and Wakayama is the home of Japanese soy sauce. So soy sauce and miso traveled from China, and this region was the first region to really start working on making it. We got a chance to go to one of the places that makes it, and this town called Yasua is famous for making soy sauce. Yuasa. And in Yuasa they make soy sauce, and some of the people from Yuasa actually ended up moving into Chiba area to become things like Yamasa and Kikkoman. So we went to the hometown of soy sauce in Japan, and there's some folks there that make soy in a very traditional manner, and they make very good quality soy. We also met a guy who I think we could liken him to the craft brewing, craft beer of soy. So he is thinking really interestingly about how to make soy sauce. You know, the taste of this guy's soy sauce was like times 10. You know what? It had so much flavor. It had so much more fragrance to it that really it is its own ingredient. So many times you use soy sauce here, you just sort of, it's in conjunction with other things. You add stuff to it. It's like a stock, right? This is its own thing. It has so much flavor, you don't need anything. Take the soy sauce, grate some daikon, mix it together, put it on fish, or just put the soy sauce on fish. It was absolutely incredible. Naoto is working on getting it to our stores so we can sell you soy sauce. It's going to be like $40 for a, you know,
Maybe like a bottle.
150 ml bottle or something, but
All right.
It's gonna be really the specialized specialized soy sauce that I consider that soy sauce as a you are tasting the soy sauce rather than like I'll probably put that on the very simple ingredients like tofu, like very simple tofu with a little bit of scallion, and that soy sauce will make the tofu so much more better than the something like that, or just like simple, just spinach, right? Just like the cooked spinach.
I did that yesterday.
Yeah, dash of soy with maybe a little bit of bonito flake. That'll make it really, really nice. Just opens up the flavor taste bud really good as well because of the super rich in amino acid on that soy sauce.
Yeah,
because a lot of them they don't really have the umami as much, right? It's just
right.
like the saltiness, but the amino acid that actually has.
Speaking of saltiness, who wants a hot dog?
Hot dog cam.
Come on over. We're switching to hot dog cam, folks.
Ken, please stay tuned. We don't know when, but hopefully we'll get it for you soon. It is so good. It is so amazing. Nathan's showing off his dog.
This is a 8-hour hot dog ASMR.
Chacho, we miss you. We wish you were here today, but thank you for not bringing whatever's going around your home to our home.
Is Kevin in chat?
Kevin's in chat.
Sweet. Hello, Kevin.
Hello.
Kevin, what is something that you were excited about at this garage sale? Maybe we can show off some of the stuff that you wanted to show people, if it's still available.
Oh, he may be able to join us on the stream.
Oh, can we stream him in here? I think the hard thing about doing that is nobody's actually in front of the computer right now. We're trying to get the glam shot set up for the hot dog.
He can get into our restream and he can just like
He can break in.
yeah, he can break in
into the stream.
Yeah, he can break in.
You can do a takeover. Do you know what is something that I think is really cool?
Oh, yeah, that one.
TV station.
Here's a knife. No, here's a knife. How do I make it go on me?
Just drag it in. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Someone else did it. Look, this is called a Sakai Takayuki Grand Chef. These knives are all over the place. And by all over the place, I mean in Japan, on all the knife stores in Japan. This is a super, super thin little slicer with these big grantins on the side that break up all the surface tension. It's like a little flexi. You could use this for carving like cured hams, slicing, portions of meat. It's a very utilitarian blade. It's $285. It's kind of like the old Mac and Misono style of knives. And I think, Naoto, what type of steel is this again?
They call it the Swedish stainless
This
steel.
is Swedish stainless. Yeah, so they often have a Swedish carbon steel or a Swedish stainless. And I think Hiramoto is one of the names, Masahiro. There's a lot of these companies that make this style of knife. Frankly, they're really boring, especially in comparison to all of the other amazing things that we get. But, sometimes as a chef, you just want a knife that you can drive really hard. You don't want to have to worry about its care. I remember having a Japanese knife in a kitchen and thinking, oh, I can't cut this with that knife. And trying to think to myself, like, how do I justify the fact I've got a knife I can only use on certain things? It's my job. It's my job. I need to cut whatever I want. So a knife like this, which is a mono steel as it's called, it's not layers of steel. It's really easy to put an edge back on it. So if you're in the middle of a day and you realize your knife is dull, you really don't have time to stop and sharpen it. This is the kind of knife that you can just tune up with the honing rod really easily. That's my story about that knife. You did what did you do? The soy sauce and what? I've been doing sauteed spinach with that Japanese sesame salad dressing on it. In fact, yesterday, I'm still so hooked on all the Japanese food that I ate a month ago. It was so delicious that I actually made tacos last night, but I served it in little like dishes. It looked like I was eating Japanese food, but it was actually just tacos, which is like came
to make you
together
feel like you were there.
as like just two real happy things for me. One, I absolutely love tacos, and two, eating food Japanese style is just so pleasant, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know when you're like no one walks down the street eating. You know when you like here you see somebody's like going somewhere mashing food or whatever. That's not a thing in Japan. You don't do that.
I like walk eating. It's efficient. Mike, what's your oddball favorite?
Oddball favorite.
Something
you are my oddball favorite,
thanks,
Nathan
Mike.
Garrow.
What wild and wacky knife? Oh, Kevin says this isn't an oddball, but his favorite is the Shoichi Hashimoto 240.
Is it gone already?
It probably is gone already.
One of my oddball favorites has got to be this Deba from Sakai Takayuki. It's crazy. Because look at that thing. So it's single bevel Deba with that Sakimaru tip, super tall heel. Like this thing looks crazy. It looks like a boat. It's hefty, big fat spine. I mean, mirror polished for all the obvious reasons to mirror polish something, which is usually why not. I think when you look at a mirror polished knife, there are no flaws in a mirror polished knife because you would see every one of those flaws as you tried to mirror polish it. I think that's one of the best things about a mirror polished knife. You can't fake it. Sandblasting and stuff allows you to cover up a few things. Sandblasting is like makeup for your knife. This is no filter. Is that what I'm trying to do? No? I don't know. Someone's laughing at me like I'm trying to make references for somebody 20 years younger than me and I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah. This is the I believe the Sakai Takayuki Deba. It might be the Genbu series. Badassu is more like it. That's something I think is super unique.
That Deba sold out. Michael Frawley in New Zealand got that one.
That's a perfect knife for a guy with a Ferrari.
Yep, sure is. And about 40 incredible Japanese knives.
What else? What do you like? Oh, what? What? Look at this knife. First of all, I didn't even notice this thing. This sucker's made out of HAP 40 steel.
Oh, that thing's awesome.
HAP 40 is laser beam steel. HAP 40 is really quite a tough, hard steel. Forging it is really tough and difficult. But look at this fun little petty. Okay, look at how it drops down to the spine. That gives you more height to your knife. Let me get those out of the way. They say when you put your hand behind the knife, it comes into focus. I say, maybe. So look at this thing. Fun little petty. The way it drops down is going to give you just a little bit more clearance on the blade. Fine little tip. Beauty little petty. Nice work. Shoichi Hashimoto. It's in a wooden box. I'm looking for it. Is it Shoichi? I think they've already claimed it. I think, the Shoichi Hashimoto, I think, has already gone to a new home. Sorry, Shacho. If there was something you really wanted, right at 8 a.m., you should have put it in your cart and bought it and pulled the trigger.
Yeah, should know that by now.
Yeah. I mean, this is a constant battle for you. There's all these beautiful knives you want, and you can never get them.
I am incredibly grateful for the rule that staff cannot purchase anything until the end of day one.
Right. That is one of the best rules ever.
Yeah.
Now you might be hung by your own petard there, but what else is cool? So many of the cool things are gone. This guy, this is the ATS-34 Kisuke Manaka. Now, ATS-34 is a really cool steel, common in some territories, common in the States. You'll see a lot of people that are sort of garage knife makers using this type of steel and a lot into hunting knives. However, if you heat treat this differently, you get a very different blade. You get something that's much higher in its hardness. A lot of hunting knives would be in the low, like high 50s, sort of the 56, 58 range in terms of hardness. But we're finding these guys in Japan using this steel, and they're getting it up into the early 60s. That's really quite hard, and hardness is what we love about Japanese kitchen knives. Hard steel allows the knife to stay sharper for a longer time. It also allows us to sharpen it to a finer degree, and it can hold that edge. Softer steel will bend. It'll just give up and fold over. Now, softer steel, as you might know, you can hit it a little harder, and it's not going to get damaged as easily. Harder steel tends to be more brittle. And the brittleness, can be sadness when you go to cut through something frozen and hard, or chop open a coconut, or go gardening with it, or do all the crazy things that we've heard people do, because it'll chip the edge of your knife. We can fix it. You send it into us. We grind it down. We make it look like it's new. It's a little shorter than before, probably about as much as the size of the chip. But, you do want to avoid that stuff. So great tip when you're using Japanese kitchen knives, or something that I found. When I give someone a Japanese kitchen knife and it's their first one, I say to them, don't try and cut anything that you wouldn't chew with your own teeth. Because you can cut a peach, but you don't want to cut the pit, just like you don't want to cut an olive pit. You're not going to use it on frozen foods, especially frozen, because it'll make the steel colder and more brittle. And when you're using your Japanese kitchen knife, don't scrape your cutting board down. If you can hear the edge of the knife making sounds on the cutting board, that's the edge of the knife saying, ow, 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 ow. You don't want to hear that, especially that twisting, scraping. And, one of the things I really find when cutting with a knife is the best thing to do is to slide the knife, not push it straight down. When you push straight down, you often don't cut all the way through the food. So it leads you to do this twist and scrape move, and that's a terrible knife technique. It's not really how a knife works, and it's definitely how you dull a knife. Now, I really like this Manaka Bunka. The ATS-34 is a really cool kind of steel. He's taken this knife and he's really polished it, but we've got this really awesome texture here on the side. It's really light. It's got a very nice bevel. It's very, very thin here. Pardon me. This is a beautiful knife. So $492. The steel is ATS-34, which is a stainless steel. Kisuke Manaka is the name, and this is the Tsuchime Bunka. A bunka and a santoku are somewhat interchangeable in their purpose. A bunka has got this attitude to the tip, though, and they cut the rounded curve off the tip. Effectively, you get a slightly thinner tip for doing some of that fine slicing kind of stuff. But arguably, they're very, very similar. And you should probably have one of each so you can figure out the difference on your own.
Ooh, we've got a really good question from Isaac. Is there something you want somebody to buy just so you don't have to consider it?
Do you see that table behind me, Isaac? Buy that. Well, fortunately, the big Nakiri is gone. But I will find you the thing that I want you to buy. Nope, that's the one. I would like you to buy one of these two Tsujihikis, please. This one is R2 powdered stainless steel and has about the coolest looking handle I've ever seen. Like, I'm sure you could get this handle on a knife, and then you could get someone to make your pistol grip the same. So this is a...
Hey guys.
What do you think there, boss man?
Can you hear us?
You know what? This
I'm trying to
also-
get my thing to. Hey, I think I'm working.
I think you are.
Oh,
Look at
good.
this Nigara, dude. Look at this thing. It's
Listen,
like,
that's one of them. That's
it's like
certainly
swashbuckling.
one that's on my list. Hey, thanks for having me today.
Thanks for coming.
Well, you really don't want what's in my house today, I don't think. I'm not living in a place with healthy people right now. Sadly. Quit
Sadly.
making me big.
I'll make you as big as I want.
Kevin, Brenda says, "Don't worry, she'll eat your lunch today. You're good."
Brenda's always eating Kevin's lunch.
Brenda eats my lunch a lot. It's not very nice, but she does that.
Hey, did you see this? Did you see this?
Maybe.
Uncle Greg scored this. And you know what, Kevin? Nathan, Uncle Greg said we could cut up our hot dogs with it if we wanted.
Oh yeah.
Look, I
Well-
love how. Well, do you have one of these? I think I stole yours.
You do have a habit of using people's tanks before, they get a chance to use it like you did to mine. Luckily, you made a video about it, so that was kind of a jerk move.
Is it a habit when you do it once?
Well, it sounds
Or
like
is it
you're
the
going to cut a
habit
hot dog
because,
with
like,
his
rubbing
now.
it in?
Sounds like you're going to use Uncle Greg's to cut a hot dog. So yeah, it's a habit when you do more than one.
I got a hot dog habit, I can tell you that much.
Listen, I don't know if there's any of these left, but the Kaitak Yuki Homura Gurin Yanagiba. In fact, anything from that Gurin line
Oh yeah.
is my thing.
I think he does something really smart with the Gurin. The way that
It says
the way
there's
that he
no
pulls the
sound
tang
currently. Hey, Mike, somebody says there's no sound.
somebody fix the sound.
It's okay. There it is.
Can we hear?
Maybe those were old comments. I think it's when I was kind of screwing around trying to break in, doing my pirate radio situation here.
Are you
So
Chris
those-
Shepard?
Anyway, back to those Gurin. Make those big. Let's see those.
So look at these Gurin. Look
Boom.
at how they pull that choil forwards. I think that's so smart because the knife is balanced right here. So when I'm holding it, I'm not wrapping my hand around too much of the heel of the blade. So I get to use the whole blade. But just look at the profile of that.
I'll tell you what, the 240, the 210, the petty, and that slicer, the whole line blows me away. It's almost like Doysens from a long line of master forgers, and he knows what he's doing.
Well, you met his father, didn't you?
I did.
Did
I
you
was
ever
really
watch
lucky.
him forge knives?
I did. I've actually got a knife of his that's unfinished.
Really?
Yeah, but it's got crack in it, so it's not worth finishing. But it's I met the man himself. It was a big deal, and it was he played one of the funniest blacksmith jokes on me that blacksmiths love playing is they pick up a piece of steel that's not red hot, but is still incredibly hot, and they pick it up with their bare hands and they hand it to you. And of course, I grabbed it, went ah, and dropped it on the floor because even though being a chef, I can still grab hot things, but man, blacksmiths, they can grab hot things.
Well, let me tell you, when we were watching Tanaka-san forging, I was watching for quite a while, and then I started to realize, oh, he's not wearing gloves. His hands are just black. But then as I'm watching him forge, he's standing there and he pulls the piece of the steel out of the fire that's red hot. He grabs a piece of core steel, dips it in water, dips it in the flux, and then just puts it on a bar of steel with his finger and holds it for, a few seconds so it stays in place, and then pops it in the oven. I was just like, man, you're made of steel. Like, that was crazy. But I mean, he stood in this hole in the corner of his shop and he hammered out knives the whole time. I mean, he's been working there since he was in his early 20s or even younger. It was his dad's workshop. His dad worked there for 50 years. He's been there for 50 years. His son is currently working with him and will be there for 50 years. Like, it's just the way it goes, right? But what a crazy experience. Like, watching these guys forge is so cool.
So you were there recently, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
That's one of the stops you. Do they still have the sharpening in the back of the shop?
No, they weren't sharpening there.
Oh yeah, because that's where Oda-san used to work, was in the back. So basically, you go through back door, and then you're in Oda-san's little shop. And he gave us that really great powder one point that we used to use to give the Hankasumi finish on the knives. He'd finish it on the stones, and then you get a little bit of this powder on a wet cork, and then rub it on the blade, and it would just give the perfect polish, man. And,
that's so cool. Well, that cork trick is really smart. It's great. Like, even if you're just sanding a piece of steel, it's great to not just use your finger, because your finger is going to apply uneven pressure. If you can sand using a cork, you get a much more even finish. And those abrasive powders are awesome too. Gives you that real like foggy look.
It was great. Listen, okay, so can I just talk about knives that I think are fantastic right now that I want personally?
Yeah, do it.
Obviously, it was the Shoichi Damascus, but did we get one or two of those? Because I think there's one of them in a store still, if it hasn't gone yet, which means it should hit.
We got two. One's in the Calgary retail store till 6 o'clock if no one has bought it yet.
If no one's bought it,
in Ottawa.
It'll get back onto the website, which is great. The other ones are the Kogetsu by Doi-san. I still like, you know what? I love the shape of these, and I love the shape of those.
Is this the Kogetsu?
Homura. They're the ones we've had for a while, Mike. The ones with that kind of really rounded tip at the front. Yeah, and it's that petty. I actually may have found. Oh no, that's not the petty. I may have found a petty at the back that was awaiting a handle, and I may have put it aside recently.
I think those Kogetsu petties, man.
Yeah, I think
that would make the best set of steak knives ever.
I may have actually stole it out of Naoto's work pile and put it somewhere else.
Oh, that's right. I saw that.
And he caught me doing it, so I can admit it now because he caught me doing it.
You know that there's a 240 Gyuto of this that I want, and I think if you had the 240 or a 270 Gyuto of that, imagine portioning steak, like cutting tenderloin and strip loin with that thing. It would just glide through the meat. It would be so amazing. Yeah, the slicer is beauty. And the petty knife looks kind of like it's got that real curve, and I think it would make a great petty, but still, I think if you had 6 of those as steak knives.
That would be brilliant. Well, that petty, there is, like I said, there is one that had a damaged handle, and it's now hidden in a separate pile. I'm waiting for a nice pink handle. So we've got some of those, what you like to call bowling ball handles, or those psychedelic handles. I got a pink one coming just for that. I'm really excited.
But look at this. This is this Nakagawa Gyuto. But look at this handle. It's like, I mean, it's got a bit of that acrylic with the sort of gold plus the wood.
So I got a Kato Gyuto with that handle, but it was red instead of where the brown is.
Oh yeah.
I got that at the last garage sale. That was pretty awesome. Listen, I know that you were talking about the Nigara, Kurochi, Damascus earlier, but those are ones that are certainly on my list as well.
Nigara knives are so nice. You know, he was making some crazy Damascus steel when we were there. He is a very talented blacksmith, but he's also got a mind about how to produce stuff and not just only make the super fancy stuff. He wants to do both, but he gets it. You know, he knows that he's got to build up the blacksmithing in his region. So he's got 5 guys working for him. He's training them very intently, that they're not just automatons who know how to do one step of the job and that's it. He wants them to become their own blacksmith, move on, apprentice their own people, and really expand the work in that region. But that's not as fun as this thing. Look, do you want to see what Nathan's doing? I can show you what Nathan's doing.
I want to see that, because you know what, Mike? You know that I have 2 Honyaki blades, and you know that I'm always interested in another. Because both of mine are 240 Gyutos. You know what I would really love, though? Because I never see them, is a Honyaki Petty. Just because I never see
Petty.
I've never seen one.
Yeah, because that's a waste of time. There was a Honyaki. Where's the Honyaki Super Blue?
Oh, Super Blue Honyaki I'm interested in. I've never actually seen that. I've only seen white carbon steel generally.
Yeah, so look at this. He made this Honyaki with Super Blue carbon steel, which is pretty rare.
Oh my God. All I'm seeing is reflection, but I know what. Ah, there we go. You can see the hem on nicely there.
I'll put the hem on right next to Doctor Who.
Yeah, I see Doctor Who there. That must be my favorite cup.
Sky's gonna.
You can see Sky. Hi, Sky. That's you know what, the polish. I don't know who polished that. Naoto will know, but the polish on those Honyakis right now is so deep. Like, people talk about mirror polish and they say, oh, this is a mirror polish or this is a mirror finish. But not everybody's mirror is the same, right? And that's deep.
Well, sometimes their mirror is just very shiny.
Yeah, exactly. That looks like a mirror. This knife blows me away. Ugh.
Yeah, and it's Algami Super. That's crazy. Usually they're just like white carbon, right? So that's the Ikeda Yoshikazu. Algami Super Honyaki, mirror finished, 240 Gyuto.
Listen, if that's still around at the end of the week, I'm very interested. It's a 240 though, right?
That's a 240.
Do I need a third 240 Honyaki?
I bet you could, Nathan's having a baby shower soon. I bet you could give, instead of the diaper bag he was really hoping for, I bet you just give him a 240 Honyaki.
Oh, I was giving him a drum set. Because every parent wants their kid to have a drum set. Listen, Greg has got a funny question here, Uncle Greg. Uncle Greg, who is the new owner of a tank that we're going to use to cut hot dogs. Uncle Greg is saying, if you're putting together a set of, say, 5 blacksmiths, who would they be? What do you think about
Nakagawa,
that, Mike Grinch?
Nakagawa, Manaka, Tanaka, Nigara, probably Kurosaki. Like, he makes really great knives too.
Yeah. Why am I only allowed 5?
That's a very good question.
5's not fair. 5's not fair. I'm gonna say I want a Moritaka Hanazuki. I want a Masashi Gyuto. I want a Takeda Gyuto as well. A Fujiwara Denka Nikiri with a wah handle like I have. Something from Doi, both of them. Father and son. I'm at 2 now, right?
That's 2.
That's 2. Okay, so I'm doing good. Hinura. A Hinura.
Oh, yeah.
One of Hinura river jump hatchet. And a Kurosaki Petty. And an Ikeda and Anru Nikiri.
Well, I really like
that tall slicer they make. So I would take, like, the Masakagi 270
slicer.
Yeah. That's like that tall slicer style that I really like.
Like this Kurosaki.
Oh, a Kurosaki.
He's adopted a lot of those shapes. But look, it's not only is it a tall slicer, but he's done the thing where he drops the spine down. So you've still got the thinner blade, but you get more knuckle clearance.
Well, you know why he's done that, because he was learning how to make hunting blades from Saji. So he was learning to make hunting blades and handles from Saji-san. And you can still see in some of his Western handle knives, you can still see that real connection to Saji's style for hunting knife and handles.
Listen, I think he is a fantastic knife maker. And something that I've been seeing more and more is that cobalt steel. You know, we get the Sasame series that he makes. And that cobalt steel, which is like VG10, but more robust, that stuff holds an edge like crazy. Even though it's a little bit softer than a VG10 blade, like I've seen a lot of people bringing those knives in for the first time, and they've had them for years.
Yeah.
They're exceptional. Could be the steel, could be the knife maker. You never know.
Well, it's bit of A and bit of B, right? Because you can give the same person. You can give you and I and Naoto and Nathan and Sky. You can give us all flour, water, salt, and yeast, and say make a loaf of bread, right? And we'll make 6 different loaves of bread, and some will be better and some won't be. And that's called craftsmanship. So even if you start with the same materials, you can get vastly different results. I know people are always asking me, or like, people used to always bug me in the shops and say, well, this is VG10 and this is VG10 and this is VG10. Why are they all different prices? They're all the same. And the answer is no, they're not all the same, right? Like anything VG10 from like when Andrew-san was still forging knives, man, he made VG10 knives so much nicer than everybody else.
Well, they were all the same price.
You know,
they were all the same price when the blank piece of steel came out of the factory, right?
Exactly. And everybody's flour, salt, and water and yeast was the same price too. But we all made different loaves of bread. So it's the craftsmanship really matters, right? Oh, who else would I have? Yoshimi Kato. I'd have one of his Damascus.
Ikeda.
Definitely Ikeda.
Ikeda. Say like if he was to turn, if he was to make a Tinker tank, I would probably buy one of those.
If who was?
If he was going to make a tank.
Ikeda?
Ikeda.
He does forge the tanks.
I know. And Uncle Greg just bought one. I feel like it would be rude to leave Ikeda off the list for Greg, who has just bought a knife from Ikeda.
Fair enough. Okay, so our list was basically a lot
all
of
them. I narrowed mine down to ones of knives that I don't currently own.
Oh.
I really want the Manaka Nakiri because it's just like a little bigger in a lot of the dimensions. The Manaka ATS 34 is what I want.
Listen, have you used my ATS 34 Gyuto?
No.
Dude, it's wild. It's
I'll
wild.
Stop by later.
It's no, don't come here.
Oh, right. I don't want to stop by.
This is the quarantine house. Do not come to this house.
No.
Do not come to this house.
What do you think about his ATS 34?
The only problem I have with it is that because he forges that kind of diamond shape profile, it doesn't stick to the magnet properly.
Oh, I bet you it spins a bit, hey?
Because it goes, you put it up and it goes, burp. So you gotta like kind of wedge it up there. So listen, if that's my complaint, right? It's not how it works, it's not how it feels, it's not how it looks, it's not how it stays sharp. None of those are the problem.
All right, Mr. Tubey. That's the 225.
Oh, Michael Tubey.
Dude, Nigara's knives are so nice. Like the way they're sharpened is really nice.
And he's sharpening them and grinding them better than before.
Yeah, well, he was going for crazy sharpness. So they were getting a little bit thin. They were really on the edge of living on the edge. Living on the edge. Get it? He's a blacksmith living on the edge. grinding it too thin.
You're fired, Mike.
I could work for the Calgary Herald. Here's a man living on the edge.
Bluetooth mode.
Hey, Mike. Hey, now we can sing karaoke.
Can we?
Well,
Yeah, okay, Mr. Chubby, we've got that guy here. Let's take a look at it.
can you
We'll give you
imagine?
some weights and measures. So we'll put it on the scale. It is a grand total of 241 grams. And you know what? It's actually fairly thin for a Nigara. So just, I'll put it right here, just about right where you want to hold it. 2.3. 2.3. So it's pretty even the whole way down. Not a lot of that distal taper, but a really nice grind. And you can see he thins it out towards the tip. So you're going to have a nice fine tip, a little bit thicker at the back. Get you a close up on the.
So, Mike, why does
handle.
he grind it that way differently?
Because if you just grind it the same way all the way along, once you get up to the tip here, it'll actually end up being, as it's narrower, you get quite a fat kind of tip, and your the edge of the bevel is quite low, so it gets a real wedge sort of feel to it. Plus, you know, that wedgier kind of bit is a little bit stronger, so it's nice to have that strength down near your hand where you got more pressure. But it's nice to be nice and thin up the tip, so you're doing finer stuff. So I call it 3D sharpening.
But that's interesting because not everybody does that.
That's my line.
I call it 3D sharpening because Naoto called it 3D sharpening, and I thought that's the best way to describe it. So instead of it being one angle, it actually, I don't know if you can see what I'm doing with my hand, flattens out towards the tip. That's because people who are really smart sharpen knives. I'm working on a blade right now. Naoto's been working on this one for a while. So Doi gave him this last time, I think it was. It was there. I got one of these this time, and it's really quite interesting. I've done a lot of the grind to it, but I haven't done this part up here at the tip. I needed to consult my sensei a little bit more before I took the plunge into trying to do that 3D sharpening. It's difficult.
I used to have a chef that would bug me. Do you remember Aaron Bearrobe?
Yep.
I used to sharpen his gyuto in a really strange way. He always wanted it toward the front end of the gyuto. He wanted it sharpened at a lower angle, so it'd be sharper than the heel, and I'd sharpen the heel at a more fat, robust angle to give so he could do rotten things to the heel, but fine work with the tip.
Smart guy.
I miss that
ahead of
guy.
his time.
He used to give me challenges I didn't like, but I like that guy. I miss that guy. I miss his food, man.
Oh,
His
like
restaurant in Toronto was outstanding. Rest in peace.
Shiro Kamo, AS.
Hey, do you want to hear a funny story about Shiro
He's
Kamo?
asking what we think about it.
Mike,
Yeah.
before I left
What's
London, I bought a knife from Shiro Kamo.
Right.
A Nikiri with a round front. They call it a Kamigata, but it's like a 165, 180 Nikiri. And I still haven't used it. I've owned that knife now for 17 years. And I was saving it for when I opened my restaurant. I was going to use it on opening day of my restaurant.
You need to use that right now. You need to use
I'm
that right
saving
now
it.
because
I'm saving
because
it for
no,
my
that's
opening
what you're
day of my
telling me is
restaurant.
you haven't used it yet. That means you're still planning on opening a restaurant, and don't be a crazy fool and open a restaurant.
It's
Don't
in a
do it.
box here in my office.
Use that knife right now. Break the curse.
It's waiting for that. So Kamo-san was one of the first blacksmiths I bought a knife from. But unfortunately, he's so busy. He's like he really just can't keep up with demand, and he really wants to sell a ton of knives in Japan. So we get them sometimes when we can. Sometimes at garage sale they show up.
Excuse me. I'll be back.
What's that?
Yoshida Hamono ZDP 189 Bunka.
Tell me about it,
Zillipiece.
Naoto.
Do you have any knives with the ZDP, Kevin?
Of two.
Oh,
Sadly,
there you go.
one of them is a Deba.
Oh, what? Who made that?
An idiot. So yeah, I actually fixed. I had sold two. Well, I had two of them in the shop at one point. I sold one. I kept one.
Oh,
This was about 15 years ago now.
that's
And then I had to sharpen a chip out of that Deba.
oh
And that's back now to when I didn't have the wheel. I just had I had a sander, like a belt sander, and and stones and a lot of elbow grease.
Great thing about these steel is that because it's a high speed powder steel, it can take the high heat from the grind, like the grinder. Anyways, ZDP 189. Yeah.
I was gonna say, if you use the blue zirconia belts too, don't use like the sanding belts and stuff. Use like the zirconia ones. They work a lot better.
Yeah. Still, the great thing about high speed steel is that even if it heats up, it doesn't lose its hardness, right? Anyway, so ZDP 189, as we've been kind of saying, is really great steel. It has such high hardness and high wear resistance. So when it's chipped, it's so hard to fix. But in turn, you get such great sharpness and edge retention. Yoshida-san, they decided to use ZDP 189, and they do have this facility that they can make a 3-layer cladding in-house. So they make the 3-layer cladding there and forge it into the knife gear.
I didn't know that. I've never been there, as you know.
No. It's in a little bit of remote area too, right? So
okay, we're going there
but
next
it's great.
time.
It's nice and thin. Yeah, edge is really nice and thin. Keep stitch probably the craziest. And there are not many knife makers who uses a ZDP 189 as a kitchen knife these days.
No, you know what? When Visti and I were visiting with Takamura, taking photos for the book, Takamura's dad had just won that award, right? With the well, maybe you can remember it better. It was something about advancing kitchen knife technology, like basically starting to use high-tech stainless steels.
Yeah, he was basically got the award or some sort of thing from the emperor office.
Yeah.
Or working in a traditional craft for that long time, right?
So then to celebrate, they made 100 of those Santokus, remember?
Yeah.
Of SG2, which is
another SG2 steel that's the hammer pattern,
yeah, but it's not nearly as hard as ZDP. But
no.
I've never been in a forge when they were hammering SG2 steel, I think, because the sound was so loud, Naoto, and their hammer hits pretty hard and fast. And I had not brought earplugs that day, and I had both of my fingers in my ears, and Visti was too, and Visti was trying to take pictures. I've never heard that sound, the pitch and the ringing. I just remember the steel had a real ringing sound every time he hit it, and it was deafening, man. It was deafening. And I don't know if ZDP would be the same. I don't know if it was just the ridiculous hardness of the steel that caused that, or if it's something specific about SG2.
It may be the it comes really more nerdiness, but it's probably loud when they were doing cold forging, not so much on a hot forging.
It was cold forging, yeah.
Yeah, the cold forging will definitely make it a little bit more, and also some people raise the temperature a little bit more. Like the cold forging is not just a room temperature forging. Some people actually heat it up a little bit. So it really depends on that temperature range that they decide. If they leave it, they want to keep the steel really nice and rigid. They probably keep it a little bit lower so that it makes that a little bit more that kind of sound, right? So that's probably the way that they do. Because
Well-
the like Kurosaki uses R2, and I don't think they make that kind of a big ringing sound when when he's forging it, right?
Actually, true. I've seen him forging that, so you're right. It was insane. It was so loud.
Okay.
Are we answering questions? Because I've got other
I
knives.
think it's changed. Yeah. Oh,
That
then
150 broke that nail to fix it. I didn't break that. It was broken, yes, but I didn't break that.
no.
Let's be honest here. I didn't break that.
Yep.
Knife.
No, you didn't. No, that was that had a good days, and yeah, I repaired it and So it's not you. No, it's not you.
I still want that knife back, though. That little 150 Gyuto is such
Yeah.
an addictive shape. Man, that is a knife you can do so much fun with. It's just great.
Yeah.
Do you have a Kitauka Matsuba near you?
Yes.
Because I think that's a brilliant little knife. And I know that our man Nauta, or Nathan, I know that our man Nathan really likes that knife too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think that is one of these overlooked knives. It's $125. It's 120 mil, and a great little butchery knife, a great little utility knife. There's Nathan Garrow behind you. He has got the same knife. Maybe ask him what he thinks of that guy. Oh, he's just whispering into Mike's ear. That was nice.
It's an intimate stream.
What do you think of that
Yeah.
knife?
I think it's really good.
He's the only
it's
maker
small-
I've seen that. Sorry, he's the only maker I've seen that makes that shape. I've never really seen that before anywhere.
Right. It's really unique shape. I mean, like, yeah. As a regular line, I've never seen any other people actually using making it. I mean, it's possible, right? Because this is just a really small Sakimaru.
But it's cool, and it's so nice to do butchery and stuff with it. It's just a really handy little blade.
And thick enough spine, and it's great.
And do you have any of those Kato SG2 Damascus petties left?
Remember seeing
We
it
might
on the
have
table,
one, yeah.
I got a bunka.
Well,
Remember
I
seeing
actually
them.
managed to get one of those. I really like it.
Remember seeing them, but Mike is going
We got
out.
a bunka of the Kato SG2. If that's what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
because
Oh,
I've got the
man.
240. I got a 240 Gyuto of that, but I kind of want a petty of one too.
You know, this thing always shocks me how light they are.
Oh, it's crazy.
I guess I've just become used to how effing cool they look, though. Like, that is crazy cool looking. And like the sort of the there's a weird kind of like shine, like opalescent kind of shine that goes on with this nickel Damascus. That's like, look at the waviness of the edge of that. That's so beautiful. But I brought over this funny thing.
It's the time for that knife.
No, it's not for hay. It's for lettuce. You're welcome.
Michael.
Listen, it's so smart. You go down to pick a lettuce or a head of cabbage. Where's the setup here? Where is it? Right here.
There it is.
Right? This is me holding the lettuce. And you want to go and you just shove the knife straight in and it cuts it off. You don't have to monkey around trying to get to where you're going. This is designed just for that job. And then I'm sure you could just use it like an all-purpose knife. Like this is a garden knife.
I've never used one in the kitchen, but I want to.
I bet you it'd be awesome.
I want to cut shallots with it.
Oh, nice.
How many slots?
How many shallots?
Someone throw Nathan off the loading dock, would you?
Mike was telling me the other day about somebody who invented an air freshener. That's mind-controlled air freshener. It makes sense if you think about it.
So, someone's asking the.
Can you change the
I let you
password
know
on
to just
Livestream so we
avoid
can't
it.
get in anymore? Okay, we're gonna change the password and kick you out.
Someone's asking if you know about the Moto Kyuichi. Yes, we do. There's actually a knife from them. It is
Okay, I
under
wanna know.
Kokoro brand, but it is certainly made by Moto Kyuichi in Nagasaki. Aogami Super with the I think it's got a stainless. Oh no, carbon clad. What they say is even it's got the line here. It's a carbon clad.
Mm-hmm.
Really good, beautiful blade. It's got a really nice forging technique.
How heavy is it? What's the grind like on there?
Weight here. Let them.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
The weight is like for 210, it's a 187. In comparison, you have to compare to something. Super light knife like the Seki Kanetsugu. Like 50 grams more, so which is like 50% more, but still super light knife. Very interesting grind. Little bit more robust, for sure. It's not like razor. It's not like super thin.
Can you see the grind line? Where the black meets the white there is not the grind. The grind is here. It's really hard to show it on the camera, or maybe not.
Oh,
Can
there,
you see it?
yeah, you can see it now if you know what you're looking
Yeah,
for.
yeah.
There it is.
You can see where kind of the Nishiji finish ends.
Yeah, but that's not where the grind goes to.
It's not just. It's just the design.
It is
Yeah.
design.
Yeah,
It's really interesting.
He
I
blasted.
actually, by looking at it, I thought it was ground way higher. Like I thought it was actually going to be really, really fragile, but it's not. It's just an optical illusion.
And it's
That's kinda
pretty
neat.
robust as well. It's pretty not heavy, but it feels pretty substantial.
Yeah,
in
it
my
feels
hand.
it feels dense, right?
Yeah.
It feels like it's a really great blade, actually.
And it's the edges again. It's not that thin, so it'll be really tough actually. So it's great, great knife, and it looks pretty too. Yeah.
Hey, Paul, what did you buy? You've been around. You've been on the streams as we've been running up to the garage sale here. So curious to know if you picked something up, and if so, what it was.
I
You
got a
are
question.
an astute knife purchasing person.
I got a question. Do you have that Kurosaki Hap 40 Petty left?
Kurosaki Hap 40 Petty.
It says Gecko Petty.
Oh, sorry, no, it's Geico.
No, it's Gecko. Gecko.
Seriously, Nathan, you're cruising for a bruising. The Geico Petty.
Do you know you can throw stuff at Nathan? It's fine.
Oh fuck! Sorry.
You guys are
That's the,
being mean to him.
The Black Coach Damascus.
Because I've never seen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how would he know that he was loved if we weren't mean to him?
Oh no, the this.
So, Mike, have you even had this Hap 40 Gecko
That's-
Petty in your hand? Like, I don't even know what it is. I've never seen one.
No, I haven't seen it.
Naoto picked this up when you were in Japan, and this is not a thing. I know nothing about it.
Well,
And I'm in the
Naoto's
mood-
off to go and take one out of a shelf somewhere, but I haven't seen it yet.
I don't know if you can
I
tell
know
I'm in the
he ran
mood for a
around
Petty.
Listen, I got to tell you a secret. When I was in Japan, I know about half of what Naoto did, because a lot of what he did was in a secret code that I don't understand.
Yep.
I held the camera. I'm really looking forward to Sky fixing all my footage and turning them into something good. She's like giving it the, she's like kissing the frog here, and hopefully we get some really good videos. Because what we'd like to do
into a Prince, I think.
is to make
Footage
some
is the
blacksmith profile videos.
Oh god.
We could put them on a website even, and you could try and get an idea of whose knife you're buying, not just what knife you're buying.
Which website would you put them on?
We We got a few videos that we can play.
Sorry, Kevin. Nathan was saying something.
So which website? You said you might put them on a website.
Well, I was thinking about this one called knifewear.com.
Wow, is that what we're doing right now? Maybe tell us about
We
that.
could put
Mike.
it on knifewear.com via this other website. Possibly you've heard of it, called youtube.com. It's pretty popular. It might get up there. People might hear about it one day. But I think, Nathan just said that we've got a couple of these videos ready. Do you want to watch one?
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah,
Get in there.
local video.
Because I didn't
So,
go on this trip. I haven't been to
either-
Japan since October 2019, man.
Nigara
I found
or
it. Sorry.
Tanaka.
That's the Kurosaki.
I found it.
I have seen this. It looks kind of funky.
Do you want Nakagawa, Nigara, or Tanaka?
First, I want
Nakagawa.
Naoto to tell me about that knife.
This is Kurosaki Gecko Petty 150.
This is the knife you want, dude. This thing is a laser beam, and it's shiny polished like you like it.
It's really nicely made. It's nicely sharpened. Half 40 again is one of the probably best knife steel around in terms of the retention. It will keep the edge really nice. And look at the shape.
Yeah, it's really wild, right? I like the curve to the blade. Like it seems to have potential. Like
He's actually changing up his whole Senko into this shape.
Really?
Yeah. Next batch we're getting he calls it the Senko A, the sharp.
The thing that when I first saw this setup,
Can you show us the spine real quick?
the thing that threw me off when I first looked
Oh,
at it was I
man.
thought it wasn't stuck into the handle straight, and then I realized it was that tang was kind of hammered in that way.
That's wild. Is it polished, the spine too? Like it looks rounded
it's
and
pretty-
polished.
It's nicely polished.
I think we're watching Kevin shop for knives right now.
Right.
This is teleshopping.
These things are.
Well, it's sitting here, but I'm not quite sure if it's actually,
That's possible. They just haven't picked the order yet.
Yeah.
But
I love how it polishes.
If we're gonna continue on having the Kevin live shopping network, can we see the camo Damascus Petty with the paca, the orange paca handle, the ones that Ellie loves, those knives? 'Cause
listen,
I think that's a winner.
that's a great knife for a big hand too.
Well, it's also a great knife when you're talking about decoy knives because they look cool. And with that paca wood handle and VG10 steel, I've actually put it through the dishwasher a few times. I don't know if you guys know, but I used to test a lot of knives really hard, some of them. And I wanted that one because I thought people would maybe that treat their knives badly would like that. And I stuck mine through the dishwasher 7 days in a row. And the only difference to the blade and that was the handle got a little bit duller looking and a little bit less smooth. So I'm a fan. If you're going to be massively rotten to your knives, I think that's a great line. And if you're not going to be rotten to them, they just work great. I think as a chef, that little petty would be perfect to keep on the line during service.
Well, it's something that's a little strange for us to understand is that some people don't really care a lot about knives.
Yep.
What some people care about is being able to cut food really nicely, dependably, regularly, day in and day out, and not actually want to go to our store and get their knife sharpened all the time. And that knife would do it. If you wanted something to cut food and you wanted it to work really well for a really long time, that's a great choice.
I found one that's
What does
widely
that
slaved.
mean? I don't know what that means.
I think it's kind of like a Kasumi finish type thing. Something that looks misty,
Yeah,
cloudy.
foamy, foggy.
Okay.
I picked out a few for you there.
You need one or some like Kurosaki Fuji?
So here's a couple that have got that foggy finish. This is a Homura,
Guren.
the Homura Guren. That is a beautifully foggy finish. Nice Very nice tapered bevel. You can't really see, by the way, I just did that, but whatever. It's pretty. This is a beautiful knife. A little bit thicker at the spine, a little bit more weight. Now, this is Munetoshi, who we got to see recently. We were in Japan. He was actually making rice harvesters, sickles, when we were there. But he makes these really beautiful white #2 knives. You know what? This is just a real classic Japanese knife, man. Nice santoku, nice weight. Kind of flares out at the tang, so it's a nice, comfortable grip with the D-shaped handle. But we've got this fella. This is what I get. This is made by Tanaka, and
yeah,
just like beautiful. Again, some of that 3D sharpening, like Naoto's term for sharpening this way, where it gets thinner up towards the tip, a little wider at the heel. Super smart way of sharpening a knife. Like good amount of core steel sticking out here. Nice foggy finish. So the tag on this one says Sakai Kikumori, Kikumori, Asagiri, Asagiri. So if you're searching for it online, that's it right there. And it's white carbon #2, clad with stainless.
Is there a petty of that? I'm just shopping for me now. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm looking for a petty, Mike.
The answer is yes, there is a petty.
I'm looking for a petty, and I'm looking for anything cool.
It's got nicely polished. I would even say that the spine isn't rounded so much as it's beveled along the edges.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Nice finish inside. It's got sort of that kotetsu sort of shape to it. Not a ton of curve, but a little bit of a curve on the edge. Just nice. I think it's an oak handle, actually.
You know, those one-piece oak, I used to hate one-piece handles. I didn't think they would hold up because I'd seen too many that didn't. But now that they're making them out of oak or paca wood, they're much better. So the one line in my book that I wrote about knives that says avoid that kind of handle, I have to take a lot of that back now and say white oak handles and the paca wood handles do a great job of holding together. They don't crack like some of the first generation of those single wood handles.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got a question here. It says, if you had to choose a price versus performance 240 Gyuto, which would you choose? I think they're looking for most horsepower per dollar, right? Is that what they're looking for?
Yeah, well, this is this is our man Makoto Kurosaki. This is a 240 Gyuto. This is SG2 steel, and it's $317. That is in close running with this guy. Okay, one way to get price and performance balance is to not get into things that are like Damascus steel, because you're not getting a ton of performance. You're getting a lot of pride in your knife. You're really getting something that looks super cool. It's a lifetime object, right? Might as well look good. So if we're going to get something that's just got a plain polished finish, we've got a couple of things here. So this is HAP 40. This is from Hatsu Kokoro. HAP 40 steel is incredibly tough, incredibly sharp, has very high wearability, which means it doesn't dull very easily. It also doesn't sharpen terribly easily. So if you're looking for something you want to sharpen yourself, this would not be the easiest to get the most out of it. However, that's what we're here for, is to do stuff like that for you. This knife absolutely slays. This is so good, and it's $350. That's going to get you a lot of price versus performance. Now we've got this guy, which is getting into the carbon steel territory, white carbon #2. Sharpenability is very good, very easy for you to keep this edge maintained. 3,000, 4,000 grit stone on a regular basis to keep that edge up. 400, 1,000 to bring the edge back up. This is a simple knife. We've just got a classic magnolia handle with the horn ferrule. This is a great knife too. So this is the Munetoshi Gyuto.
there's another one that's the really simple Sakai Kikumori molybdenum vanadium, like single piece of steel, really beautiful handle, 280 for 240 mil gyuto. This is really good for people working in the kitchen. It's really robust. It's still nice and thin. It's sharpened very Sakai way, 70-30, so that it's a little bit right-handed bias, but you can sharpen them any way you want. And like the outer box edge is really nice. It's got the
$280 for that guy. If we're searching this online,
good.
what's it saying?
Sakai Kikumori molybdenum vanadium.
Naoto, you said it's got a 70-30 sharpening. What does that mean?
Yeah. So it's sharpened on one side bigger than the other, or the more than the other, so you can feel this bevel this side more than the other. So what happens is that when you're right-handed, when you're cutting a carrot very thinly, it feels almost like a carrot is peeling off from the carrot.
So in fact, there's two different angles.
Is there an advantage to sharpening like that?
Angles. The sharpen more. But what's up?
I was just going to say, is there an advantage in the kitchen, or is there an advantage to the knife sharpener for sharpening like that?
As I said, it peels off so that it doesn't stick on the blade as much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is there an advantage for the knife sharpener sharpening like that? I'm just asking questions about this because I think you and I, Mike, whatever, we've all sharpened shitloads of blades. I mean, bunches of blades. And we really kind of have a deep understanding of it. But I also thought maybe we could just get into that a little bit deeper for some people that are watching.
I'm not sure if there's any advantage for sharpeners to sharpen that way. It's certainly a little bit easier because you just work on one side and take the burr, basically taking the burr off from the other side. So a little bit easier. And also this mono piece, the single piece steel, rather than say the clad steel like these ones, this you always have to make sure you expose the core steel in order for knife to be functional. This one you can sharpen basically any way you want by mean you make the one side super big bevel or the other side or whatever you want. So that's pretty also an advantage. But these are great selections. In terms of like pure, I guess the edge retention per dollar, like this Hub 40 $350 one, it's just outperforms everyone else. But it's a little bit hard to sharpen, and if you chip it, it's good luck. Well, good luck to us. You probably be sending this back to us and let us fix it, right? So
it's so hard fixing that stuff. It's so hard.
But those were
my advice is if you're looking for a knife that you mean like most horsepower per dollar or price versus performance, I think stay away from, like if you're just looking to get like the biggest bang for your buck, right? Things like Damascus steel cost. So don't get Damascus. Things like polishing cost. So often Kurochi blades that are just left black, often you can get a better deal that way, especially if it's all carbon steel. Carbon steel blades are a bit easier for the blacksmiths. And you can often find some big values in carbon steel. As well, cheap handles, like the Masakaki Mizu line, right? Big bang for the buck. Like super thin Aogami 2 blade. And it's Kurochi, so it's not been polished, it's not been ground off or anything. And a super cheap handle on it, right? So things like that. Problem with the cheap handles, I feel like cheap handles. And nobody ever likes them.
is great. Like this here. Like simple.
Cheap handle nobody likes.
For those who likes the European style handle, this is really great. Mono steel, really thin. This is one of the Mike's favorite. Super thin. Molybdenum vanadium, one-piece steel. They sharpen 50-50, but they sharpen to super thin edge right here. 131 for 240 gyuto.
That's crazy price. Mike and I both have the petties of that line. I don't know if Mike has the Hanasuki yet. I know he wanted it.
Yeah.
I still want it.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Anyway, I think I might let you guys go because I think my feed is slowing. I keep getting a flashing thing up that says my feed is slowing down.
Oh.
I'm not plugged in. I'm just using Wi-Fi today.
Right.
And my house is full of people, I think, playing video games.
Well,
Yeah, we got a profile.
yeah, let's show the blacksmith.
We got a profile from, we queued it up a while ago, so I forget who. But you can, this one you guys can talk over if you feel like. But we'll pop it up right here.
Yeah. Nice chill music too, Mike. This is Nakagawa-san from Sakai, I guess, right? It's the whole region. He was just showing us how he was forging some big debas. And Mike is basically standing right behind him in this like corner, only like, I don't know, foot by foot. Yep.
Can we grab some of his knives and see them after this?
Yeah.
So you see how he's doing that? He's drawing the point out of the knife. Not everybody forges a little bit different, right? Everybody's got different techniques. I don't know what the finish he's going, like the final product. I know like guys like Takeda-san do all the forging or all the shaping with the hammer, right? Or guys like Moritake-san have a big cutter, so they'll actually forge the knife bigger than they want and then kind of trim it down.
I can't hear what he's saying.
You can't
Sorry,
hear what I'm
Kevin,
saying?
there's a volume problem.
How about now?
Say something, Kevin.
Can you hear me now?
Is there?
Don't worry about it.
Is it muted? Oh, here. I think this is better. It may help. Can't hear me? Can't hear.
I turned all the sound up.
Can't hear. Oh,
We're having sound problem, and Naoto has turned the sound on there, and it's starting to echo.
Oh yeah, don't turn that on.
okay. Well, I couldn't hear what the Kevin was saying. So.
That's because he hit himself.
Well, Kevin's gone. Oh, he's back.
Can you hear me now? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yep.
Okay, because I keep getting messages on my screen here that that my connection's bad.
Well, the Nakagawa-san, this is his blade.
Oh my God! Look at that. That's a really unique Damascus pattern. Naoto. How many of those did we get?
We have 240 Gyuto, we have Santoku, Bunka.
There's a 240.
This is 240.
If there's a 240 left,
yeah.
if there's a 240 left later in the week, that's I think I could very much deal with that as a new knife.
But yeah, this is very much of his signature way of making a Damascus. Like, it's really so distinguishable, right? Like, he makes blade for a lot of different blacksmiths and knife makers.
Yeah,
you can tell.
We've seen that pattern before.
Yeah. He's also the one who was forging a lot of blade, our Damascus blade for Cherry Blossom for a little while too. Like last batch with VG10.
Yeah.
He's very talented. Usually Sakai Blacksmith kind of sticks with the one or two materials, right? The Doi-san likes to just do blue 2 and white number 2. Or Tanaka-san, he likes to just work with the carbon steel, like, yeah, white carbon, blue carbon. He himself does lots of different steels. This is blue number 2. He also does the ginsan. He does the VG10. He does a lot of honyakis. And all that
Really?
kind of stuff.
That's so unusual for that.
What's that?
I said it's very unusual for that
Yeah.
area.
Yeah. His I guess master or the sensei, the Shiraki-san, was using a lot of different steel as well. So he learned from him, right? So, and this is sharpened by a Myojin, the Toru's partner.
Oh.
That's a great job.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
So Toru used to work with us. You know Naoto, but
Yeah.
maybe not everybody knows. Toru used to work with us in the Calgary store. Oh goodness, now 13 years ago. He was there before Naoto, but him and Naoto, I think were you roommates, Naoto?
I wasn't working with him, but I know I
But were you roommates or something? You were friends anyway.
Knifewear.
It seems we're having some sound difficulties again. Maybe it's not my stream. Maybe it's theirs.
Yeah, the Knifewear. Like, that was the first time I visited, and knife off from him.
I think you guys are having difficulties, and it might be because I've linked in. I'm going to get out now because I think you guys are having troubles.
Hopefully,
Yeah, I think I'm going to get out of here. Oh, I'm still good. So apparently I'm the one with the good connection. You guys have the bad connection. But Sven, you can't be trusted because you like my jokes as well. All right. Is there any more questions that are fun? What do we want to talk about?
Oh, here. I think we're back, kind of.
Oh, you're back. You sound good now.
Yeah, this is something that I wanted to show you. This is forged by Toru
But then you have to do the score.
and sharpened by Myojin.
Now,
Etsujin metal flow.
is that
Pattern is-
Damascus that I can see, or is that the metal flow from the forging?
It's a metal flow.
How many of those did we get?
A couple. I don't know if this one I'm holding is actually sold or not. Sometimes, they go
that
through
would
and
that would be really, really interesting for me.
All right. You put
Okay, wrap that one up now to send it to my house. Thank you. We've got a question from Sarah Jane. Says, "So I'm an enthusiastic home cook with no formal training, and I'm wondering, do you guys offer knife handling courses?" You're in luck.
yes.
I guess the answer is twofold. One, we have lots of knife skills videos on our YouTube channel, which is where you're watching right now. And two, we have shops in Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Vancouver, soon to be Toronto. And we do knife skills. We call them Cut Like a Chef class. And we do knife sharpening classes too. And amongst other classes, we'll do how to cut up a chicken sometimes. Sometimes we do barbecuing classes. I don't know. We've kind of got a lot of different classes on the go. Each shop has their own specialties, but the shops do hands-on sharpening and knife skills classes.
Yep.
So just go to the website and you just book on the website. Although I think you can't book on the website today because of some garage sale malarkey. So I think you have to wait till tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Because sometimes technology, we want to do nice things with our website, and sometimes technology won't let us. So I think garage sales kind of mess things up today, but tomorrow we should be back online perfectly.
Yep. So yeah.
And Sarah Jane replies with this. So I'm hoping that's good. Yay!
We had a question from Jonathan Bessel a little while ago, who got a Tetsujin Kasumi 240 Kiritsuke and wanted to see it, but I think we're already packing it up.
Oh,
I think the warehouse crew has already gathered it and is packing it into a box, so it should leave the warehouse today.
efficiency, man. We try to do fast shipping. I think that's something we should talk about. We have we have a 22-step process to go through to inspect and examine and look at the knife to see if it's got any flaws or a scratch, or the handle's on straight, if it's the right box, if the knife is indicative of the knife maker, if it's sharp. So we do a huge bunch of tests. Then once we finally wrap it up, we shake it really hard, because you know how they try to wreck stuff in the post. So we shake it really hard and try to see if it rattles around, and then repack it if needed. And we still, with the exception of really busy days like garage sale, we still are usually able to ship within 24 hours of ordering, which I'm super proud of that.
We'll be shipping probably 70% of today's orders today.
That's amazing.
Like, our crew is pretty fantastic here. We got to give them a shout out. They're like a store.
They're the real MVPs.
They're like a store of people, but they just don't have a window, and they don't have people who walk in and talk to them. They have the internet that talks to them. They have help desk customers.
But yeah, if you've ever emailed us a question, you've probably talked to Brenda or Tiffany or Ellie or whoever.
Or if you call the 1-800 number, you talk to Sam or Nolan or Brenda.
That's right.
They're the ones that answer that phone. So they're currently hustling. They've just been picking orders all day, picking and packing, firing it up.
And Sarah, good news, you get 10% off knife purchases on the day of your class. So there you go. That's also good news too. So Sarah,
Uncle Greg,
Sarah, you're welcome.
What else is going on here these days?
Actually, one more question about shipping, Mike. Have you shipped knives to Poland, and how does it look like?
We have shipped knives to Poland. We ship internationally with DHL. They seem to be price for performance. DHL seems to be the best carrier we have found. There are live shipping rates on the computer, on the website, live shipping rates, which, because of our increased traffic today, have stopped working briefly. But what happens is, basically, you choose a shipping carrier, you punch in your address, and it tells you exactly how much your shipping charges will be. And we've had great success.
It calculates the duty now too, doesn't it?
I think you're right, actually. I think it does. Yeah. Duty, of course, is that pleasurable thing we all get to pay. We try our best to help you avoid it if possible, but it's not something we can terribly easily control. You can by voting. That's about all we got, isn't it? Thanks, Daddy. We do try to be fast.
Look at this. I bought a knife when the timer hit 0 this morning. So first, as soon as the sale started, and got a shipping confirmation 2 hours later. So yeah, we're not just saying it. We actually care to move things quickly. And here we go. Shout out for Ellie for helping with my order. Ellie, how many thousands of humans has Ellie helped out?
1.
1,000s? Okay.
1,000s. 1,000s. Possibly 2,000s. She's pretty fantastic at this. She's the puppet master with all the strings to be pulled. So if there's someone who needs to pull a string, it's her.
Yeah. So back on to questions that are fun. To add to the fear of missing out of this garage sale, can you identify any older master blacksmiths who won't be making knives much longer? Thinking of Hinura, Tsukasa Hinura, Fujiwara-san, etc. And any others who come to mind? I think that's an excellent question. With Fujiwara-san, he certainly doesn't make as many knives as he did. He's not as hands-on in the factory as he used to be. Hinura still makes everything completely by his own hands. And
no signs of slowing down.
No signs of slowing down, but no signs of speeding up either.
Well, he takes his time and he does it right. Although he has built a very beautiful building. Not just the workshop, but sort of a place to entertain customers and sharpen knives, and he's got a beautiful stereo. So I suspect he's going to have to work a little bit longer.
Well, have you been upstairs to the sharpening studio? I was up there when it was still a work when it was still a work in progress, and he had the stereo just in a corner waiting. But it was he tells me he's got 3,000 jazz albums, and he mostly likes saxophone jazz. So I try to send him jazz albums whenever I can. But he says he was going to build shelving all around, put his 3,000 records there, and just play records and sharpen knives. That was his plan. To just gently sharpen knives and play records. And I thought it sounded nice, really.
Naoto, what are you holding?
This is definitely one of the older blacksmith that we started to kind of. We didn't really had much access to. Yoshikazu Ikeda is a relatively old guy who's making blades in Sakai. So, and I don't know if he's got the apprentice working for him. Say Tanaka-san, he's relatively old, but he's got his son,
And this
apprentice.
is Ikeda?
Yoshikazu Ikeda.
Yoshikazu Ikeda.
Yeah, he's one of those 3 blacksmiths in Sakai who is, I guess, capable and able to forge a honyaki blade.
So he's one of the, like you had mentioned, he's one of the best honyaki makers on the go right now.
Yeah. But
Right.
he's pretty old, so.
Well, and we've got Nakagawa, who's also one of the greats in terms of honyaki making.
And he's young.
And he's young. When we were there, you know, Kevin, how they often say that kind of 1 in 5, 1 in 8 of their honyaki will break as they quench it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what Nakagawa's number is?
7 and 8.
1 in 20. His failure rate is crazy low. Like the boy is figuring stuff out, man.
That's crazy low. Oh, that doesn't stop me from wanting his blades more now.
But look at this Damascus. It's so unique, man.
It's crazy, man. That's crazy.
I got these because there was someone asking for blue carbon or super blue carbon steel. But that's why.
Okay, so you're going to talk about that, and then we've got another question queued up here for after. So after we'll get to underappreciated shapes or sizes. And a 400 millimeter Dakiri doesn't count? Yes, it does. Anyway, what do you got there, Naoto?
Well, someone's asking super blue or blue carbon steel gyutos. And if you can actually have that the question up, that's pretty helpful. But we have this super blue carbon steel, this beautiful Damascus with the hammer pattern that's so unique. He learned the skills at the Yoshikane. He is forging the blade in Fukushima area. This one here is the Hatsukokoro.
240.
That I have to double check on the name here. They got a lot that the names are.
Oh, you sound like a remix, Naoto. Oh, you're having audio problems again there, Naoto. That's a album. I'm not sure anybody can hear that. Can you, Naoto, can you hear me? It sounds like you're having a remix. Hello? I think your sound's off completely now, Naoto. So, Steve N., you can hear me. Can anybody hear Naoto? Give me a little. Oh, yeah. I think Naoto, your sound is totally wrong. I think I'm gonna have to put a message in the stream for you to hear me. Naoto, can you hear me? Naoto, can you hear me? Your sound is terrible. You're gone. I'm going to text them right now. Hey guys, can you hear me? Your sound is gone.
We can hear you.
Oh, you're back now. You guys sounded like a remake for a while.
Is it me or can you hear Naoto?
Does this work?
I can hear you both. I don't know if you guys are plugged into your thing or whatever, but it was a real nice remix. It was wah 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 wah. Oh my god. Everything.
Okay.
Everything you were saying is just doesn't. Anyway,
So,
guys, I can't play this game anymore. I think it's because there's too many people in this feed, so I'm going to remove myself from this feed if I can figure out how to do that. Thanks, guys. Have fun,
you.
and continue being awesome and helping people find like the perfect, the perfect knife for their needs. And Danny knows best wants to know all about those Gyutos again that we saw.
1, 2.
But heard nothing. All right. Ciao, guys. Have fun.
Thanks. See ya.
Okay, so hopefully you can hear us. If you're looking for great Algami Super Gyuto at really great price, $230, Hatsukoko roll. They have so many different names. Kurosagi, maybe. The Algami Super carbon steel. This one is really great for those people looking for good carbon steel Algami Super blade with the affordable range. Algami number 2, stainless clad, as Amune Ishii-san from Tosa. He does such a great grinding job. His knives are good. His knives are good.
His knives are really good.
No, for the price.
That's It's less than $200 for a beautiful Gyuto. Out to
Algami 2, yeah.
stainless clad.
Yeah.
That knife kicks ass.
Yeah.
It looks boring.
Yeah.
It's anything but boring.
But still works. Okay, so what's the next?
I hope that helped. Let us know if you would like more clarification on those questions.
Yeah. Oh, this is
Okay, what
Algami
else?
2.
What else do we want to talk about? More knife questions.
This is
Yeah.
Algami 2, yeah.
That's also great.
Algami number 2, stainless clad. 419. It's super nice and tall. Super nice and tall. Yeah. It's this style, right? It's 419. Awesome. I think there was another question that was going to come up.
Yeah, it's about unusual shapes and sizes.
Oh, yeah.
We lost the old questions there, but we'll just pop up this.
You got any of the old questions?
Yeah, no old questions. But yeah, somebody was asking, Sven, buddy in Europe, was asking, do you have any underappreciated shapes size combos? Like, yeah, I'm not 100% sure what that means, but underappreciated shapes and sizes. We got 3 there.
This is the Nigara Hanasuki. It's not the same typical dimensions of a Hanasuki, which are like this, much more of a triangular kind of a shape, but it's real beefy on the back. Its balance is absolutely perfect. It has the same sort of pointed tip. This knife would absolutely kick ass as a boning knife. Not the boning where you're trying to like go around a skinny little bone, but if you're deboning like a chicken, this would be amazing. I think a lot of regular butchery would be amazing. Taking apart ribs, stuff like that. Maybe not so hot on cleaning sinew. I think that Nigara Hanasuki is unsung. I think a Hanasuki can be a really great all-purpose knife. It's got the heel of a like a chef's knife, but it's got the tip of a petty. I have a Koishi Hanasuki that is particularly thin, and I use it for all kinds of stuff. It's a little wedgy on some things, but I mean, for the most part, it's amazing.
You talk about these two?
No. What, was there a question, or we just
Sven asked about underrated shapes, sizes.
Yeah, these are both petty knives that have multiple purposes. And the thing is that they're a single bevel. So you've only got the angle ground in on one side. It means it cuts things very thinly, very nicely, like when you're cutting something off the end. They'll wedge or they'll turn inside of the middle, like try to cut a potato in half. It'll be kind of weird. But they're great. You get a lot of really good aim with a single bevel knife because you have such a fine edge below that you can really do great stuff in terms of like butchery or julienning or really fine cutting. We have a couple things that are really unique here. This is something that qualifies as universal design. So great for people who might have physical limitations on how they cut and need some help. So this knife, for example, has got this curve on the bottom, so you can roll it over the food, right? And then we've got this other guy here that has this cool blade shape, and you can push down. It almost feels like something like an ulu kind of a style. So if you just needed to push straight down as you were cutting, this would be quite good too. And it really does, change the angle of how you're holding the knife. And for certain people, that might be a solution that allows them to use a knife more comfortably with more safety and control. So we have a couple of those guys here, which are pretty neat. What else do we have? I guess we would have to acknowledge that a chukabocho, in a funny way, is, if you think about the representation of population, a chukabocho is by far probably the #1 shape of knife used in the world. Right? This is a chukabocho. The translation is quite literally Chinese chef's knife, Chinese kitchen knife. So this is a knife you can use for practically anything. There's a variety of them in terms of their thickness. We're getting them that are made in Japan with a variety of steel types that range from the beautifully fine carbon steel that will give you that same edge and performance as a Japanese knife, to some that are molybdenum vanadium, which are a little bit tougher. And they vary in thickness, and the thickness and length and height of them change a little bit of their purpose. But a lot of the times is you would only have a couple of these knives. Maybe you have a big thick one for bashing through bones, and then you've got a thinner one for doing all of your vegetable cutting. But if you're trying to shave a whole head of cabbage, having a big tall knife like this just makes that job so much easier. You're not getting lost. Your hand's not getting buried in the pile of stuff you're cutting. You don't lose momentum as you get halfway through that big head of cabbage or whatever it is you're cutting. And it makes those jobs really easy. So I think a chukabocho is actually a really valuable knife to have in your kit and your setup. Might not be something you've thought of.
When you're talking about underrated knife shapes, I really like these.
Which?
These.
These knives?
These nuts.
Throw him off the end of the loading dock.
Anyways, Knifewear Garage Sale, for those of you just tuning in, runs May 16th to 23rd in store and online. All stores are now open and operational. We got lots of cool stuff all week. Great deals, one-of-a-kind knives. A lot of those go early, but you'll be surprised by what hangs around. And so you can find stuff all week long.
You should play our ad for the garage sale. That was pretty fun.
That was pretty good. Let's have a quick break and watch this incredible piece of cinema and cinema. And we'll be right back, folks. Pop your questions in the comments, and we will keep showing you knives.
Come on down to Crazy Nate's Knife Warehouse for the famous Knifewear Garage Sale this May 16th to the 23rd. Hey kid, want to buy a knife? We got one-of-a-kind knives. We got knives from new makers. Come on down to Crazy Nate's Knife Warehouse. Every knife your mother could ever want. You know me, I love in-flight peanuts, but you don't need to travel across the world for a Japanese knife. We bring them to you. We got wah handle, yo handle, Kurochi, Tsuchime. Look at all these knives. I got too many knives. You gotta take some of these knives off my hand. We even got Meguro Bochos, and we're slashing prices. Oh, you like psychedelic knife handles, man? Far out, dude. Look at those trippy colors. We got all kinds of these things, man. I got so many knives, they're falling out of my pockets. Look at all these knives, oh my god. They say Santoku means 3 virtues. Well, we got 3 virtues for you. Deals, deals, and more deals! Hey kid, you wanna buy a Hinora River Jump? Check this out, I got the good stuff straight from Japan. Look at this, real authentic Hinora River Jump. No fakes, no nothing. At Knifewear, we got Canada's biggest selection of Japanese knives. But just for you, I went straight to Japan and I got even more! Remember, that's the Knifewear Garage Sale, May 16th to 23rd. Shop in store in Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, or Vancouver. Or hop on the World Wide Web and surf your way down to https://knifewear, whoa, big wave, .com/GARAGESALE.
Man, who would buy a knife from that guy?
What a joker. I got fun stuff to show you.
Okay, well, while you pull that up, real quick, somebody was asking earlier about the giveaway that we had. We did announce the winners at the very beginning of the morning. Derek C. won the Masashi prototype, Kokuen prototype, and Adam D. won the Seki Kanetsugu Heptagon. So congrats, guys. We'll be emailing you today and shipping those out this week. Congrats on winning. Also, Masashi-san coming to visit this summer. So stay tuned for details. He's going to come visit our shops. And we have a pop-up in Toronto, June 13th to 19th at the Stacked Market, 28 Bathurst Street. So, yeah, catch us there.
We're going to bring a sharpening wheel to that event, and we'll be sharpening knives. If you've bought knives from us in the past and you need to collect your first free sharpening, you can do that. And also, we've always done this in the past. We usually collect the sharpening, bring it back to the store in Ottawa where we're based, sharpen it, turn around, ship it back out to you. If we run out of time, there's too much sharpening, you have a chip that needs a big repair job or something, you can always drop the knife off, and then when we ship it back to you, you just have to pay for the return shipping. You won't need to pay for the to and fro shipping.
Yeah.
So, yeah, keep in mind, knife sharpening is just as much of a reason to pop in to the pop-up.
Pop into the pop-up. Kevin says that ad has him in tears. I don't know if those are tears of joy or tears of pain.
Yes.
Mike, you got a knife to show us?
Tears of rage?
Oh, you got something better than a knife.
No, that's not possible.
Not true, but pretty cool.
A while ago, we've been trying to make these fun little things, a bit of merch. We're working on a bit more merch. We're working on getting some really cool T-shirts made, hats, other swaggy kind of things. But a while ago, we made this awesome fridge magnet, and this fridge magnet has all the temperatures and volume conversions, and they're kind of fun. But then we had an idea. Why don't we make a notebook? Now, this is based off a couple things I learned about making good kitchen notebooks, like putting in a table of contents. So having every page numbered allows you to build out a table of contents for every recipe that you put in, making it easier to find, of course, the purpose. Sometimes you want to draw out a plate that you're brainstorming, you're thinking about. You want to sort of sketch out the presentation. We got a little circle there, makes it a little easier. If you're going to use it for a prep list, you can use it. There's little check boxes there. You can check things off as you go. Also, we got some fun inspirational quotes like, if you have time to lean, you've got time to clean. Every favorite sous chef's line.
Hey, it's true.
And, like there was the temperature chart thing with some sharpening details. We added more stuff into the back as reference. Now, the reference stuff here is really meant to just sort of get your creative juices going or give you it's not a textbook by any stretch of the means, but we have a seasonality chart. We've got some key items if you're looking to make something a little bit more bitter. Like maybe you need to consider adding cocoa or dandelion. You don't want to make something sweeter, and you don't just want to add sugar. Maybe you want to stir in some jam or some roasted beets or something. We've got some baking ratios, conversions, sous vide cooking temperatures, doneness temperatures, plating diagrams, sharpening information, even a bunch of stuff because lots of we're based out of Canada. We have a whole section here of mental health resources to reach out to in all the Canadian provinces. And one of my favorite touches, classic houndstooth check pant pattern. And a ruler. Every notebook needs a ruler worth its salt. Those are available at $23. They're in store.
They're pretty rad. I've been using mine already at home.
You know what? If you use it and you go to that reference section and you think some of the stuff we put in there, maybe the sous vide temperature for a rare beef tenderloin is absolutely bonkers and you think it's dumb, don't hold your tongue. Send us a message to hello@knifewear.com. If there's a page or a subject that you think would be a great reference key, like maybe we should actually have the temperatures in which to cook sugar to, or what temperature things caramelize at, or what temperature proteins break down at. Send us the idea. If we take your idea and we actually use it in the book, as a thank you, we'll send you a free book the next time we get them printed.
Yeah. We just had a question from Uncle Greg, who was asking, will there be an easy way to identify the new add-ons from the store later today and for the rest of the week? We are, for those of you that don't know, so the first day, the in-store inventory is available in-store only. It won't be online. But around 6 or 7 p.m. today, we will add that on. If you go to the website on desktop, there's a bunch of filters on your left, and one of them is locations. And so you can sort by in-stock, Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver. Anything that's available under those stores should be what's added later today. But I would just refresh the page and have a scroll through it around 6 or 7 tonight.
It's a good idea. Filter by city.
Yeah. As far as inventory that's coming late in the week, we always get some stuff that's a bit late. It's just the way it goes. And so we will have stuff showing up Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, one of those days. Hopefully Thursday before our live stream, in which case we'll be able to tell you. We're live at 4 p.m. on May 19th for about 2-3 hours, just doing a wrap-up, kind of talking about some of our favorite stuff at the sale that's left, as well as the new stock. And so we'll definitely be talking about it then if it is in stock. But keep an eye on our social media, our mailing list, and we'll definitely be posting about it there. What's that?
This is a Hatsu Kokoro Kurosagi Gyuto, 210 millimeters, $230.
So Daddy Knows Best was asking about that. I figured we could just show it off, but wondering what the AS means in the name.
AS stands for the steel type. In this case, it's Aogami Super. Aogami means blue paper. AO is the word for blue. Gami is paper, like origami is folded paper. Aogami is blue paper. And the S stands for super. So there is blue steel number 1 and blue steel number 2. We often see people using blue number 2 more frequently. But Aogami Super or Super Blue Carbon Steel is a carbon steel, so it's not stainless, but it does have a small component of chromium, which really reduces how quickly it rusts. So typically it doesn't even get to that orange kind of rust unless you're really bad. But it just to get sort of a dark layer of patina. However, Aogami Super is very good at holding an edge, and it doesn't chip as easily as the other blue carbon steels. It's just a more expensive material and a little bit trickier to work with. So it ends up making a knife that's a little bit more expensive. But yeah, Aogami Super, I think, is a really fantastic knife-making steel. And I say that from an end-user point of view. I have a number of knives of that, and I find that its edge retention is really quite fantastic. And if that's the cloudy finish you're looking for, this is a beautiful knife.
Yeah.
I also like sort of the brassy kind of color you're getting, a little bit of rainbowiness out of the steel on the top here. And it's got that lightly textured, almost Nishiji-like finish too. That's also really nice.
You know, in football, don't quarterbacks always say like a funny thing before they hut the ball? The Japanese quarterbacks say like blue number 2.
Oh my God.
I'm taking full advantage while Mike is powerless in front of the camera.
You are horrible right now. I don't know what's wrong with you.
I've had a lot of coffee and about 6 or 7 hot dogs.
Well, oh Jesus.
Talk
about a toxic workplace.
Right? All that plasticky meat. Coffee time. Powell.
Daddy needs a coffee.
All right. Well,
Paul, what do we say, Paul?
Powell.
What's the difference between Fujiwara, Nishiji, and Mabaroshi? Of course, except for the finger cut. So yeah, there is the finger cut, and he does that on the Western handled knives because when you've got the Japanese handled knife, the tang allows you to get further up. Pardon me, on the blade, and that's what I mean there. So we've got this little space here. So that's your finger notch that you don't get with the Western handle, which is why it's really rare to see him put the finger notch on a Western handled knife. Thanks, Nathan.
No problem.
What we've got.
At least I take care of you in between all the terrible jokes.
What he has told me about the difference between these two is this he buys the steel clad in the stainless steel and it's white carbon in the core, and then he just hammers it out, turns it into a knife, onwards and upwards. I've got the Santoku in this series. I swear to God, it stays sharper than most of the knives I've got. Frankly, it chips easier than anything else I own as well. It's quite delicate. And the grind is really nice and super thin. Now, the Mabaroshi, he said that he takes almost the same number of steps into the process of making the Mabaroshi as he does with the Denka. And what he's doing is making the steel even harder, even sharper, and allowing the knife to hold the edge a little longer. Really, the big difference between the two of them is the feel. They're both really quite exceptional. I mean, the balance on this Gyuto is really right there, right on that finger notch. This one's a little heavy, a little bit more forward heavy. Of course, the handles are different. We've got the octagonal handle versus the Western handle. One of the things I don't know if people realize, it's a funny thing about the Western handle is a lot of people think it's a stronger, better handle. One of the things you see a lot of the times with the Japanese blade, even though the tang doesn't run all the way in through the back of the knife, which for some reason is meant to be that the knife is stronger, which I think is something you don't need to really consider too much with a Japanese knife, because if you were using any of these knives with so much force that you were worried about the handle falling off or your cutting force snapping the weld at the tang, you will have destroyed the edge of the knife long before the strength of that full tang comes into play.
Yeah, it's a great handle if you're like driving nails. I mean, it's a great handle, but it's very seriously engineered for heavy duty work.
That's right. Well, the thing, when it comes down to a Western handle for me, I think it's really about preference and choice and feel. On a Gyuto, I like the Japanese handle. When it comes to a petty knife, in fact, I like the Western handle because it's more compact, and I think I get a better balanced feel.
Cool.
Okay, Paul, I hope that answered your question in regards to our difference between the Fujiwara, Mabaroshi, and Nishiji.
Absolutely.
And if you're going to get a Mabaroshi, you might as well get a Denka, because they're just better.
Yeah.
You won't regret it.
I decided I was going to buy one of his knives, and I went for the Denka because it's just so much higher performance. It's mind blowing. It's such a phenomenal knife.
Well, you're also a less but better kind of guy. I have I have the Nishiji because I need more kind of guy.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Just a reminder to anybody shopping from the U.S., all these prices are in Canadian. We do get a lot of questions about that, Canadian dollars. So whatever the price is that we're saying, it'll be cheaper for you. We also have free shipping over $200 to the United States and over $100 to Canada. Yeah.
Now, when you're looking on the website, if you're up in the top right-hand corner of your desktop site, you can actually see the price that you're being shown in, and you can change the price that it's showing. There is a way to change that on mobile as well in the settings. Off the top of my head, I couldn't direct you to it, but yeah, on the website, on the desktop upper right-hand corner. Cool. Okay. Now, someone wants to see an SLD and SRS 13 knife.
Yeah, that was Daddy Knows Best again. Looking for a little opinion, maybe a little comparison, talk about each steel and what you like or don't like about it.
SLD versus SRS 13. Well, SRS 13 is more of a powder steel. SLD is more of a tool steel. What does that mean? I think it means that you're going to have a bit of a toothier edge from the SLD. Something Masashi was telling us is that sort of like the crystal size in the steel gives you a bit of a toothier kind of edge, which bites into things, starts your cut really nicely. Now, I know from using an SRS 13 knife is that they are really quite good at holding their edge. Like, I mean, surprisingly good. I mean, they're up there with the edge retention of SG2 and R2, right? The makeup of the core steel itself is very similar, and they perform very similarly. So SRS 13, really you're getting a lot of edge retention. SLD, which especially if you're getting a Masashi, is going to have really great edge retention as well. Maybe a little bit milder, but you definitely get a toothiness to the steel, to the edge.
What do you got there now, To?
Prototype. We forgot to talk a little bit about the Masashi-san's new, I guess.
You want to put your mic on there, Naoto?
Oh, yeah.
This is a Masashi prototype, is what Naoto was saying. And Naoto's going to come and nerd out with us here for a minute, maybe more than a minute, maybe 10 minutes. We do have a stack of questions in the queue here, so
Let's do,
yeah, we're doing okay. We're not. We're pretty caught up. I think people are being awfully patient today. So
people
thank
will
you.
need answers, Nathan.
Let's talk about these new Masashi knives now, To.
Let's talk about these first. I guess well, some of you already know that the one of the giveaway knives was the Masashi-san's prototype. He wanted to kind of elevate the. He's been training these two young. I don't call them apprentices, but they certainly want to become a kitchen knife maker by later on their career. But so they've been working for Masashi-san for a couple of years now. But there are so many still steps that the Masashi-san himself had to go through. So he wanted to train them better, right? So what happens is that after doing a lot of things by himself, he decided to move on from the several lines and improve the quality of his knives, as well as improve the training of those two guys that work in there. So he decided to stop making his Koi and the Kimuri line and decided to go with something that's a little bit more, I guess, with a lot of technique. He wanted to kind of create a line that helps to train those two guys. One is this Kaijin line that will have the different handle on. BS1 in the core, stainless steel on the outside, BS1 steel, and the way he heat treats it, it gives you such much harder steel on the edge than any other people use for BS1. So it keeps the edge crazy, and it has a really nice edge to it. This one is one of the prototypes that we got for 263, 120 penny. Actual one is going to be a 135 pennies. It's slightly longer for use. We do have a Santoku with different handles as well. So these will be available pretty soon online. And there will be we will do a proper launch when everything, this line, Kaijin, and the other one, Kokuen, the black smoke line came in, okay? So, yeah, these are all on the sale right now.
I'm really excited about those. And those ones haven't sold yet, hey?
Some of them are. The Teddy's, it was hidden. Okay, so
That's
someone's
awesome.
looking for good Nakiri.
Yeah, let me. Olivier Filardo on Facebook was asking, are there any good Nakiris still available online?
Quite a few actually good Nakiris available online. So let's start.
Yeah,
from,
shockingly good selection.
Yeah, let's start from something that's like really simple and that's the job. Tsunehisa Aogami stainless Tsuchime Nakiri with this traditional European handle here. It's got a blue carbon number 2 core stainless jacket on the outside for the ease of maintenance. It is a little bit more shallower blade to compared to some other Nakiris, but it's been really reliable blade for a very long time. Next one is the Hatsukokoro Kumo Kage series. This series is like surprisingly super well made. It's got a blue carbon steel core, very beautiful Damascus carbon steel on the outside. This, you have to keep it dry. Again, Mike's been talking several times. Keeping it dry, taking care of the carbon steel knives isn't that hard. Wash it, and I usually run with very hot water. Run them under, then wipe it dry with the dishcloth or dry cloth. That will keep your engine nice and dry. This is $215 for such well-made Nakiri. Hatsukokoro Kumo Kage. If you want to up on the game, something like the Saji Shinchu Damascus.
Just brought something.
Shinchu Damascus, something like this is fantastic. VG10 core, it's got a brass Damascus on the outside, makes it really look cool. 5.16 on this guy, but it's so thin behind the edge. So when you're cutting potatoes and stuff, it's so much easier. If you're looking for a little bit more budget, Nakiri, $195. Kyosakichi, blue carbon steel, gold carbon steel Nakiri. This is pretty good. I don't know if it's still here. Custom handle, Kobo special, Kosaki Raijin. Raijin means God of Thunder.
Yeah, if that is still available, somebody needs it.
Raijin. So $438 on this guy's. Kobo special is actually known as the DG Max that the Akai is using.
Yeah, some really old dimensions.
Yeah. All right.
There you go, Olivier.
Mike, you got some stuff to show us there?
Listen, we got some other fun stuff that's kicking around. I don't know if you ever used one of these.
A pepper grinder?
This is a Kyocera grinder. So, it's a glass jar. So it's about the size of a can of spice. And you screw this lid on, and the stuff's on the top. So you don't get all this stuff on your counter. It's a very nice adjustable grind. It's very quite fine how much you can adjust it. I've got a few of the Kumraikon ones that are really fat at the bottom and they're kind of annoying. I think this is a much better design. So these little grinders here, and maybe you can tell us the price of them, but I mean, you get a few of them. You can roast a bunch of different spices, like cumin and coriander. You can salt in it, rock salt, pepper, whichever, right?
$26 whole dollars.
$26 whole.
That's actually way cheaper than I was expecting.
That's good.
Yeah, because the burr's ceramic, so it's not going to go dull the way a steel grinder is. Like, it's going to keep its edge far longer.
Those are super good. Yeah.
It's about time to replace my pepper grinder. I think I'm going to go for that guy.
Now, this thing is a fun thing. This is a Subo grater, and you can use this. It's great for grating daikon.
It's great.
Or horseradish. It's very good at those things, but it's these tiny, sharp little teeth, and stapled together. I don't want to pull it apart. grating fresh ginger or garlic, you get a really fine paste out of it.
Ginger is great because it cuts even the little fibers too, right?
Oh yeah, right. What else do we have here? This is a sesame grinder. It's like a mortar and pestle. So it's a ceramic dish, and the ceramic dish has got these little grooves built into it. It's like they ran a comb over it, and you get this piece of wood. This is actually a piece of wood from a pepper tree, and you grind up the sesame seeds in it. So you freshly ground anything, you're going to get a lot more aromatics out of it. And if you're going to finish a dish with sesame, that's a great way to do it.
That's great for like it's really used as a mortar and pestle, like pine nuts make
make pesto and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Now, something that we brought in for the last garage sale and had through Christmas that was great. I mean, it's not really necessarily the season for hot pot, but we have these donabes. They come in a couple of different sizes. They're really quite nice. Now, with donabes, you would boil or simmer dishes inside of this. You can even put hot charcoal inside and put a little grill over top that you can grill or smoke inside of it. Now, you can't put it on a burner and saute with it. That is how you break it. But what a fun way to cook. You can put stuff out on a table. I mean, you can use it in the summer too. You want something to stay hot, you can keep this dish in an oven. It's like a casserole dish, right? But yeah, I thought I'd show those too because those are some of the fun things that we've been bringing in. Trying to expand a little bit of the selection. The walls are not getting any bigger or any further apart in the stores, so we have to be very selective about what we're bringing in.
Yeah, we can't have like 10 different selection of the donabe.
Not quite yet, so we have to choose those like really particular ones. Now, there's one other thing I just found tucked on a shelf here. We were talking about Takeda earlier. Let me turn my microphone back on. Look, I found a Takeda hunting knife.
Oh.
So this is Algami Super in the core, clad with stainless steel, and the handle is box elder. There we go. I have several knives and an axe from Takeda. Frankly, they're the sharpest things I've ever owned. His knives are incredible, and this would be a phenomenal outdoor knife. Beautiful matching little leather sheath. $715.
Since we got the started talking about the little pocket knives. There's
Oh yeah, we haven't talked about these at all yet, have we?
Higo.
Oh, fun little Higos.
VG10 stainless steel Higo knives. That's the Sora as the Higos are this like traditional pocket knife, right? In Japan, that the you have to hold the this part called chikiri to when you're using it, otherwise it can't hold it back.
What's it called?
Chikiri.
Chickadee?
Chikiri.
Like the bird?
No, not a chickadee, but the T-K-D as a R-I.
Oh, chickadee.
Can you give us a close up on that guy now, Joe?
Like right here. You
Yeah.
have to hold it, otherwise it will fold it back. You hold it like this so that it stabilizes in the spot.
So it's a locking knife, but it's just manually locking.
Yeah. Analog.
Analog.
It's great. It's kind of ergonomic-ish type of,
Yeah, give us a close up on that handle and that blade. That's super nice.
Yeah, it comes in two different types of the wood. Is a walnut. Yes, walnut, and the this is just regular paka with they dye it. So it's Sora. Sora means sky.
Now, Scott was asking, they're just asking if they're out of stock because they look like they're out of stock online. They are, but there might be some in stores, maybe.
The Higos?
The ones that you're holding.
Oh, are they out of stock?
Yeah. Are there any in stores?
Yeah.
Awesome. So around 6 or 7 p.m. Mountain Time tonight, all the in-store stock will go online. And so there are a few left. I'm looking at them right now. A few of each color. And so I imagine there might be one or two left by the end of the day. And so just keep an eye on the website.
I didn't know. Let's go Woody.
Woody
VG10.
There's a snake in my boot.
So these come super handy. Someone wanted to look at the Hochokobo 210. Is that a thing?
Yeah, we have a request here.
Yeah.
By request, I mean there's a yellow sticky on this box. It says Hochokobo 210, and this is in fact a Hochokobo 210.
Imagine someone wanted to take a close look.
Tadafusa, we were there. They are a fantastic factory.
Yeah.
It's hard to call it a factory because every step of the way looked like it was very hands-on.
They're just saying it looks like fantastic value, and so kind of just curious about it.
Absolutely. It's a fantastic value. Yeah. It's such well made. We still consider it as a so-called, machine made. But as Mike was saying, we visited the store. Only one part of the factory, which we're not allowed to film.
Yep, just the
But
heat treating process.
No, that was the auto grinding.
Oh, right.
Yeah. That was the only part that we were not allowed to film. But everything else they showed us, and everything else basically was done by hand. Even like putting the handle on. Oh, it was also the part that we were not allowed to film. But
well, and let's talk about the SLD here versus the SLD that's in Masashi Steel. Because one of the things that we see here is that this SLD will tarnish a bit where the Masashi SLD doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know why that is?
a few factors. Few factors. This one, the Masashi one's definitely higher, polished much more clear.
Okay.
And more polished that is, it will less likely to tarnish. Like it's the truth because there's a lot more surface areas by having this kind of grind. Another one is probably the how he heat treats it. The more heat. What I understand is that he captures more carbon to the steel, so that there isn't much chromium carbide in the steel. Making a chromium carbide basically means chromium, when it's touched with oxygen, that will create the little microfilm, right? Makes the steel stainless. But if there are enough carbon that's floating around and they kind of become a chromium carbide, there's a lot less just the chromium floating around.
Carbon is occupying the chromium.
Yeah.
So it's not going to bond with the oxygen.
Exactly.
Interesting. Science.
That's what I think.
Science rules.
Again, the Masashi-san is able to make his SLD version of knife a little bit hotter than this model here too, right? So that's what I think happening.
But you know what? This is a really elegant knife. It's a very simple design. It almost looks like mid-century modern of a knife.
I love mid-century modern.
Yeah, might need a charge.
I was doing this last week. This Hochokobo is a really fantastic knife, but you were right. It is a fantastic deal. The handle is really nice. Everything's really nice about it. To be honest, the price as well. It's a very simple knife. Like we said, the core steel will tarnish a little bit, especially if you spend a lot of time, cutting lemons or something. You might see a little bit more than you want, but no, great kitchen knife.
Yeah, this is so well made.
Cool.
I love that the battery. I love that we actually get to interview Sony-san, right?
We should show some more of those behind the scenes videos in a little bit here.
Yeah.
Sean Buckle is just didn't get a knife, didn't get the knife they wanted, so instead is stoked to get a Hasegawa board and a Hatsukokoro frying pan.
Yeah.
Sean also won our Christmas giveaway, the Fujimoto Hammertone Tsujihiki from the Sharp Knives Rock episode. And in addition to all the other great knives that Sean's got from previous garage sales, so missed out on that refurbished Marusian, but he's always
waiting on
always fall garage sale.
cool knife.
Well, once you get a collection like that, I think you start to get a little particular about what you're looking for.
He's waiting on some cool knife that I've been, keep the eye out with the Masashi-san. So Sean, just
stay tuned.
Be a little bit more patient.
Yeah, Sean, be patient. I'm kidding.
Sorry.
Um,
I know it's been a while.
He's a nice guy. Stop yelling at him.
no, Sean's great.
No, he's never actually said anything. I'm just like.
I'm making a joke. See? Oh no, it's a joke.
Make your jokes in Japanese. All right.
Okay. Daryl was asking about custom handles for rehandling knives for garage sale. We do get custom handles pretty much every garage sale, but they sell extremely quickly. They tend to go first thing in the morning. We might get a handful of ones that are left over, maybe a handle full.
I'm not sure if this one's actually still sitting there because it has not been picked. But it was there. So we do definitely have those custom handled knives, including something like this more traditional Japanese handle to something like this for European handles.
Yeah, we've got those ones are super cool.
So yes, we do.
Awesome. Okay, cool. All right, we got a few others here. I think we should go through some more of our favorites in a sec here because there's a lot of cool stuff that we've had our eyes on. Fred Bashara down in the U.S. Excited for my girlfriend to receive her Makoto Kurosaki SG2 Sentoku. Let her use my Denka, and she wanted a Japanese knife, so this is her birthday gift. Well, you're an awfully nice guy, Fred. That's a pretty cool gift.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
That's great knife.
That's no decoy knife. That's a serious knife.
Not at all. We do need to come up with the acronym for decoy, Nathan.
Okay.
Just the way that one fella had typed it in with, the things that make it look like an acronym.
Okay. I gotcha. All right, let's see if we got any other questions here. How about you guys? You got anything particular you want to talk about? I know we got a sale on at our sister store right now.
Oh.
That is pretty important.
Yeah, Ken of Inglewood. We've got a little outdoor axe and knife sale. If you do buy an outdoor axe or a knife right now, and I mean, we've got some selection of axes. We've got Hultafors, Adler, Brandt and Cochrane, Mizuno from Japan. What else have we got there?
Hultafors,
Flying Fox.
Council Tool.
Council Tools. They make some beautiful axes and hatches. You can see them at Knifewear. Sorry, at kennevigo.com. A good axe is like a good knife. You don't know the difference until you've actually used one, and you don't realize that thing from Canadian Tire is only sort of like an axe, where you use one of these and that's a real axe.
Yeah.
And it's again, often it's the steel and it's the way that they've made it, with care. They're not reinventing how an axe works. They're just making a really good version of an axe. And there's a great selection of pocket knives there now. There's a great selection of hunting knives too, or outdoor knives. Hele makes some really awesome, very cool looking knives too. But right now, if you get any of these things, we've got this Fieldstone, the Kent of Inglewood Fieldstone. They're half price when you buy any of these things right now. It's a cool little stone. It's got a 120 grit on one side. It's got a 360 on the other side. Right?
Yeah. 120 and 360, I believe.
120 and 360.
Yeah.
So it's really great. It's really going to keep your axe sharp. And you can use like a Fieldstone. You got a little tin here.
I like that tin because you can put water in the lid for like dipping your stone.
Yeah, you can put water on either side. And
Yeah.
you can make like a little reservoir so you can keep your stone weight. I'm pretty sure you could use oil or water with these. I always use water though because it never plugs up the way that oil can plug up your stone. And
I've never been out camping and found an oily river
water
to dip my
everywhere.
stone in.
Yeah, you don't have to carry oil with you. So, kennevigood.com. Go check out the hunting and the daily carry knives. And pick yourself up a little stone so you can keep all your gear sharp.
Yeah. Speaking of sales, the Knifewear Garage Sale that we're talking about today, it's not just today. It runs all week until Monday, the 23rd, because Monday's a holiday in Calgary, so we are in Canada, so we put an extra day on. So yeah, if you need to find a great knife, we've got stuff all week, not just today. There's a lot of great deals to be had. Knives, like some new knife lines. We really expand our selection this time of year. We got free shipping over $100 within Canada and over $200 to the USA. Also, when you buy a knife from Knifewear any time of the year, you can get a honing rod for 50% off to keep your knife sharp. So if you're into not having to sharpen your knives as often, snag one of those. They're half price with a knife, and they'll keep your knife sharp like probably twice as long.
Twice as long.
I would say
Twice
so.
as long,
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, I often find that when my knife's like, really just pun intended, not cutting it anymore.
Yep.
If it's not fully dull, the honing rod brings it back to life a lot of the time.
Well, it's because it's not dull. It's because just the fine little bit of the edge is just bent around or flipped over, or maybe little errant bits of steel are hanging off the side, and it cleans it up. That's all you need to do. If you actually tried to sharpen it every time instead of use the honing rod, your knife is going to get smaller, faster.
Oh, here's the acronym for decoy knives. Destroy edges carelessly on Euro knives. Rolls off the tongue. I love it.
Euro knives.
I'm super into it. Okay, so
I believe yarn is actually a real word for your own.
Right. Yeah, in Finland. Yarn knives.
Yarn. I was going to say like some in the south.
Finland and Louisiana.
We did have a question though, hey, about Kengata.
Yeah, this is Karthik M on YouTube asking if we had any
Was it
Kengata
on YouTube?
Gyutos. Well, we're on Facebook too. There's like one person watching on Facebook.
I have a question.
Shout out to Facebook.
What does Kengata mean?
Hi, Zuck.
Ken means sword,
Right. And gata means shape. Sword shape.
but it doesn't really look like sword shape.
I don't know. You swung it at me, a duck.
Yeah. The Kengata Gyuto is very specific, I guess, name for the this Sakai Takayuki I found. The Kengata, and it's almost looked like a Kiritsuke Gyuto.
It does. Yeah. Everyone loves the old K-tip, and I don't know why. And I think I know why. I think it's because it looks awesome. Like it's just like a knife with a bad attitude.
Yeah. Kiritsuke is usually a little bit more flatter at the bevel, and but the tip now, that's probably why people call it K-tip, because it's both Kengata and the Kiritsuke tip, maybe. But yeah, these ones are here.
That K-tip shape really says it's not just a phase, Mom.
Yeah, Kengata. So two are made by both Doi-san, and the other one is the Sakai Takayuki. So all of these are actually by Sakai Takayuki, the brand or the company who designs and produces the those knives. Then they ask, say, specific blacksmith knife makers to make a knife like this shape, like specific shapes, right? This is one of my favorite knives here. It's like so beautifully crafted.
It's so cool looking.
And it's surprisingly like every batch that he makes, like the Doi-san is the blacksmith specialized in the single bevel knives. Then the Sakai Takayuki kind of asked him to make a double bevel. Then this was one of the first batch. Then he become so much better. I mean, he's good, like awesome blacksmith. But his first couple attempts were like he was making like this more like a single bevel thickness. But now, how thin that the bevel is, how thin the spine is, this is such a masterpiece.
It's gotten a lot thinner since when we first saw them. Eh?
Exactly. This is so much thinner. And because of that, the thin knife like these can have really nice proper beveling like this. Proper by mean it's really good, sharp, thin, as well as the strong. Like this, especially the Guren series, is very, really, really well balanced edge. It's not too thin. It's got really enough great exposure to the edge. We asked specifically asked to the this sharpener, the Mitsuo Yamatsuka-san specifically,
the hard part or the about the sharpening of the grits. Is that this is the hardest, the beveled one is the hardest one to sharpen because the making a bevel even from both ends is really hard. But still, this too, like making enough nice convex bevel right here, yet it's thin right behind the edge. This is really well done, right? And it's gonna be a workhorse. That beveling, that edge, is really a great.
That's crazy, and nice and thin at the tip.
Yeah.
You see us do this a lot, and I don't know if other people do when they look at a knife. You start at the edge and you pull back towards the spine, and then you get a sense of what the cross section, if you were to cut the knife in half and look at it. And that really gives you a sense of how the knife is going to travel through the food as it cuts. But then when you pinch behind the edge and you move your fingers up, you can actually start to feel the difference in the thickness. I mean, we do it all the time. Maybe we've got a little bit more sensitivity to it, but it is quite incredible. This bevel is amazing.
What I do is I start from here and I do diagonal because that's how the knife travels.
God damn, this guy's smart.
That's how the knife the knife travels food, right?
If you cut backwards.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So
genius level.
But that particular knife is really great on both ways. It's got the really nice thin behind the edge, but it gets really quite nice and thick pretty quickly, so that I don't see that knife chips. Yes.
Wow. And it's very straight and very even. The bevel is very even on both sides. And I think that's like what Yamatsuka was saying is to try and to take a knife and slap it on a wheel and get a bevel on it is not an easy thing to start with. But to get it so precise that what's on the left side is identical to what's on the right side, that's even harder. Because the way the knife gets forged, you have little high spots or low spots. Sometimes the hammer hits a little harder in one spot because it's not automatic. So the sharpener has just as much of a challenge as the blacksmith to do their job and to do it really well.
Absolutely.
Very cool.
All right.
That's
Spoon.
our King Gyuto story.
Yeah. That's a good story. Spoon Monkey 3, son of Spoon Monkey 2, son of Spoon Monkey, is asking if we have any turquoise handled Senkos left.
No, sure. We still have some sitting there.
Yeah, there's still some sitting. Let me do the old searchy search. Whoa, really? God damn.
I believe that was the original title of that Soundgarden song, but then they just couldn't really make it work, so they switched it to Spoon Man.
Oh.
No, see? Spoon Man. Better. Yeah, these turquoise handles are amazing. We've got a 150 penny here. The little bunker has sold. Come on.
Oh, ho, ho.
This is like the kind of knife that Elvis would have.
Yeah. Old Elvis.
Old Elvis, not young Elvis.
Not young Elvis.
Let's face it, young Elvis had no taste. Charm, but no taste. Yeah? Yeah.
Beauty.
All right, Spoon Monkey, you have any questions? Look.
You know what? I bet that would be a great knife for making a deep fried peanut butter jelly sandwich.
I mean, what wouldn't be?
Right?
Really nice shape to the spine here, right, as it drops down off the handle. Nice little curved choil, so it's easier a little bit on your finger. You tuck in really nicely. Extremely fine tip. The finish on this gives you that sense of, like sparks flying. Right? Senko actually, I think that's what it means, is sparks or fireworks or something.
Flash.
Oh, that's right, flash.
Sounds right.
And a very, very nicely polished knife. Yeah, very evenly ground. And the the fit and finish on the handle is really nice too. We often see some of this stuff gets a little shrinky, a little rough, but the tang is pretty perfect on these.
I think that's a nice thing about that, like non-wood material, is that it doesn't shrink.
And Kurosaki knives come with a free blade guard now.
Nice.
I won't put the knife in there because it might scratch.
Some of them.
Some of them do. Why only some? Sometimes they forget. Who knows?
And Spoon Monkey was also asking, and what 165 millimeter bunkos are still in stock?
Can we filter that kind of stuff and get a good answer?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, if we're looking on the website at knifewear.com.
Do we have any there or no? 165 millimeter bunkas.
Yeah, we have a bunch in front of us here, but I'm just trying to think if there's a quick way.
Well, tell you what, you shuffle through those. I got the website here.
Definitely in stock.
The which one?
The Kato with the custom handle.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, which is like the one.
No kidding.
Right?
Wow, look at this. Camera 2.
Camera 2.
Boom. Look at this.
Spoon Monkey, that's your next knife.
Oh, it's like crazy square hammer. That's like kind of like rotated around each one of these little things to make this texture. That's amazing. That is amazing. And what a beautiful handle. Now, so do you know what kind of wood this is? Is it like a burl maple?
I think so. I think it's the stabilized maple.
Stabilized maple burl? Look at that. That's stunning. Now, this has been one of my favorites all along. If you're looking for something that's, wow, this thing is so light. It's so light. It's also, I would think, one of the more finesse sort of feeling knives. It's so thin, it's so light. It's going to be a little delicate. If you're cutting something thick and heavy like a squash, I'd be careful. You know, twisting it could probably break the edge pretty easily.
That's the Inazuma, right? The Origami Super?
That is, yeah.
That one's in stock. There's no photo right now on the website, but hopefully soon.
Oh, that's probably why it's still there.
But it's a beauty.
Beautiful, beautiful fat engraving. You know, it's an octagonal Japanese handle. It's really nice. This is a very thin knife. This is very high performance finesse knife. We've got the Yoshida ZDP 189. This is crazy territory in terms of steel. Edge retention, I don't think there's much that gets better than ZDP 189. Difficult to sharpen. Don't worry, we can do that for you. Or we can get you set up with all the stones that you need. But beautiful little knife. Kind of a simple look. Bit of indentation. Not a lot though.
Yeah, that guy and the Kumokage that's up next are both in stock. So everything you got there.
Everything here is in stock?
I'm not sure about that Saji, but.
This Kumokage is nice. I mean, carbon steel with a bit of a Damascus finish to it. Kuroshi on the top. I mean, this is nice. It's got a bit more weight to it. It's got a bit like a density. Even though it's kind of the same thickness of everything else, it feels a little heavier. If you like that kind of knife, it is completely carbon steel, so you'll see the whole blade tarnish and stuff. That Damascus will likely show up a little bit more as it does tarnish. $215 puts it at the lowest price of everything on the table here. Of course, stainless steel does make things cost a bit more. And what did you say about the Saji?
The Saji's in stock too, so 5 for 5, Sky.
Can you tell me the name of the Saji again?
That's the Saji Shinshu.
Shinshu, that's right. So this is Damascus, but it's been layered with like with some brass, right? So you've got this really cool kind of color to it. Nice and thin. I believe it's a VG10. That is stainless steel, and it's at $516. That's our stories about bunkas that are still in stock. Every one of those is still in stock. The Inazuma, I think, is my fave.
Is your mic dead there?
Yeah, it was
Mike's got the mic charger.
blinking.
Blinking. I'm thinking it's all over when I go out drinking.
Ritter said, I did go into the Calgary store. Kyle helped me choose the exactly right knife, and I'm so excited. I wanted to let you know that I picked up the small tongs to rest chopsticks on. Thanks, all. Thank you, Andy.
Listen, I hope you had a good time with Kyle. He's been around for a couple months. What a lovely human.
Yeah, great.
He is such a helpful person. I can't imagine that you didn't have a great time with Kyle. So thanks, Andy. We really appreciate that
Round of
feedback.
applause for Kyle.
Whoa.
Also, shout out to the person that drove to Calgary from BC to get the knife they wanted. That's the way to do it.
Why did they drive?
Because they wanted a Hinora River jump.
Just because?
And they didn't think they'd be able to get the one that was on the website.
Yeah, because there's one in one, right?
That's a good reason.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good
BC is not that far. It's just like right there.
It's just right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, real quick, little housekeeping. We got a Toronto pop-up happening.
Soon.
June.
Very soon.
Like less than a month. June 13th to 19th. We're at 28 Bathurst Street in the Stack Market. So if you know somebody in Toronto, let them know. We've also got we'll have some late arrivals. We'll have some in-store stock going online tonight. If you didn't find what you were looking for this morning, you just haven't found the right knife for you, you might find it later on around 6, 7 Mountain Time. And we will be getting some last minute, and by last minute I mean late arrivals later this week at some point.
We will.
Keep your eye on Instagram. We've got also a live roundup Thursday at 4 p.m. Mountain Time on YouTube, and so hopefully we'll have them by then, and we can talk about them. But as soon as they show up, we'll take some photos of them on the website.
Yeah, we will. We will get some. Alrighty, so next.
You want to give us your mic?
This is blinking. No, he left it. But it's.
I could have sworn I saw it on the.
Can you hear us, or it's blinking right now?
Yeah, we're good.
It's good. Good. All right. So someone wanted to, I guess, see the Style K Makoto Kurosaki. This here.
Oh yeah.
So
this is so for Fred. He bought this for his girlfriend.
Oh yeah.
I was wondering what our opinion on it is.
Oh, this is beautiful knife with the such great sharpening job done Makoto Kurosaki. Sharpening job done by Makoto Kurosaki-san. I love this like really subtle hammer pattern on the blade, and it's the reason why it's called Sakura is that there's a little cut off cherry blossom leaves on in the box. It's beautiful. It doesn't focus.
Yeah, you really knocked it out of the park here, Fred. That's an incredible. She's gonna love that.
Yeah. It's fantastic. Awesome. Well, I got this here. Saying penny under 200.
Well, hold on. I got a question here from Spoon Monkey. I think this is a good one for you because you were just in Japan. What knife or maker is the most popular at garage sale and outside of garage sale? As in, what knife maker do you sell the most of?
You know what? Probably the quantity wise, we sell a lot of Yoshimi Kato's regular lines. Yoshimi Kato is probably the biggest one who produces the most knives in terms of blacksmith. We have a lot of other. When it comes to more garage sale, I don't know. Kurosaki
for sure, yeah.
Kurosaki does quite a good job as well.
It depends on the year. Like if we get a lot of Moritaka knives, we'll sell a lot of Moritaka knives because people love them.
Yeah.
But same goes for Kurosaki, Kato, Andrew.
And this last couple garage sales, we have been pretty, I guess, fortunate to see more variety of blacksmith knives from different blacksmith and knife makers, right? So more like a Sakai guys, like Nakagawa-san. This time around, I was so excited about the Ikeda-san, the Yoshikazu Ikeda's the blue carbon, super blue carbon, Honyaki and stuff like that. So
yeah. Okay, George was, so that's what those petties are for. George was saying, I'm looking at getting a petty to pair with my 210mm Koishi and curious if it is better to get a 120 or a 150. Which ones would you suggest?
Oh.
Just a few, just 5.
That was different. The different one.
Okay.
Yeah, So those different ones.
Well, we can do that one first. If that's easier. Whichever is easier for you.
It's either or. So you know what? Here, my preference is 120 petty. I have all petties right here. My preference is a little bit shorter version of petty, where 150 still does though. Like I personally like the one has a little bit more height, like these, right? This petty is great. This is Hatsukokoro Kumokage petty, and the size is 150 millimeters. Unlike some of these, say, Masakage petties, they make the petty a little bit more taller. It's almost like a small gyuto size, right? So this, you'll be able to do the little bit more chopping jobs on the cutting board, as well as the smaller jobs, or like do a bit of coring jobs and stuff like that. Skinnier petties, like this is very Kato the AS stainless glass. So this is going to be your Koishi compatible with the European style handle. This is really more traditional echizen or the takefu shape of the petty. You know, if you compare it to these two, skinnier. So this one here, I like to have them to take a sinew off from the tenderloin and stuff like that. It is a little bit more like a small slicer instead of a small. I again personally like the bit more taller blade. If it's 150, I like to have it a bit more height, so that I can do more like a small chopper as well as core and a tear as well. So like the Kikumori Aogami Blue number 2 stainless clad. Nashiji one also is the little bit good tall one. Say for example if you like to have your knife in your hand doing a lot more peeling, I found the 150 is a little bit too long, and I like about 120 mil like this, or slightly longer, 135 millimeter for myself. So it really depends on what you like to do with that petty knife. Then choose the size and a little bit more shapes too, right? Again, I like that personally to have a little bit more height for myself. But if you like to have them like trimming the fat off, get these something that's skinny. Make sense? Hopefully. And if someone was looking for petty under $200, here we have Kumokage petty 150. This is something that this is for someone who's looking for a little bit more like smaller chef's knife type situation. It's great edge. It's really nice and thin. It has enough height to it for the knuckle clearance. Blue carbon steel with the beautiful Damascus on the outside. If you like to care for the carbon steel knife, this is perfect. If you like to kind of get a little bit more easy on the maintenance side, the Seki Kanetsugu DG2 heptagon handle, this is gonna do really, really well in the kitchen. Like cutting up the I just bought the pineapples the other day, and cutting those eyes out from the pineapples. These come super, super handy. Molly B, Seki Kanetsugu also, like this one here is really nice, $82. So quite nice selection still, right? We have this Tsunehisa Aogami stainless clad. This been really popular. It's got a really nice stainless clad, but it's got a carbon steel core. So these are a great selection for the person looking for slightly, inexpensive petties. Good? Hopefully, good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's a really weird question about sharpest knife. Is that the next question?
It is. That one's coming up, but before we get there, a Mr. Scott asked, would you suggest honing or stropping?
I do honing first.
Honing first,
Yeah.
then stropping is usually what we do.
If you want to have a little bit more smoother
Mhm.
edge.
All right. What's next up there?
I
Oh,
got
yes, the sharpest knife. Yes.
So
Yeah, Spoon Monkey asked, apart from the Denka, what's the sharpest knife you have out there in the box?
this is really hard question to answer because there are quite differences in the I guess definition of sharp. It's the also comes in mind. One of the things that you'd be looking for the sharp knife is definitely you want to have thin knife. Say for example, Kei Kobayashi, either the regular plain Migaki model or the Damascus model, he sharpens the edge really, really thin. And whole blade is tapers very nice and thin as well. So when you're cutting into anything, it feels like it just, there's nothing there. Even like I would cut the, say, pumpkins and stuff like a little bit more hard, those vegetables, and you will feel very little resistance to it. That is also sharp. Some other things like some other factors. Hard steel can hold or could be created at very, very fine angle as well. One of the reasons why Denkas are so sharp is that one, he forges and heat treats them into really, really hard steel, and also sharpens the last bevel at very shallow angle. So when you're cutting tomatoes and stuff, it just feels like sinking in, right? That's really one of the things that matters. For example, if you have a little bit more like bigger blades, like say Senko, this one here is actually really nice, and weight of the knife and it's sharp enough blade, when you put that on and slowly moves it slides into say tomato skins and stuff like that without no problem, and it feels almost like it's not doing anything. So thinness and how thin the thinness of the whole bevel and a thinness at the edge are the two factors that you want to consider. So like say Kobayashi-san's knives are really, really thin. Takamura-san's knives are great. It's got the both kind of thinness and the smoothness of the edge and everything. So it's really hard to tell like what's the sharpest blade. But that's the geometry and everything kind of matters, I guess. Sorry, I don't have the clear answer. That is that sharp as that.
All right.
Okay.
Next up, we were looking for comparable Maboroshi Hanasukis. For garage sale stuff, the closest kind of grind I could find was the Nigara.
Right.
But I also pulled the Nishiji, which is also by Fujiwara, and we've got a couple others in just our regular stock that are also awesome.
Yeah, if you're looking for Hanasuki, these are great. We have some other ones. Like if you're looking for with a carbon steel, Fujiwara Nishiji Hanasuki is great. It's got really nice thick spine, really nice convex grind, and really shallow bevel makes it really nice and strong. As Mike was mentioning, the difference between the Maboroshi and the Nishiji is basically the carbon steel. I don't know if he mentioned it, but it's slight difference on the carbon content in the steel. The Maboroshi, he uses a white number 1A carbon steel, where the Nishiji is a white number 1 carbon B steel. So a tiny bit of carbon difference. Makes the Maboroshi line will keep the edge a little bit longer, but also makes it a little bit more fragile. And if you're thinking of using as a actual deboning knife, this one will be better maybe because of it's not as quite hard, right? If you like those Western European style handle for the the Hanasuki, Nigara-san makes it really, really nice. It's got really nice thick spine, thick bevel. I can't see this being actually damaged that easy. It's really, really great blade. And we have like all the Fujimoto Hanasukis as well as the new Masashi line Kaijin will have. Hanasuki. Yeah. All right. Too efficient. This is something that we want to show.
Super. Well, I put this one up here because I want you to talk about it because I want this a lot.
You see here,
Oh, Michiko's so good.
Michiko Kubota-san out of Sakai Takayuki. She is fantastic. She is an engraver on the knives, and what she uses is a little hammer anvil to hold it in place, and various different type of kind of a metal chisel type of stuff. Each kind of dots or whatever is done by hand. And you know what's incredible is that she doesn't even draw on the blade.
She doesn't. Oh my
She
god.
just goes at it.
I thought my wallet was okay, like up until you brought that out, and I was like, oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, she's such a, and apparently we couldn't meet her when we were at Sakai Takayuki. I really wanted to see her work, but apparently she's only working there for like 5 years or so.
What's the steel on this one? I know it's fully
This one's
carbon.
blue carbon steel.
Okay.
A blue number 2 with
Blue
the full
2?
carbon. yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
So it's really well made knife, but what makes it really special is this engraving.
Yeah.
It's got a carp to it. One of the things about carp, I think Japanese tradition or probably Chinese tradition, the carp is some sort of fish that it's like a salmon. They want to actually go up on the river to, I guess, like lay eggs and stuff. But they sometimes go up on this like waterfall as well. And Japanese tradition, they believe the koi fish, once it reaches the top of the waterfall, it will become a dragon. And dragon is this figure. So that's why my jacket has my carp on it. But it is kind of symbol of the, I guess, like, if you want to go up on the ladder on your organization or anything, you have that carp. So, so if you're working in the kitchen, if you want to be a chef in some point, if you're still a cook, line cook, want to be a chef, this may be really good kind of fortune, fortune kind of knife. Good fortune knife.
Good luck.
Good luck.
That's really cool. I didn't know that story about the koi. All right. Next up, Sailing Matsu is looking for a gyuto that doesn't have to be pretty and a good price that he can work and prepare the food.
Oh, yeah.
Gyuto, my bad. Sorry. I read the text.
Okay, so these are great. I'm going to skip the carbon steel one. I will do a little bit more stainless steel. Makes it easier to take care for.
Anything? Sorry about that.
No.
Gone. Well, no knives together.
I think these are good. Good price. Say, I got a really good one here. The one's Seki Kanetsugu. It was one of the giveaway knife at the Sharp Knife Rock episode 11. This here, Pro M 119 for 210 millimeter gyuto. This will do fantastic. Despite the price, this is going to perform and even outperform some of the knives that's like at the much higher price range. This, because how it's sharpened, how thin it is, this will outperform a lot of knives at even the higher price range. That is for sure. So as the same Seki Kanetsugu, same company as this guy. This has a little bit more like flashy look. You know what? If you're using a knife in the kitchen, if you're just cooking every day, you sometimes want to, you sometimes want to admire how good the knife works. So 162, same really great grind and thin blade. This is a great knife for you. Another one here, the Sakai Takayuki 33 layer Damascus, $210 on this guy. This will keep the edge a little bit longer than these two. Performs very similar, but because of the steel type, it keeps the edge slightly longer than these two. Good. I was gonna show this one, but it was a little bit maybe. You don't know what the good price is for for many people. Hatsukokoro what's the name? It doesn't say on it. SG2 stainless steel is beautiful. Damascus. Yeah.
Ooh.
Finish on this one here. It's really nice and thin. $465. This guy. So that was good. Someone wants to see the cleaver?
I pulled that out as one of the options.
No.
Actually.
No. Not too bad. I mean, cleavers could be, but this is really big. This one here is a little bit more chunky cleaver. Like that.
Yeah.
Sugimoto is like better.
Yeah, like for slicing and stuff. But if you just want something in like a really good price range that's got plenty of edge to it, you can do some like chicken bones on the back third of this. I've gotten away with a lot of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, great. Only not super reactive. Great price point. Nothing fancy, just a great knife.
Great. Awesome.
Uncle Greg is asking how well the engraved koi knife would be, how well that would hold up for use.
How well that koi?
Yeah, like how's its edge retention gonna be? Is it thin? Is it delicate?
It's really nice and thin. It's actually really well made kitchen knife. So it's really well made kitchen knife. It's got an engraving on it. It's really nice and thin. Really nice grind. And yeah, it will perform really good as a kitchen knife as well. Definitely. It just it needs a little bit more care for the carbon steel. Something that let's get a thing of knife that we haven't talked about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How about some of the sleepers of the garage sale?
Yeah.
The stuff that people maybe haven't grabbed yet but are pretty sick.
Alrighty. I think we still have quite a bit of selection like this. I remember seeing one just left. Sakai Takayuki Nanairo collection. Nanairo means 7 colors. They do have more than 7 colors. There are 2, 4. Oh, there are 7 now. But there are more colors. We kind of chose the ones that stand out a little bit more. But they are all made with the little bit of lacquer on the oak handle. The blades are all Inox, Sakai Takayuki Inox blade. Very unique pieces. Holds up in the water really well. It feels pretty good. So, those of you who are looking for something a little bit more interesting things for yourself, it's like one of a kind, right? AUS8 is a type of steel. It's it's great stainless steel, so you don't have to worry too much about rusting and stuff. It takes really pretty good edge too. It's nice and thin. So something like that. It is actually sharper. something like this. Sasaoka-san from Tosa, he is a great sharpener. His brother forges. His older brother is a blacksmith, and the younger brother, Sasaoka-san, is the sharpener. This is beautiful piece, Deba, with beautiful Damascus finish. Here. Good thing about his, I guess, Deba, or this region, I guess, in general, these Debas are much thicker and slightly heavier. Therefore, it's more robust. It's got really nice weight, super thick spine compared to some other regions, and you should be able to cut into the fish bones without much problem with these. So it's like this beautiful Yanagiba, right? Deba is 382. This one here is 356.
While we're looking at some single bevel knives, we've got kind of a little discussion going on here in the comments section. Spoon Monkey was asking what knife steel weighs the most. So I was talking a little bit about kind of density versus how thin something is. And where do these guys kind of fall? And do you want to weigh in on that a little bit?
It really is the thickness. More heavier elements goes into steel will definitely make it heavier, right? But at the same time, it really comes all down to how it's being ground, how thick and how thin that is. You can't really do that kind of comparison between one steel to another. You may be able to say, for example, something that you could do is, for example, like this. Same knife maker, Takamura VG10 Tsuchime to Takamura Chromax Tsuchime. Same shape, same construction, same handle construction, same blade length, same and same. Then you maybe, oops, I think the sound is up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hopefully that you can hear me.
Yep.
So if you compare the exact same knife like these two, and VG10 is 156 gram, and the the Chromax, or we call VS1, is 147 grams. There are 3 grams difference. But can you actually, feel that 3 gram difference? The balance point is pretty much the same, right? So, So that's that's really the thing. Definitely VG10 has more like tungsten and other heavier I guess not a steel, metal in it, so that it makes sense that's slightly heavier, right, than the VS1. But that 3 gram, I don't know how sensitive are you, I guess,
I wouldn't notice
to to that kind of stuff. So so it really comes down to how thick they decide to make that knife too and stuff. Hopefully that makes sense.
Well, we've got the Chromax out. Paul wanted to know how to care for Chromax steel.
Chromax steel is the semi-stainless steel. It's just exactly the same steel as VS1. Keep it dry. Let it tarnish. It will create it will build a very beautiful patina on them. So keep it dry. You don't want to let the knife have any orange rust. Just keep it, yeah. But it's not going to rust as easy as like some other carbon steels.
Perfect.
If anybody's shopping online today or in store and needs some good reading material for summer, they should pick up a copy of this book. is a book that Kevin Kent, our boss, made, and it's real good. This is it's the Knifewear Guide to Japanese Knives. There's a lot of cool stuff in this book. There's like stories about the people who make our knives, for example. Folks like Kato-san and Keita-san and Hinora-san. But it's just the stories of how Japanese knives are made. So talking about like the different techniques that everybody uses, some of their history and training, next generations. Naoto even has a section. For those of you that like to nerd out about steel, there's a section on all about like steel science and some real nerdy stuff, which is pretty cool. Even if you don't like to nerd out like me, it's still, can get an understanding of how steel works and what makes Japanese knives so great. It's a bit of a dangerous book. We should have a warning label on this because if you buy this book, you will probably end up wanting more knives. But that is kind of, welcome to the club in that case. Also, if you're grabbing a knife today, make sure you grab some way to keep your knife safe as well as you safe. I like blade guards. They're a great thing that you can just pop over the edge of your knife and store it if you need to store it in a drawer or in a knife bag. But if you want to display them, we have some fancier options too, like knife magnets or knife blocks, display stands, that kind of thing. Yeah, and then snag one of these guys. I think somebody's asking about these earlier, honing versus stropping. We probably answered that question already. But the nice thing about a honing rod is it's super easy to use, and they're 50% off when you buy a knife. I use a honing rod and a leather strop. I use a strop kind of just for like fine tuning every now and then. If I just finish cutting something and it's just a little amiss, but if I go to like cut a pepper or tomato and my knife isn't like my denka isn't blowing my mind with how sharp it is, then I grab a honing rod, give it 20 of these back and forth, and it's pretty much good as new. So they're pretty great way to go. Got any questions?
Let's see.
It's not beer time yet, so I'm going to enjoy this sugar-free seltzer.
Some people missed out.
Yeah, you didn't get the knife you're looking for. Tell you what, if you didn't get the knife you're looking for, let us know what you do have in mind, and I bet we can help you find something cool that is just as good. Also, if that's not the case, and you've looked at everything else and just not feeling anything, come back to the website around 6 or 7 tonight, Mountain Time, because all of the stuff that's in the stores that didn't sell is going online tonight. So if there was a specific knife you had your eye on or a few knives, it might just come back available again. We just do that so that the stores, in-store customers have a shot at getting something. Otherwise, we put a bunch of stuff out on the table, and by the time people are walking in the door, we're pulling it back off the table. So we give them a fair shot at some of the cool stuff.
Also, during the week, I'll shout out to your.
Oh, that's right.
We'll have some restock. We will have some restock during the week.
Thank you, Nato. There's this big holiday in Japan called Golden Week, and a few holidays kind of coincided, but this happens almost every garage sale where some stuff just doesn't make it out of the warehouse in Japan on time, or it gets held up in shipping and it just doesn't show up by Friday. So we'll have stuff arriving this week.
It's like a garage sale or every day.
Right?
Some stuff just takes longer.
Garage sale plus.
Yeah.
But some stuff will be showing up at some point. Might show up today, might show up, well, probably not today, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So keep your eye on the website. Keep an eye on social media because we'll say something there when stuff does show up. And we'll be live on Thursday at 4 p.m. So if it shows up by then, we'll be showing it off.
All right.
And there will always be another garage sale.
There will be. Yeah, we do these twice a year. So I know a few people viewing and tuning in on Friday and stuff for garage sale first timers. So if you are, welcome. This thing happens twice a year, every year.
It's always around May long weekend here in Canada or around Remembrance Day.
Yeah, we usually do it the week before, the week of Remembrance Day in November. So there'll be another one. There's cool stuff to find all week. What do you think is gonna stick around? I was talking about sleepers earlier, like stuff that people would love, but maybe because they got blinded by all the really cool flashy knives earlier, they missed these ones. I'm a big fan of these Seki Kanetsugu heptagons.
I like these Kobayashis.
I feel like these won't. Like, I feel like the sales of these may not represent how awesome they are. By that I mean we're likely to have a few left over after today. So this is probably something you'll be able to find all week long that is super duper awesome. Really well priced too. It's Father's Day in about a month. And so instead of remembering like 2 days beforehand and getting a last minute gift, get your dad something now, right? 156 Canadian dollars for a really super rad knife with a really cool heptagonal handle. It's not every day you get an excuse to say the word heptagon.
I think these Kyohei are a really great knife if you're a stainless steel knifer, and if you're just used to using stainless steel and you want to try carbon steel, this is a beautiful knife. It's Aogami, so it's blue steel number 1, or sorry, blue steel number 2, and you know what? This would be a great knife.
Oh yeah,
it's $136. Yeah,
good lord.
It's hand forged steel. It's an amazingly great blade. It's not got a really fancy expensive handle on it. And there you go. That's a great knife right there. I pulled out this Kobayashi. I don't know if Nathan, did you mention this already?
I didn't.
These are phenomenal knives. It's SG2. He's out of Seki. He's an interesting fellow who's been making bulk knives for like a department store in South Korea for years. But he's trying to get out on his own and start his own thing. So we've been carrying a few of his knives. They're pretty plain and simple, but man, the sharpening job on them is amazing. And I think they're sleepers.
Ooh, the department store nursery. So like the Pro M. Somebody's asking about starter Yanagibas for people new to sharpening. Naoto, how's AUSA to sharpen?
That's great.
I grabbed these guys because they're $255 and they're really cool. And it's another one of those items that I think is super duper cool. But surprisingly, I don't think we're out of stock of them yet. So yeah, really cool custom handles. I love this green one, but there's a blue and a red one that are kind of like this too. Or you can always just do gold. But this one is gold, right? Yeah, no, these are beauties. Pretty nice bevels on them by the looks of it. So I think they'd be great to sharpen. AUS8, nice steel. Otherwise, like a basic white carbon Yanagiba should be pretty fun to sharpen. White carbon's quite enjoyable to work with. Speaking of which, now to grab you this guy, about $50 more. It's a Sakai Kikumori, right? Tomochibi. Oh yeah, the Tomochibi is great. They're definitely like best value. Getting into single bevels.
That one's easier to sharpen as well compared to many other knife makers. It's got a lot more straighter, flatter bevel. The back is really nice and straight. It's actually easier to sharpen, maybe
because of the geometry of it.
Yeah, well, because of the sharpening job that's done by them, him.
Right. Yeah.
Took a little bit more care to sharpen.
Yeah, and so that's probably why this guy's a little more money, but you're getting a really nice knife that's been really beautifully finished and is going to be a joy to work with. Oh, I need that. That's my next knife.
We got the butter thing back in. It's like a butter knife, but it's real smart because it's
butter knife. The knife with the butter.
Whoop. You got to chase it. There you go. Oh. Okay, I'm leaving it there.
Come on, look at this thing. It's like a little channel knife for your butter. So when you forget to take the butter out of the fridge, it just will pull tiny little threads of butter that will melt faster on your toast. Come on. You know this thing is genius.
This is also fantastic for brie. I've got 2 at home.
What?
It's really good for brie.
Really?
Yeah.
Just like as a soft cheese knife, or do
yeah,
you
just like if you want to, like, because it's got the little edge that's got a little bit of not serrations, I would say, but you know,
ziggy zaggies.
It's got some ziggy zaggies.
Ziggy zaggies.
It's excellent for charcuterie, and then people ask about it, and you're like, check it out.
I know this place that sells knives.
Yeah.
This thing's also really cool. I know Kevin has this thing. I was always a little skeptical. I mean, it's just a flat piece of steel, but it's a really nice piece of steel because it's got some spring to it. But it's like having a knife for a frying pan, so you can get in and underneath stuff.
Yeah, that's super cool. It doesn't hurt as much as I expected, actually.
I didn't connect.
We missed it. You're
with
gonna
a
need to
whip.
do another one.
I feel like I'm the same height as you now.
No, you're still taller.
It's like Lord of the Rings. What's this thing?
That's a
great
knife. We watched this guy make these
That's a knife.
sickles. So he was making sickles. I felt like I was in Doc Brown's workshop. He turns on this like one motor that runs this giant drive shaft that's down the roof of his workshop. That's probably like, I don't know, probably a 2,500 square foot workshop. This giant drive shaft running above your heads with these wheels off the sides, off the drive shaft, and these big belts that attach to all the machines across the room. And like one switch turned on the entire shop.
That's so cool.
It was like this. It was chaotic.
How do you say 1.21 gigawatts in Japanese?
First of all, it's a gigawatt, not a
Gigawatt.
gigawatt. God, watch
What the hell is a gigawatt?
Yeah, it's what you need to get back in time.
Right.
I liked the clueless. Beautiful.
This okay. Listen, he was cool. He's a cool old guy. He's made knives in this area for a really long time. He makes a lot of sickles. So he's from Niigata. This is the region that they're in. And Niigata's very famous for rice. So he was making sickles, little rice harvesting sickles. And they were so thin and so sharp that you could shave with. It was amazing. But he also makes these awesome kitchen knives. And he loves using carbon steel. Very traditional knife maker.
Mm-hmm.
Doing it all by hand.
I'm excited to get. We're gonna get some of these sickles in the fall sometime, and I'm gonna snag one as soon as they show up.
So when you can go harvest your wheat,
Yeah.
your scythe. Oh, you got the Hatsukokoro. Congratulations.
The basket. Yeah.
Thoughts or validation? I validate you.
We are here to validate.
If you were here, we'd validate your parking too. But listen, Hatsukokoro has really fantastic selections of knives. They're really well thought out. They like really nice things. And this Kubokage is everything you need in a carbon steel knife. That's it, man. Look at it.
Just a little extra flair on that, like just that little touch of Damascus on the bevel.
Listen, get a 5-pound bag of onions.
Yeah.
Julienne the 5 pounds of onions. Cut them in half, peel them, cut the core out, julienne them, throw them in a pot, a little bit of oil,
Just
a little bit
julienne
of
them,
salt.
skin on everything. Be a man.
Be a man. A little bit of salt on the onions helps pull out the water from the onion, which will help speed up the sort of process of caramelizing them. So you throw them all in a pot, you put a lid on, you let the water come out, they steam, it breaks down the liquid out of the onions. They almost stew a little bit at first, but then they start to caramelize on the bottom of your pot. And then you stir them so the caramelization comes off the bottom of the pot and goes into the onion. And then
This is like ballet, trying not to like run my hand.
and then it sticks to the bottom of the pot again. And then you come back and you stir, and the liquid cleans off the bottom of the pot, and all that sugar that's caramelized goes back into the onion. And you do this for 3 or 4 hours on a really low temperature. And then you end up with this candied onion, and you haven't added sugar. It's purely caramelizing the sugars that are already in the onion. And then you put that shit on whatever you want to eat.
On everything.
I like it on roast pork with cheddar cheese.
Yeah.
And caramelized onions and mustard
and a
and
piece
sourdough.
of crusty bread.
Yeah.
If we're talking validation, this octagonal handle alone is worth the $215 because it just feels so good. It like gives you a little bit of feedback. Like you always know where the knife is at in your hand.
You know what I mean? How this knife kind of feels dense. Like in a way, it's the same thickness as a lot of the other knives, but it's heavier.
Confident.
It's confident.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got some. It feels like it's gonna like if you're slicing shallots real quick, it's just gonna like drop into them. No problem. You just pick it up and let it go. Onion jam.
Keep in mind when you do cut your onions or your shallots, especially as you're starting to develop the patina on your knife, you will see that color, that tarnish will actually transfer to the food. So, for example, something like fennel. If you're going to shave raw fennel, it'll actually make the fennel turn a bit of a brownish color. Just like if you ever take something like, say you just get bell peppers, right? Nice bright color. If you cook them in a cast iron frying pan, that color starts to get a little bit dull in the peppers. But if you cook them in if you cook the bright thing in a cast iron pan, yeah, they'll become dull. If you cook those same things in a stainless steel frying pan, they'll retain their nice bright color. There you go.
Here's another, where'd that go?
If you're buying knives and it's
go.
your first time, don't forget about things like this. This is a ceramic honing rod. This is what you use to keep your knife sharp.
Yeah.
It's pretty straightforward how you use it. I'll give you a little demo. There's an oval guard here. Guard because most of the time you use it, you hold it like this and swing the knife around. That's not our preferred method. We think the better way to do it is to do it right. And that is to hold the knife at a consistent angle along the blade, along the rod. And what I do is you can see here.
Do you want to do this in the other camera?
Nope, I'm lined up. I got the long, this is an oval, right? So it's short side, long side. So if I line the spine up of the rod here on the long side of the oval, I'm pretty much bang on 15 degrees. If I roll it around and go out a little wider, I'm pretty much 22 degrees. So I got a German angle and then I got my Japanese angle. And all I'm going to do is like I'm slicing. I'm going to go down and back at the same time. Now, I'm not going to stand here and hone it like this, like a weirdo. This looks really strange.
Really? That's not how you do it?
I don't stand in the middle of.
Says you're supposed to do it.
But what I do is
That's kind of cool.
I put the tip of my honing rod on my counter on top of like a folded up dishcloth that's kind of damp so it doesn't slip around. These are ceramic so they can break, but the ones we've got, they've got like a rubber tip and this rubber handle, and this is actually a tube with a threaded rod through the middle. So it's not a solid piece of ceramic, so they don't shatter when you drop them. When we all first started getting ceramic rods, they were hundreds of dollars and solid ceramic, and the first time it rolled off the table was the last time you ever used it. If you wanted to get into sharpening, especially, I really strongly suggest you use a leather paddle strop. It's a really great way to finish the edge. And frankly, it's a really great way to tell if you've successfully removed the burr off of your knife. When you drag it over the leather, especially the smooth leather surface, any burrs left over from your sharpening will kind of drag on the leather, and you can feel them. You can tell if they're still there. So you can strop it for a little while, and that can break the burrs off, or you just go back to your finest stone and do a couple of quick passes, very, very light pressure, and that'll cut the burr off the steel. Now you can use these all of the time as you own a knife, as you use it. In fact, when I was a guy in a kitchen, I used a paddle strop all day. It just polishes the edge of the knife. As you're using it, of course, the steel will bend a little bit. You know, if you think of what a sharpness is, it's what's something very, very, very thin. So it doesn't take a lot of force or effort to affect that. So whether it's the food, frankly, your cutting board is usually the thing that dulls your knife the most. And polishing with the leather is amazing how well it works to just really, really get you a super sharp edge. That's my story. And when you buy a knife, a honing rod's a half price item. 50% off.
It's like a toothbrush for your knives, you know? Eventually you have to go to the dentist, but the better you use your toothbrush, the less often you have to go to the dentist. And in this case, if you have to take your knife to the knife sharpener all the time, eventually you're not going to have a knife anymore.
You're going to wear your teeth down.
You're going to have a toothpick. Yeah, I've worn my teeth down enough. I gotta take good care of them.
This is getting weird.
This is another one of my, I'm going to start calling them sleeper agents.
Sleeper agent, man.
Don't sleep on this guy. This is I don't even know what it is. It's a Sasoka. Okay, I thought it was Sasoka. But it's just super cool. It's just a badass looking knife. Yeah, if you need a knife to bust up some smoked meats in the summer, I think this would be a great little knife to have at your barbecue station. This and a Hasegawa board, like a no-brainer. Beauty. It's not super long. I think it's a 240, and it's measured from the handle. It's Sakai style. But, you know, not everybody needs a giant Tsujihiki. If you live in an apartment or you don't cook like crazy big chunks of meat, I think this guy would work just fine. and it's single bevel, so it's going to be super duper sharp. It's going to take a little practice to get the hang of using, but I mean, I think you'll be forgiven if you don't use it quite right because it just looks so badass. I always say that a carving knife should be cool looking because if you're standing at like the head of the table during the holidays cutting up some meat, you got to look cool.
Is that what you say?
Yes.
Is that what you always say?
Always. Every single day.
Always say.
I'm talking about carving knives.
Every day I'm carving.
Every day, all day.
Listen, let's talk about Hasegawa boards. Hasegawa is a company out of Japan that make really awesome cutting boards. And it's not just a piece of plastic. First of all, and the coolest thing about it is they're actually made with a wood core. You can see a little picture of a cross section here. So there's a bunch of wood in the middle, and then there's actually two plastic layers, and this is a rubber layer. I feel a strange wind behind me. Maybe it was all of those hot dogs. Oh my God.
I like this one. This is the one I'm going to get. Because I already have a great big large board that I use 90% of the time because it's super beautiful and I can leave it out on my counter. But sometimes I'm making like 12 liters of spaghetti sauce to put in my freezer. And that thing's just too small for like 20 onions.
Hey, you could change your baby on that thing.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
Yeah.
You might not want to cook with it afterwards, but you could.
I wouldn't want to cook with
Well, you put it in the dishwasher after you do that, and then you're good to go.
Don't put the baby in the dishwasher.
Not the baby.
Oh,
the surfboard.
Cutting board.
Problem is, I don't think I don't have a dishwasher. Most dishwashers wouldn't fit this guy. Remember working at restaurants, you have to like cram the cutting boards in there all day.
Yeah.
Don't miss that. But yeah, these guys are rad. They are built for professional use. But yeah, the surface is nice and soft.
Well, and they're built for Japanese kitchen knives. They're literally built to not screw up your kitchen knife.
It's almost like having tires that are designed to go with your car. Right?
Tires, what, like, is supposed to put in bike tires on your car?
Yeah.
Yeah, car tires are for cars.
Right?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That'd be terrible if you had a bike tire on your car.
Yeah. Use the right cutting board for your knives.
There's this little home kitchen use. It's a polyethylene surface, so it's a little bit harder, a little bit more durable. Same construction with the wood core, though. And you can bleach these. You can run them through a dishwasher. They're really durable. The wood core keeps them from warping, so you don't get that wobbly cutting board. And they actually have an antibacterial coating that uses silver, and that keeps your cutting board from allowing any bacterial growth. It doesn't kill bacteria, but it stops it from replicating. And like with any cutting board, you'll cut it up and scar it a little bit. They have this really awesome little sanding block here. Coarse one side, fine the other. Put it in a sink, run water on it, sand your cutting board down. It sands the cuts mark, but I can't. Sands the cut mark.
That's French.
Cut marks off. Sands cuts off the surface and gets rid of that place that the bacteria can be harbored.
Yeah, I got something exciting to show off. I'm going to interrupt.
Empty beer cans?
Empty beer can. Just chug this. No. We've got a couple of proofs for beer cans. We've been kind of keeping it under our hat. If you follow us on Instagram, you would have seen some pictures of me drinking samples of this. Ooh. This is the can. Well, it's the label for the can for the beer that we made with honey. Our friends over at Highline Brewing, we've partnered with them. We did the same thing back in 2020. We gave them honey from the ABC Bees beehives that we sponsor every year, and they made a delicious beer with it called Buzzcut. Well, this year they're making a new beer. It's called Always Be Crushing, ABC, and it's going to be really good.
I get it.
It's really clean, light, crisp, crushable, honeyed cream ale. It's 5% alcohol. If you're in Calgary, we're having a launch party May 29th at noon at Highline Brewing. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'll be there. Come say hi, come drink some beer and support Highline.
Crush some honey beers.
If you don't live in Calgary, we're going to send out like a flat of this to each store. So we'll have a few cans, and if you get lucky, they might just slip one in with your knife.
Or find a way to support the folks that support bees in your local neighborhood, because they're pretty important little creatures. Our friend Elise at ABC Bees does a lot of training to teach people how to take care of bees, because she figures she can't do it all herself.
No.
She's really wonderful
and bees out there.
Has a really incredible business here in town, and she consults with lots of people around the world, actually, talking about how to handle keeping your bees. It's not that hard.
No. Yeah, without bees, we wouldn't have beer or food or life. So let's keep supporting them. If you are in Alberta, though, ABC Bees does really cool stuff. They promote and educate on sustainable urban beekeeping, and so they're pretty cool folks. Definitely worth supporting.
Dun, 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 dun.
This thing's really cool. I know Mike doesn't like it, but I think it's rad. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean everybody else doesn't, Mike. This is the Skagfa. I think this is in stores now. This is a wooden knife for kids, specifically kids who are like 1 to 3 years old that maybe you don't want to give a super sharp hand-forged Japanese knife to quite yet, Mike. We have some great knives that we recommend for kids, but if they're not quite knife age, I think this guy's a really cool tool to give them. You hold it like that. It is wood, so yes, it's not razor sharp, but you can push your way through some strawberries and some cucumbers and stuff, and just get kids working in the kitchen, having a good relationship with food. I think that's really important. We're big advocates for teaching kids to cook and teaching kids how to handle knives safely. This is an easy, safe way to get started, learn that claw technique before you move on to a real knife.
Super cool. I bet you make a great scraper for your windshield too.
Totally, yeah. Scrape. Nah, it wouldn't quite be a good bench scraper, almost.
If it was flat, it would be a good dough cutter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I feel like for cutting dough, if you're just like portioning,
okay.
pretty good, yeah.
Portioning your cronuts.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a speed round request. Last knife everyone has used to cut food.
This was a speed round.
His was a Takeda Nasbunka.
Mine was a Haryuki Shiso 135 millimeter petty. This is my newest knife.
Yuki Kobunka, because I have a Yuki Kobunka that I use all of the time.
I find it interesting that we both used a small knife most recently.
Last thing I cut was a piece of cheese.
I think that's the same for me, honestly. Like, oh shit, I'm hungry. Better eat something. One piece of cheese.
Mine was the Kato SG2 Damascus petty to do some orange peel for an old fashioned.
Oh,
That's
nice.
good.
Which one was that, sorry?
The Kato SG2 Damascus petty.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super thin.
I imagine we answered that question earlier about
Mhm.
best knife behind the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Totally. That'd be
We were
a good
looking
one.
at all the little stainless petties.
I use my Shiso petty when I'm making cocktails, not because it's practical, because it's carbon steel, but I'm trying to get that patina going.
Yeah.
So I'm just cutting lots of citrus with it.
And that's a really patient steel too.
Oh
like,
my god!
as far as carbon steel,
patina.
yeah, I know.
I'm like, come on, hurry up, patina.
Do the thing.
A really quick and easy way to make an old fashioned, hey? It's just whiskey and orange crush.
Oh no!
It's got everything, orange, yeah,
Sugar,
citrus,
citrus. It's
Yeah.
got everything you need.
Yeah. Dilution.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to try that genuinely.
Is it actually good, or are you trolling?
I'm trolling, but do you know that that's actually often a way to use to finish carnitas, which is that amazing Mexican taco filling?
I've had a shocking number of mediocre old fashions, and I bet that one would be better than most of the ones that I've had.
Totally. I bet you if you use like Zevia, like one of the ones that doesn't have the color in it, right?
Yeah.
No one would know. They'd be like, damn, this is good.
Just pre-batch your old fashions, just a can of soda and a bottle of whiskey.
I think SRS 13 is a great steel, and I think it holds an edge a really long time.
Yeah,
It's
good stuff.
totally stainless. It's pretty stable. It doesn't chip very easily, but the times I have seen it chip, it has chipped big chips.
Yeah.
And powdered stainless is not the easiest thing to grind down, so it's a bear.
Don't
to
go
try
through
and fix it.
a boned chicken or don't take the pit out of an underripe avocado, anything like that. Don't cut a squash with it, maybe.
The squash and parm cheese are the two things that really get people. When they go to cut the squash, it's kind of like a bit of an iceberg. There's the stem, but then it dips inside of the squash, and you run into that part that's hidden below the surface.
My heart will go on.
And parm cheese, especially this happens to folks in restaurants who actually are dealing with a big piece of cheese, where they go to cut through that rind, and I mean, that cheese rind has sat out and dried for at least 12 months. It's hard as a rock, and if you're jamming a knife into it and you happen to twist the knife, you will chip your knife. Twisting is a real great way to chip a knife. Like, say you're carving a leg of lamb and you decide you want to take the bones and pop them apart, and you take the knife and you put it in the knuckle, and then you twist to pop the bones apart. That's a really good way to chip your knife.
It's funny you mention that. So if anybody watching hasn't watched the video we put out 2 weeks ago, 10 things you should never do with a Japanese knife, our good buddy Mike here did us the service of beating up a knife.
It's hilarious.
It took a lot of coercion for him to be willing to do it, but he did a great job. We had a couple of stunt knives that he put through the paces, but I was shocked at how well it actually stood up to what you were doing. We've seen some horrific chips on knives, and you didn't chip it horrifically. Like, we got lots of like tiny little guys, like just the tip of my pinky maybe.
Yeah.
But you chopped through chicken thigh bones, you cracked a tile, you chipped some ice, you dug in frozen dirt, and there weren't any serious chips. And I think that's because you didn't twist the knife ever.
Yeah, probably. And also the thickness or the thinness of how finely the knife is ground is also a massive impact on how delicate it is. Not just the steel type.
Yeah.
A lot of us get into kitchen knives and we really hang on to the steel type. And I think there's some practical features about steel type, and rust, of course, being one of them.
Yeah.
I think most knives will chip the same regardless of what steel type they are when they're in that sort of over 60 hardness level.
So you know it's funny. Kevin was talking earlier about being a little hard on knives and trying to test and stuff. I've had a Denka for years, like 6 years, and I've never got I got a tiny little ding on, like tiniest ding on it when I was moving, and that's because I think it just knocked into something. I've had that Shiso Petty for a couple months, and I've got a couple of little dings in it because I'm trying to put it through its face and being tough on it. I think that really comes down to like just Fujiwara's skill as far as the forging and the grinding of the knife. It's the same steel, but it's way tougher.
Well, I also think that a lot of knife skill has to go into that too. And I'm always quick to tell people when we're at the cutting station at the store that when you're cutting, if you just push the knife down, you don't always cut through the food. So you now do this twist and scrape motion, and that's not good for anything.
It's the worst dance move ever.
Yeah,
Twisted's
great.
It's the new TikTok trend.
The problem is, if your knife's really sharp and you push straight down, you can actually sink the edge into the cutting board a little bit, and then you twist it and then you scrape it.
Wood's hard.
You're breaking the edge of the knife that way. And I often tell people that if you can hear the edge of the knife on your cutting board, that is the knife screaming at you in pain.
Mm-hmm. And to that point, Mike, for those of you talking about being maybe new to Japanese knives, the biggest culprit of dulling a knife is the cutting board. So make sure you're cutting on like wood or plastic.
Plastic, yeah. Yeah. Bamboo is not
plastic.
wood.
If it's going to be plastic, get one of these. Plastic can actually be a bit nasty and gross and bacteria.
Yeah.
These are antibacterial.
Yeah, the ones that are on the market that are surprising but not terribly friendly to your knife are bamboo and those Epicure boards, the compressed wood particle boards. They're really, really hard. Now, it's not the end of the world for your knife, but it just will dull it prematurely.
I had one for a lot of years and loved it until I realized that my knives were dulling way quicker. And I sharpen them way less often these days.
Yeah. It's not that hard to wash. I think I'm gonna get one of these Hasegawa boards. But I want the
surfboard.
I'm getting the Makisu. I'm getting the sushi mat.
Yeah. No, I really want that guy.
It's so smart. Oh, you could get curtains made out of it. When you use the bamboo mat, you always have to wrap it in saran wrap so nothing sticks to it.
Yeah.
And then you throw away the saran wrap every time.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to try and
really stay on it that well.
Well, yeah, and you don't really want to clean the bamboo because it's going to fall apart.
And then you inevitably end up with a spot of water on the saran. And it gets into the
Sky,
dory.
how much are these? The Hasegawa Makisu.
Let's find out.
FMK-MV. So it's got this great texture on it that keeps the rice from sticking to it, and you can.
So if you're doing like inside out rolls.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right. It's like if you ever see the rice paddle in a rice cooker.
Yeah.
I have those little.
Now I want one of these little rice bucket things that's on the back.
The hangiri.
So
then you can cool your sushi rice down.
These are $45.
How much?
$45.
Last you forever. Yeah. I've been making the tamago yaki in the rectangular frying pan. And so at the end, you want to take the rice and roll it up and tighten it up. Or sorry, not the rice, the egg, and give it the perfect shape. But I've been making super delicious omelets out of I bought katsuo in Japan, and I have one of the katsuobushi slicers. So I've been slicing my own bonito and making dashi from scratch.
Ooh.
Oh man.
And when you slice your own bonito as opposed to buying the stuff that's been shaved somewhere around the world and then shipped for whoever knows how long in a shipping container, it doesn't have as much flavor, that stuff, as if you do it on your own. Now in Japan, there were shops where you'd go to like some guy who would just shave bonito every morning and you go buy bags of it. Well, that would make sense.
Yeah. By the time the pre-shaved stuff gets here, it's pretty
manky.
Flavorless.
Manky? Flavorless, not manky. Yeah.
It's alright, like in a pinch, but
it does what you need it to, yeah.
Could be better.
Yeah, Daddy knows best. You're absolutely right. Buy yourself an old cleaver.
Yeah.
That's why we like these Chukabocho that are a little bit tougher.
I use my my Arcos cleaver for tough jobs, the Spanish ones that we sell.
Yeah, Arcos.
I whack that guy with a mallet.
Yeah, I like the one with the square tip because when you go to use it as a cleaver, like on something like ribs, that I like that.
You can get the fine cut with the front.
Yeah, you can kind of score the stuff and gives yourself like a target. Like if you're trying to take a whole loin apart of a lamb or something, we should get a lamb.
Fuck yeah.
We should get a whole lamb and cut it up back here one night.
Yeah. Down. You guys want to watch us cut lamb on a live stream? Let us know.
We have a couple more Takeda questions for those who haven't been with us for the entire nearly 7 hours. How dare. But yeah, would you just talk a little bit about what's going on with him?
Shout out to the like 50 or so people that have been hanging out here for 6
Yeah,
yeah, seriously.
Seriously, you guys rock.
Takeda, we have an order. We're hoping to see Takeda soon. He stopped knife making for a little while. He was not in good health. He is on the mend, and we're hoping to see him getting back to work. He's got some people that he works with and apprentices and staff, essentially, that are trying to take over, but there has not been much Takeda production at all.
Now, he's not a young guy, like many of these accomplished masters. He's getting up there. This guy, not what he's known for. I know people love the tall, thin knives that he's known for, and so do I, but honestly, his hunting knives, this is another one of my sleeper agents for the sale. This is the thing, it's beautiful. His hunting knives are so rad. Really nice solid steel bolsters to them. Really nice thick blade. Obviously good for hunting, but also good for like home butchery. I've used a hunting knife for my home butchery a lot, and it works great. Still Algami Super with stainless clad, but he uses all these beautiful exotic like burl woods and stuff to make his handles, and the fit and finish on them is just gorgeous. They also come with really stunning leather sheaths. I love this green one, and he's got like a wood kind of mechanism almost in there that fits the knife really tight, so they basically lock into the sheaths. Pretty rad. Is it beer clock yet?
This is from a company called Lay. They have these great little tongs too. We've shown them off a few times now, but this is just sort of a great additional non-knife related product that we've got. These things are really awesome. They are very much like a little extension of your hand. Sometimes you take something that is hot and you want to cut it, but it's too hot to hold, so it's awkward. This would be perfect. They're shorter tongs, so you feel like you've got a lot more dexterity to them. And they're nice for serving as well. And they've designed them so that when they sit flat like this, they're sitting on the table, the business end is not touching anywhere to get any dirtier. And they're all stainless steel. Now then there's these ones too, which are really, really delicate. They're really quite thin and awesome. But these are designed for deep fried food. So you're not pulling out a whole bunch of oil at the same time.
Yeah, you don't have like a little pool around where you're grabbing your fried cutlet or whatever.
I also think they would pick up a boiled egg perfectly.
Yeah, very satisfying.
Well, things, you know what?
TikToks.
Things that work well are satisfying, right?
Yeah, I love things that work well, man.
Yeah.
Almost like we're in the business of selling them.
That's true. We have very small stores, and we keep trying to bring in more stuff. But like I was saying earlier, the walls don't get any further apart.
Yeah.
So we got to be really selective. That hunting knife is $716.
Yeah, I think it's the only one. What's the only one we have here in the warehouse? I'm pretty sure.
Oh, did I say 716? For you today, 715.
Just for
What
you,
a
buddy.
deal.
And free shipping.
You can't stop the deals.
You know, they say Santoku means 3 virtues.
Jesus. If you're getting into deep frying stuff, These things are also very cool. We have these, it's like a prep tray, but it's got a mesh strainer that fits perfectly in it. Even if you're just going to wash some food and let it drain, like Naoto was talking about, you're going to season meat and you want to let it sit in advance, you can put it back in the tray so if it drips, it is contained. And it's got this really nice clean lid. No, you can't put it in a microwave. I'm sorry if you want it for your lunch container, but it's just not going to work out that way. What else would you put in here? Draining deep fried stuff, tofu, marinating stuff, I bet you.
Veggies, draining leaves for salads.
Yeah, anything you don't want to sit in a pool of water at the bottom. Those are some of the other fun things we've brought in for this sale. Now, what else have we got going on? We got a Toronto pop-up coming, 13th to the 19th, 28 Bathurst Street, which is at a place called Stack Market. It's just a bunch of shipping containers that have been turned into pop-ups. We're there for an entire week. We'll be bringing a sharpening setup as well. We can sharpen your knives. So if you've bought knives from us in the past, you're welcome to bring them down to the pop-up, and we'll happily sharpen them for you for free if it's your first sharpening, because that's the same thing with every knife you buy. Your first sharpening is free. Sometimes if it's your first Japanese knife and you didn't believe us when we said don't cut frozen turkeys in half, and you cut a frozen turkey in half, or your nanny did, first one's free. It's a get out of jail free card. We'll fix those chips too. Now, we'll be there for a week. It'll be fun. We're looking to have a good time. Hit us up with advice of places to go and eat, places to go and see. We're also thinking about neighborhoods we might want to put a full-time store. We'll love to hear from you where we think we should go. Should it be around the market? Should it be around, who knows?
Yeah, we need your know-how on Toronto. We're not experts, so you want to find the right spot. While we're filling airspace and talking about repairing knives, without outing any particular person by name, what's your best knife repair story? Like something crazy happened to a knife. I got some good ones.
I was recently alluding to it, and it's not so much the knife repair story, but it was the how the knife was brought in.
How the knife got chipped
as it was faulty, and it was that the knife chipped cutting a tomato. I forget the type of knife, but it wasn't a knife that chipped particularly easily.
What kind of tomato?
And well, I didn't get it. I figured it was a tomato, not maybe a frozen tomato. Conveniently, we have tomatoes, so I went and cut a tomato, and it magically didn't chip. But throughout our conversation, we were trying to just diagnose the problem and see how it might have happened. And what it really came down to is he had used the edge of the knife to pop open the joint of a leg of lamb that he'd roasted. The bones were still attached, so he stuck it in there, and that chipped the knife. So that kind of tomato.
Yeah,
a really bony tomato.
Tomato.
Oh wow.
We've had some good ones. You would be amazed, and this is probably a good PSA to anybody that has a dog, especially a big dog. Keep your knives out of the dog's reach. That might sound crazy, but I'm serious. We see, I would say in Calgary, we see at least one knife a year that comes in with a very chewed up handle and a horrified dog owner that came home to the dog walk around like a pirate with a knife in his mouth. And the dog's always fine in the store. I don't think we've ever heard of a dog getting hurt by a knife, but it's kind of terrifying. Like your dog's all excited to see you, it's wagging its tail and jumping around. It's got a 210 Gyuto in its mouth. It's terrifying.
We need to look at this knife. I don't think we've shown it off yet.
Is this the budget Gyuto?
It's called the Metal Flow.
This is the budget Gyuto.
Hey, I don't know what Karthik's budget is. This is $810.
Is this the American military budget?
But this. Can you see it? Can you see it?
Stop moving around so much. There we go.
Look at that. It's not Damascus. It is actually the steel.
I can't believe it's not Damascus.
Look at that. So this is the Tetsujin Metal Flow. Tetsujin Hamono. Yeah. This thing is hot. $810. Blue steel number 2.
Oh my God. And it looks even better in person. Even just that like cladding line with the core steel sticking out, like, whew,
I mean, it's cheap for the new garage I want to build. I mean, it's a budget in comparison.
It is cheaper than a garage.
It is cheaper than a new kitchen.
Yeah.
It's like renovating your kitchen, but
Yeah.
just for only $800.
Budget Utos, hey?
Isn't that right, Brenda?
Well, I mean, I don't know. He said
Budget
that's
Utos in the house.
that's pretty. Might up my budget for it.
Yeah. I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah,
I don't
there
think
you
any of us
go.
would.
All good.
If you aren't looking to blow your budget, or you maybe want to get a few knives, or you're buying some gifts, any of these are the Mune Ishii. We got two that are very similar. They're both made out of origami. Blue carbon steel, gets really nice and sharp. Rusts a little more easily, so you got to keep an eye on it, especially if you live somewhere humid. But it's beautiful stuff. Keeps an edge well. Keeps an edge maybe a little longer than white carbon steel. Nice to sharpen. This guy is clad in a layer of protective stainless, so the edge of the knife will discolor, but the rest of the knife will not.
What is that? $170? $190.
Yeah.
Carbon steel core, stainless
Canadian
steel
dollars.
cladding, hand hammered, $190, less than $200.
Yeah. Solid wood handle, like no plastic or any none of that business.
That's a great value.
Yeah. And if that's too rich for your blood, this is the non-stainless clad version. It's 160 Canadian dollars. But only like 12 American dollars.
The other thing that happens when you've got stainless steel cladding on a knife, and it's something that we see when Takeda makes his knives. He makes crazy thin knives, but carbon steel can be a little bit bendier. Stainless steel tends to be a bit more rigid, so it's not just that you're getting the stainless steel factor, but it also means the knife won't bend as easily. Now, that's not a really huge deal for some people. It just depends on how you use your knife.
As long as you don't like jamming your knives into the drawers and a bunch of other stuff.
Well, yeah, it's the smashing of the garlic with the side of the knife that often bends the knife, right?
Yeah. Your knife's got to be parallel with the board, and your handle's got to be over here. If you're trying to smash garlic like that, you will have a very expensive banana.
If you try to bend your knife, it will bend? Yeah.
Crazy.
Coincidentally smashing a clove of garlic at the same time.
I mentioned this guy earlier. This is one of my highlights of the sale. Incredible value.
Such a great knife.
It not only is a great steel, but it's great fit and finish. When you get like too far below $200, you start to often sacrifice some of the fit and finish. But I don't think that's the case with any of these. Really nice, like smooth handle. It does have these sharper ridges there, but I actually really like that. It feels nice, especially if you're holding a knife by the blade.
Confident. It's a very confident grip.
Confident grip. Yeah. You always know where that handle's at. Really nice steel. It's like stays sharp well. But maybe doesn't chip quite as easy as some of the other stuff.
Now, the next one here, the Pro M, is a series of knife I'm a big fan of. When I worked in a restaurant, I had a number of Japanese kitchen knives that I used almost all the time. And when it came down to it, when they needed sharpening, they needed sharpening. I had this old Mac knife. It never held an edge for very long. Like it held an edge for days where the other one would hold the edge for weeks. But it was so easy to put an edge back on. You're honing it all day long, but you're able to cut with it.
Yeah.
And you know what? If the dishwasher had some spare time and he was going to chop a bunch of onions for me, I'd give him that knife, and he would have a good knife to use. And you know what? These Pro M's are durable. They're easy to sharpen. Mm-hmm. They're great.
If your buddy does you a favor and cleans your knife, quotation marks, you're not going to be sad about it.
Seki Kanetsugu.
Yeah, that's the maker right there. Search that word. This is for Karthik. Search that word on the website. Or if you're feeling fancy, search the word heptagon.
It's one of two knives with that handle, so it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Yeah, it was 4.
4?
Yeah, there's a little petty, Santoku, and a bread knife.
Oh, no, I mean lines. It's this one's and the
gotcha.
Zuyuan.
Yeah.
And a Kobayashi.
And the other one's $400, so you won't make them.
Yep, no, can't mix that up.
Yeah, no, these are rad, dude. If you need a budget Guto, and you could probably tack on 1 or 2 other knives from the matching set, without breaking the bank.
For example, it also comes in a bread knife. Bread knife. Bread knife. or brisket carving knife.
Yeah, a
We often get
professional barbecue people.
Well, you know what? One of the characteristics of a good piece of brisket is it's got a bark on it. A bark. A bark is a hard thing to cut through. Sometimes your Japanese tsujihiki that's finely sharpened to a super smooth edge won't even bite. It won't get in there. Same thing, even a prime rib. Sometimes you roast a prime rib at low 250 for 4 hours or something. It's going to have a crust on it.
Yeah.
Just like a piece of bread, a serrated knife is sometimes what you need to get into that crust, right?
Yeah. Well, a lot of like restaurants that do brisket, and they're just like slicing like 20 briskets in a day. They use bread knives, which is like totally understandable. Because they need something that's going to do the job and leave a nice looking piece of brisket. Yeah.
What now? Karthik, third knife. Yep. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. When I went to cooking school, I wish that was the knife that I got, not the 4-star Henkel, not the Trident Wusthof. I don't regret the Victorinox. They're not what I need out of a knife anymore, but they're a good place to start.
Yeah, no, that's a beauty of a knife. How do you order it? Go to knifewear.com. Link in the description. It'll take you to the garage sale page. Or I'm sure if you ask Nice Sky, you can pop a link in the
I will find the link. And in the meantime, we've got a small discussion going on about how easy or not easy it is to chip a Fujiwara knife.
That's a good question. I know for a fact that Parmesan rind, like a big Parmesan, will chip. Remember we had that petty or the 150 Gyuto that became a petty at the farmer's market because it got lent to somebody who took out a wheel Parmesan. So don't do that. I have put mine through chicken wishbones and they haven't chipped them.
Yeah, I cut through I was cutting a pork chop that had a bone through the middle of it one time with a Mabaroshi. And I remember I went right through it, sort of like where the bone became into cartilage, and I went right through it. And I was afraid to pull the knife out for fear of seeing a jagged edge. It was totally fine.
Yeah.
Totally fine.
Well, that was what happened when I barbecued a chicken breast. I did 3 cuts, and then I realized I didn't take a wishbone out of that one breast. I went, uh-oh. Huh.
My Nishiji chipped up near the tip when I first got it, and I can't remember what I was cutting. I just remember I was cutting, and I felt it stick into the cutting board, and I heard that tink sound, and a tiny little bit, like kind of the head of a pin came out of it. Yeah. It was very slight. But I mean, we've certainly seen some big nasty ones. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not uncommon. But I think a lot of it comes down to how you use the knife and how dumb of a thing you try to get away with. Like if you try to get away with a thing that's a little dumb, you'll be okay. If you try to get away with something that's really dumb, you're gonna chip your knife.
If you're doing this cut, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
If you slice backwards or you slice forwards and you're driving the knife straight as opposed to putting any lateral motion on it, it's the lateral motion, I'm convinced, that causes the chips 90% of the time.
When he was in Calgary, he came and visited us 6-7 years ago.
Yeah.
And did engraving in the Calgary store, and it was super cool. One of the first people that brought their knives in to get engraved by him, it was chipped. And he just, Fujiwara-san looked at it, and looked at him, just like, but we fixed it for him. But we were talking to him afterwards. He was nice enough to sit down with all our staff after. We went for dinner later, but he sat down with all our staff first and just talked to us for like an hour and a half. And we were allowed to just bombard him with questions and now to translate. And my question was, why does he choose the steels that he likes to work with? And when he talked about Agave Super, his reason was that he personally feels that the steel's a little more shock absorbent, a little more like bouncy, and less likely to chip, in his opinion, than white carbon steel or other steel types. That's been my experience. Whether or not there's any science to back that up, who knows? But he felt that like the molecular structure of the steel is a little more shock absorbent.
Yeah, I would say we see less chipped Denkas than we see Mabaroshis, but we've probably also sold less Denkas than we've sold Mabaroshis, so I don't know if that is really anecdata or if it's just anecdotal.
Ooh.
What else do we think? Has anybody in the chat there got Fujiwara that they've ever run into something with and surprised themselves that they didn't chip it? Or surprised themselves they did chip it?
I have a little bend in mine, actually. I've had mine for 3 years, and it was the first Japanese knife I got. And when I had it, the lovely fella,
Right?
the lovely fella that sold it to me, he told me it wasn't a matter of if I would ship it, it was a matter of when. And so far, so good. But I did crush garlic in a really stupid way with it. So, and it didn't chip, shockingly. It just has this little waver, like right in the edge. A little, you know, little wear. And it's still going strong several years later. So I haven't had any issues with mine personally. I think mostly when a knife like that chips, it's because you're doing something dumb with it.
You know, I bought a garlic press, and I got a garlic press after I went to Japan, I think the first time with Kevin. And I always thought it was a stupid homemaker kind of thing. And then I started seeing bent knives. And then I was eating ramen at this place. And on the table was like one of those IKEA sort of like containers that you put your cutlery in. Right? The little stainless steel kind of thing.
Yeah.
Filled with garlic cloves and a garlic press. And a really just terrible garlic press. And the guy sitting next to me pointed out.
It's intimacy hour.
Turned me on.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That was too fun.
Garlic press that I had that was real crap for my ramen did this really amazing thing. You know, ramen's this really rich, fatty broth, and this terrible garlic press basically just juiced the garlic, and so it sprayed this really sharp garlic juice across the fattiness of the broth, and it cut through the fattiness, putting this garlic scent in the broth that woke everything up. It was in Fukuoka. It was in the train station. There's like 9 ramen restaurants in this
I thought it would take me
ramen
longer to
food
get
court.
hungry after those 7 hot dogs, but you're making me hungry.
Dude, that ramen was so good. Kevin can attest. It was absolutely outstanding. So I bought a garlic press because I was like, I've never used it for ramen ever. I just use it to not bend my knife.
I'm a microplane for garlic kind of guy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love it. I do find I crunch garlic a lot still because I find it way easier to peel. I use a lot of garlic, so peeling it's a pain in the ass. But I use my food scoop, the knife for a food scoop.
And then just,
Yeah. And in fact, I almost never use my food scoop to actually scoop up food because I pick up my cutting board and move it. But crushing garlic, like,
always be crushing.
it can always be crushing.
Molto bene.
Chef's kiss.
Do you guys want a really nerdy steel question?
Yep.
Yeah. We're
All
going
right.
to give you the worst answer ever.
All right, we've got, do you know how steels like 80 CRV2 or 01 compared to Japanese steels? I did a little precursory Google for you, and it looks like it's pretty close to kind of like a molybdenum vanadium type thing where it's got a little bit more chromium in it.
Yeah, but molybdenum and vanadium are added. Like there's a whole category of steel called molybdenum and vanadium steels, of which VG10 is one. Basically, if you mix molybdenum and vanadium in with chromium, it heightens the ability for the chromium to be the stainless steel effect of it. Now I'm going to pull this up on Zed Knives.
I know 01.
01 is oil quench tool steel from the States, right? 80 CRV2. Let me type it in here. We have our favorite website that all of us nerds like to use, this low alloy tool steel called. So there's a website and an app called Zed Knives. So carbon 0.75, 0.85, vanadium, chrome, molybdenum, manganese. Oh, it's low chromium. Bit of nickel, phosphorus, silicone, sulfur. I can't tell you anything about 80 CRV2. What do you think, Hudson? Is this something that you're seeing out there in the market you want to buy, or are you working with steel in terms of making your own knives? Like, where are you at with this stuff? Because what is it saying? Well, hold it at home. Yeah, and I wonder what it's a low alloy tool steel. I wonder what else it would be similar to.
He makes his own knives.
You make your own knives. Well, you know more than I do. I'm a cook, man. I've learned a ton about steel. an absolute ton about steel. But I haven't got much of a sense of what it's like different wise to work with the steel. Are you finding any gems there, Naoto? Oh, he's typing in Japanese. That's a good sign.
Meanwhile, we have another nerdy question.
Okay, get it out.
Yeah, man. All right. Why do people say, "Hey, I got a high carbon knife," and the composition is like 0.2% higher
Richard
than
Mack Jr.,
stainless?
you're exactly right. It's a total misnomer that we call it carbon steel because it's not steel without carbon. Iron, carbon. You need those two things to make any kind of steel. What people are referring to is a non-stainless steel knife when they say high carbon. Carbon, of course, is typically what is used to make the steel harder. The more carbon, the harder the steel can be, or likely would be. I don't know what the most accurate way of saying that, but not necessarily, right? So often it's what they say when they're trying to say to you it's not stainless steel and it can rust, is a high carbon steel.
0.2% of carbon is not necessarily high.
0.2% higher than stainless.
Oh, that.
So that you're right. It is a very comparable steel in what the carbon component's going to do.
0.2% higher doesn't make much sense. There is like a lot of stainless steel out there. That's ones that can. Yeah.
You can have high carbon non-stainless steel, and you can have high carbon stainless steel. All the stainless steel that we're getting with kitchen knives, like VG10 and stuff, has got a really decent quantity of carbon, and so it can result in a really sharp knife. But yeah, no, that's a great question, and it's a total misnomer, and it's really quite a standard thing that people say, oh, it's a high carbon steel or a carbon steel blade. All steel has carbon, but it's meaning mostly that it's like the opposite of saying stainless steel, because you can say steel or stainless steel, right? So there isn't really a great opposite word for not stainless.
It's kind of like how we call Damascus looking steel Damascus.
Yeah, it's like Damascus steel is not really Damascus. If you really want to boil it down to what it is, it's often just called pattern welding. I think it's a more technical term. And
it's less cool.
Some real hard nerds, people who really adhere to like the technicalities of words in the past, they'll be upset if you call it Damascus because they actually had to reverse engineer Damascus steel out of like steel they'd found buried in the earth, like through archaeological digs.
And I think branding also has a big part in doing this. Like there's kind of a difference between how people talk about these things and how you would talk about it if it were, you know, in a more scientific context.
There's a lot of like, in our like industry, we're like, not us, but some makers are pretty guilty about purposely choosing that terminology like forged.
Yeah, yeah.
Like there's some words like hontanzo means like true forged. What the hell does that true forged mean? The blade is stamped. What do you mean by true forged? That kind of stuff too, right? Like there's like a lot of things that people are. We don't try. We try not to say those like confusing terms, but certainly some knife makers like to choose to use those terminologies like true forged.
Yeah,
Lucky Strike tobacco. It's toasted.
Right.
So is all
like
other tobacco.
You know, like if you say something as light and you spell the word LITE, it basically means it doesn't have to mean anything. Right? It doesn't mean it's lighter at all. It's just marketing kind of stuff too, which is it's hard. And that's why so many people are skeptical when they're shopping and they're feeling like they're getting hustled.
Just the really nerdy stuff about carbon though, if it's just a steel and a carbon, theoretically speaking, it's like a salt. When you try to melt the salt in the water at say room temperature, like certain temperature changes how much salt can melt. But say at 10 degrees, there's a maximum amount of the salt that can be
until it becomes saturated.
Exactly. Yep. So the saturation for the carbon amount for the steel, the pure steel, is 0.6.
Right.
So anything over that won't really affect the light. On the matrix, it does not affect the
in the iron. But it could, but in an alloy where you've got things like chromium or other elements, then
like
part of the carbon can bond to those things. Yeah,
So,
yeah. A lot. Like we met a guy who has a PhD in metallurgy. There's literally so much information about steel. It's hard to sort of slim it down to something that's really definitive or simple to express. And frankly, I don't know even a corner of any of this. So.
Well, here we got another good question. If you want to nerd out a little bit, maybe you guys can talk about your trip to Japan a little. Hudson Torrens is curious. I get the feeling Hudson Torrens might be a knife maker.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Gotcha. Do you know what kind of heat treatment process is used for Japanese knives?
So simply speaking, it's just making it super simplified. They do go from annealing, quenching, and the tempering. That's the heat treatment process. So annealing is done by after the so-called cold forging. It's not like super hot forge. They heat up the steel to the certain temperature, but not too hot so that the it doesn't change the form. Right. So if it's like you heat up the steel really hot, it's like in the candy. You can stretch. You can make different shapes out of it. But if you heat it up hot enough so that it doesn't crack, but you just hammer it, but it doesn't change the volume, not volume, but the surface areas and stuff. That's called cold forging. It really, breaking down all the structures, inner structures, right? Making basically a bolt inside. Right after that, they put the so-called annealing process. Some people call it normalizing, right? So it's like, what I understand is just basically, you crush the ice into one mold, and you heat up the temperature, melts it doesn't melt, but
it just sticks together.
It normalizes it, then quench it, harden, then temper.
So you take that steel that's been normalized, and then you get it real hot, and then you cool it down.
The annealing temperature is about same, but it's just you gradually. You heat up to about 750, say for regular steel, 750 to 800 degrees, but you just gradually cool it down. And we saw that one of the factories that they had a temperature control, right? Heats up and keeps it at this temperature, drops at this temperature, keeps it like that. That's annealing. And quenching, it heats up to a certain temperature. It depends on type of steel. Then drops to the certain temperature. Like a lot of people use oil or the water. And you don't want to surpass this point. If you actually cool it down too fast and surpass this point, it doesn't do. So they have to do and keep it here. So that's the quenching. That will make the steel hard. Then called the tempering. Tempering is to reheat the steel up a little bit so that it gives you a little bit more agility, ductility, strength.
And it really depends on what you want out of the steel, right? If you want austenite or bainite or whatever, right?
It's basically they want a martensite from austenite to martensite. The goal is really to get as much austenite into the martensite. There's regular heat treatment process. There's always some sort of so-called retained austenite. Those ones that could not transform.
That's like a crystal structure of the steel and the carbons, right?
It's the crystal structure. It's how they bond together.
Okay, yeah.
Heat it up, make it bigger. Yeah. So when they change from austenite to martensite, there's always so austenite is softer, right? So they won't make everything to martensite, but there are some that they resist not to become a martensite, but retain austenite. They use different processes like massage sand. I don't think I like to say, but he does some process to actually reduce the retained austenite, and they make all to martensite. So those processes and stuff like that But that's basically the thing. It's annealing, quenching, and tempering is the normal heat treatment.
And what happens in the tempering process is that's actually bringing down the Rockwell hardness to a certain amount, isn't it?
It just like softens it.
Softens it.
So what in terms of what's going on inside of steel is that the martensite becomes from alpha martensite to beta martensite. That's a little bit softer form. So it's like easy way to understand is to massage them to make it a little bit softer.
On that topic, do you know rough temperatures that they tend to use for quenching and tempering?
It depends on steel,
It depends on the type of steel. And when you buy the steel from the manufacturer, you get a graph.
Yeah.
Right? And it'll tell you what temperatures to get it to achieve certain Rockwell hardness in theory. And frankly, that's what a lot of the craftsmen are doing is they're following that guideline.
They do follow the guideline and they do test them
and then they get it tested eventually. They don't do a testing every time, right?
No.
But often we're finding that this newer generation, because testing is more available, that when maybe it's every batch of knives or every batch of steel they get or something, they send them out for testing.
So you have to think those testing is done in this form of this piece of steel that's like rectangular in the size, where when they're making this knife, some parts heats up different than the others, right? So they actually have their own kind of temperature range.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, the white carbon steel, like regular carbon steels, they're said to be like 785 to 805 degrees or something, then quenched in water, and temper it at 180 degree oil for like 30 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
But some people use this slight different. Like some people just use 780 degrees. A lot of people though, you have to understand, Hassan, that a lot of Japanese blacksmiths, they don't use the thermometer.
Yeah, they use the color of the steel.
Yeah, a lot of them.
And they all have a chart with the color.
Yeah.
Not all of them, right?
All of them. No.
Some of them just know, right?
They
do
know.
the same thing for 40 years. You don't need a chart.
They know. But some do have that chart. Some do, but some do use the like lead bath or some temperature control.
Yeah. And some of them were holding the steel at a higher temperature, a high temperature, but lower than the one they wanted to get it to. So they would sit the steel in there at the lower temperature to make sure it was all evenly heated, and then they would it's like they would accelerate slowly and bring the temperature up so everything came up evenly, and then they would jack it up when it needed to get to that and then bring it down so it didn't spend a whole bunch of time traveling up, right? There's so much to it.
So
to say what they do in Japan is
there's no one answer to do that.
It's a complex situation, and there's only complex answers.
Yeah. So hopefully that helps. But they do all the trial and errors, right? They try, and it's done by multiple generations of the trial and errors. So
okay, I think we might have somebody call in from another city, one of the stores. But real quick, Naoto, Richard Mack Jr. was just asking, what do you think about the show Japanology? Just curious.
I don't know.
I've seen some of the show. Yeah, it's like a YouTube show, right?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they have lots of great stuff. Like, I think I found it watching a Ikejime video.
Oh, nice.
And there's stuff about like Mount Fuji and
I don't know if I've is that on the YouTube?
He doesn't need Japanology. It's like I don't watch Canadaology shows either. For a guy with a degree in international relations, he knows a shit ton about steel, hey?
For those of you still hanging out, we may have one of the other cities call in. We are probably getting close to the end of the day.
I hope it's Owen. I hope it's not one of those two Chris's.
No, I don't think it'll be either of the Chris's.
Oh, thank God.
But just a few things to mention. As you may have heard us say already, the garage sale runs all week. It's not just today. It runs till May 23rd. 6 p.m. in store and midnight online.
Wait, it goes all week long?
All week long, even next Monday.
Non-stop garage sale.
Non-stop garage sale. We're actually going to be live streaming for 8 days straight, so you guys can't
is
go
it
at home.
actually in a garage?
I mean, we have like garage doors in here.
My kid calls this the Knifewear Garage
This is the
I like
Knifewear
that.
because it
Garage.
looks like a garage.
Yeah, it
We need
does.
a half pipe in here.
Yes.
We need a lot more like totes full of
We
stuff.
can
that
we can
don't
put the penny
know what to
farthing
do
on the
with.
half pipe.
Right?
Well, we've got a bunch of those.
We need a lot more sports equipment that we never use.
Well, I think we can put the penny farthing on the half
We
pipe.
actually do have a lot
What do
of
you think about
garage type stuff in here.
We do, yeah.
You know, we got pallets of weird things we don't know what to do with.
But yeah, the Knifewear Garage Sale isn't exactly what you'd imagine when you picture a garage sale. The reason we called it that is because in the stores and in the warehouse here, we lay out all the knives all over the tables, and it's almost a bit of like a rummage sale where you're rummaging around for the best deal or the coolest antique or the rare thing that you've got your eye on. But we also have free shipping over $100 in Canada and over $200 to the US.
You don't get that with most garage sale guys.
Right?
Most garage
Yeah.
sales, no free shipping.
Yeah, most garage sales, you got to go there. You got to rummage through the stuff. No one's doing a video telling you all about the stuff.
Oh,
We
here
free rummaged it.
we got a quick little poem from Damon Spector on the 5th day of garage sale. Kevin gave to me a table of scratch and dent knives. That's pretty good.
Amazing, David.
You know
We
what?
have only 11 more days to go until you've made us a Christmas song. Thank you.
I think just for the regular viewers, here's a little Easter egg for you.
Well, can you get up there? You got it. Oh, there it is.
There's the penny farthing and the panda that Ellie dug out of the dumpster,
Don't worry, its crutch didn't smell weird.
and it's there's zap straps holding the penny farthing down. So yeah, it's very secure and safe.
Yeah.
Won't be crashing into any tables that does.
Wait, if it fell off there though, it could destroy so many more knives.
We've optimized it.
It would just like
Yeah.
Listen, if gravity stopped working, we'd have bigger problems. All right.
Right. Yeah. So if you're looking for a cool new knife, this week is the time to get it. We'll have some more stock showing up later in the week, late arrivals. Also, the in-store stock will be going online tonight around 6 or 7 p.m. And and later in the week sometime. Do you know when we're getting that last-minute delivery?
Hopefully tomorrow.
Hopefully tomorrow. Yeah, so we'll show some of those off on Thursday.
Do you believe there's some shigafooses in there?
Ooh, what?
Well, I'm not allowed to say that.
Maybe.
And other
That's exciting.
many exciting knives.
There's some cool stuff in there, so stay tuned.
I'm excited to get myself a Hasegawa sushi mat
Mm-hmm.
and maybe some funny little tongs.
I'll definitely gonna buy some tongs before I go home today. And
Or have you guys shown the ladle with the vent on the back?
We did.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think we are? A bunch of amateurs?
Because I saw that ladle in a video and was like, I need that ladle.
Ellie, do you want to show us your favorite knife? Do you have a favorite knife?
Is that our favorite knife?
Yeah.
These are
If
the
you
fun
do
ladles.
have any more questions, pop them in the comments. We'll be around a little longer.
They're like ladles. They're delicate little ladles
You're
with
gonna
holes
talk
in the
in
back,
front of the camera.
so you can scoop stuff up and you can spill it on your shirt.
You should check out this knife, guys. It's from Camo. It's VG10.
I gotta say-
Oh, you have that knife, right?
It's it's a real beast of a knife. It's really underrated. I don't know what else to say.
And every time you pick it up, you're like, oh wow, it's still sharp.
And you feel like you can just do anything with it. It's kind of thick behind the edge. It's the knife you want. You know, it's an everyday driver.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, what else do I say?
It's a great
Other
knife.
knives?
No, I think it's everyday driver is a great way to describe it.
I was told earlier you could put it in the
I
dishwasher.
don't
Don't
know.
misconstrue what he said. He said he did put it in the dishwasher and it didn't fall
I
apart.
think
Sounds
if
like
you
you
put it in the
could
dishwasher,
regularly
and
put it in the
eventually you might need to figure out a new handle.
Yeah.
Don't put it in the
Dishwashers,
dishwasher. Don't put it in the dishwasher.
Like if your mother-in-law's over and puts it in the dishwasher one time, it'll be fine. But I wouldn't make a habit out of it.
Don't put her in the dishwasher. Well, I mean, you want her to know how it feels in there. It's a good place.
This one here too. Have you seen this? I feel like I probably just rehashing stuff with the Nakagawa, with the Hanyaki. It's got this thing that now it's when I discovered it's called it's called banding. Maybe now it's already new.
Yeah, the steel flow.
Yeah. No, it's called the forum's called banding.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see the banding.
Oh, here we go. So we
Go back this way.
we're gonna go back this way. Here we go.
Isn't that what Paul McCartney did after the Beatles? The banding?
See what we've called
Oh
metal,
yeah.
metal
Yeah.
flow.
You can sort of see it.
Yeah, and I don't know if forum people think it's a good or a bad thing, but I think it's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
Forum people.
Well, you know, I mean,
people who use forums.
People on forums have like lots of opinions about things, and I don't always know if it's a good or a bad thing, but they do talk a lot about it. But yeah, so it's called banding.
Cool.
You know, because I'm just gonna keep saying that word for you.
It's just your new favorite word.
When you, and it's,
The word of the day is banding.
It was just like, you know, you're on
Brought to you by the letter B for banding.
Okay, look at this thing. Hold that. That's what I think is like a super cool knife. This is Tadakoro.
You know, I also agree. I think this Tadakoro is really nice.
It's just such a slender little slicer.
I'm not like, you know, when you touch it a lot, you feel a lot of knives, you pick up a lot of knives. Not all of these knives are the ones I want, but this one here feels like it's like power. I don't know. That's not power. There you go. Slide. I was using my like giant axe on the weekend, the Adler.
Oh.
And when you're cutting up giant logs with that, it feels like you feel like a titan. You're like king of the world, and then your like arms are all wobbly and you sit on the ground for a while.
Surrounded by all of the logs you've split.
Yeah, and all the parts of the log you couldn't split because they're too hard, so you just have a bunch of like, you're like, I'm coming back for you later.
Try you later.
Yeah, don't worry, we're coming back.
Super.
Awesome. Thanks, Zoe.
What else
keep
are we
digging
doing
stuff
here
up.
now? Nathan?
Well, we just
We're
had
disintegrating here. So
yeah,
you call the shots.
we're almost done. Let's do a few more questions.
We're focused. Who's focused?
We might have a guest come in, but I think we're getting near the end of the show here.
Is it Adam?
Matt Howard was asking, handle choice equally important?
Well, a preference, a personal preference, handle choice. So in the Japanese style handle, there's ovals, there's D shapes, there's octagons. Often the oval shape feels a little softer in your hand, and the octagon with some ridges feels a little bit more secure. Right? That's an octagon. It's not very pronounced. I think it's more psychological, subliminal. If you're holding a knife in any way and it feels like it's twisting around in your hand, you're doing something with the knife you probably shouldn't. If you're cutting really hard and you feel like the knife is twisting in your grip, one of the best ways to get away from that is to hold the knife by pinching the blade itself, and so it's not going to twist in your grip. A full tang on a knife is this style. I remember when I first bought my first kitchen knives, that was the only thing anyone ever said about, you know, what makes a knife good, is to have a full tang. So that means the blade runs all the way through here. Now they've welded the tang onto the blade. A lot of these knives with the Japanese style, where the tang is just burnt into the wood, the tang's actually hammered into the steel. So there's no weld in between the blade and the tang. So there's a weak spot there. But as I've mentioned in the past, if you're using your Japanese kitchen knife, which is made out of really hard steel, which is really sharp, but has a more brittle edge, if you're using your Japanese kitchen knife hard enough that you're worried about the weld failing, you're using your knife too hard, and there's a very good chance that you've already destroyed the edge of it. So that's not really a factor in terms of strength that you need with the full tang, but what it does do is it gives more steel in the back of the handle, and it just changes the weight. You get more weight feeling in the handle. Now, a lot of the times you find Japanese knives are balanced with there's a balance point right at the heel of the blade. And that's where you're meant to hold it, is right where it's balanced, right? So this knife is balanced right here at this sort of collar. Now this is one of the lighter weight Japanese handle. Balanced at more or less the same spot. In fact, it's a little bit further forward, right? So I think of this section of the knife right here, right about here. That is actually the handle in here. This is a counterweight for the knife. So it's really about the feel and the weight. Strength-wise, very little difference. Aesthetically, I mean, it depends on what you like. If you like the look of this, go for it. If you like the look of this, go for it. If you want a knife that's got a bit more of a weighty kind of feeling in the handle, go for this. If you want something that's lighter weight, go for this. Personally, most of my knives have this style of handle. I like it. I got really used to using a lightweight knife. when you've got a sharp one, you don't really need a heavy one. However, when it comes to something like a petty knife, like this is a great example, is when you get into that Japanese style handle on a petty knife, it can be a little bit bigger because, again, it's trying to be a counterweight. Where on the Western style handle, you can end up with a bit more of a slender handle, which I like that. I like that I don't have this, what feels like a large piece of wood sticking out the end. And it gives the knife a more sort of finessed kind of feel for me. Now, if I wanted a small knife to take traveling or something, the bigger handle is a bit of an advantage because you can hold it in a bunch of different ways. You can choke up on it for the finer cuts. Say you wanted to cut something bigger, but you got a shorter knife, you can choke down on it. I don't know what the term is. Hold it back further. So really handle choice is important, but it's a preference. It's not a performance thing so much as a feel. And again, Japanese handle is lighter. Western style handle is a little heavier. I mean, if your dog chews on your Western handle, it's a lot more difficult to fix. You got to grind out the rivets. You got to put new material on. It's not even a thing that we do. But a Japanese handle, you can knock off with a hammer and a stick, and then you can put a new one on, and your handle is back to new. With any of the wood products we've got, especially the wood handles, occasionally treating them, especially as they're around soap and water, the wood can dry out. So what I do, my practice is when I oil my wood cutting board, which I do probably every 3 or 4 months, I just take up this stuff. It's like a combination of beeswax and mineral oil, and I wipe down my cutting board on all the sides. I let it sit overnight, and I wipe it off in the morning. But I do it with my bare hands. So at the end of the process, I just go to my knives, and I just wipe all the excess wax off my hands onto the handles of the knives. And then in the morning, I wipe everything down with some paper towel. Done.
You must be talking about Knifewear board wax there, huh?
That is the Knifewear board wax. It's a pretty quality product.
It's good stuff.
Hopefully that answered your question there, Matt.
I think you sure did. Damon, any info on the Kitaoka Matsuba 120 Petty? That's a great knife. That is one of my favorites. I think they're sold out.
We've got some great info about it. It's awesome. It's a fun little single bevel knife.
I use mine for butchering chickens primarily, but it's great on fish. It's great as just a little petty knife for cutting up some potatoes for hash browns in the morning.
Yeah, that little curved tip is great. Similar, but it has been sold. It might be there might be some more online, but we'll see. Especially after 6 o'clock, it might come back online because the stock that's in the stores is reserved for the time being for the first day. So they have in-store selection. Now, this is kind of a fun version of that. Again, it's like that single bevel style. This is Suzuki, I believe. And it's a thinner version of a similar item. So the blade itself is not as thick. But it does give you that single bevel action. And what I found with this knife, man, you can cut stuff so thin. If you want to be like the Julienne King, or Queen, or whatever's in between.
The Julienne Monarch.
The Julienne Monarch. You can make something super, 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 super thin with a single bevel. Trying to skin stuff is pretty nice. You know what? It's a fun knife to try and learn some new techniques too. Great for peeling as well. So that's the Suzuki Black White Paper Steel, which is Shirogami Suzuki Petty 135. Now I would hang on till about 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock Mountain Time. The websites will be turned, or not the website. The inventory that's available in the stores will go back online at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. That's because we turn it off for the first day, so that the store customers have great selection as well as the online customers. Now, otherwise that's a great, super fun little single bevel. Try it out, man. If you're looking to get into single bevel, that's a great way to go.
Awesome. Okay, we got just a couple more questions, and then I think we're. Hey, Julianne Yoda. I like that. We got a couple more questions, and then I think we might just be done for the day. Damon Spector was asking, anything left in stock that y'all are surprised isn't gone? Oh, yeah.
The Masashi prototypes.
What?
Some of them.
Those are left?
No.
You're joking.
You're kidding. Okay, if there's Masashi prototypes left, I am absolutely stunned that they're not gone. Oh, and that's a great handle too. So we've been.
I think some staff might be in trouble if this guy's still in
Our
stock.
friend Masashi is looking to change up some of the knives that he's been making. He's actually doing it with the intent of taking his apprentices to their next level in his process. And he kind of asked us what we thought about some of the stuff. So he got a couple of different knives out to us with a couple of different finishes and a box of different handles. And we kind of worked back and forth with him, and he settled on what he's going to be making. So we had a few extras, and this is like really the spirit of the garage sales. We had blades, we had handles, so we just put handles on blades, and here we are. This is absolutely a one of a kind. This is a hand-forged Masashi blade. This is a VS1 steel. There's beautiful Nishiji finish to it. And this is a very custom handle out of the States. It's kind of this greenish gray. It's really quite a cool color. I think that would fit the right kitchen for sure. I have a VS1 Masashi Santoku right now. It's different. It's the older one that he made. This is Koi. I believe this will be replacing the Koi. And I absolutely love that knife. It's got a really, really nice bite to it when you cut with it. And I am definitely surprised. It's $385, which, I mean, you're basically buying Gretzky's rookie card by buying one of his knives, man. He is so talented. He is underrated. Now we've got a Raijin here. Raijin. This is another custom handle with just a really nice sort of blue colored handle. I think it would get a little bit darker as you handled it, and the oils from both the food and your hand sort of darken it. And the Raijin's got a really awesome texture on it. That texture, of course, breaks up surface tension, so as you're cutting the food, the knife just glides right through the food. It's a beautiful Nakiri SG2 powdered stainless steel, amazing edge retention. It'll stay nice and shiny for a long time. $438. I lied, it's not SG2. This is Cobalt Special. This is a great steel. This is sometimes known as VG Max. It's like VG10, but like a little bit tougher. And from what we've seen so far, really great at holding an edge.
Okay.
There you
go, David was asking if we have any blades without handles. We don't at the moment. I don't think. No. It's pretty rare. They can be tough to get, and we usually put fancy psychedelic handles on them.
Are you interested, Damon? Because if you are, the next time we see them, we can make sure we let you know.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, that was David.
David. Yeah, because sometimes we get them in and we put them on the website, and then no one ever buys them, and then we finally put a handle on it, and then once we put a handle on it, someone wants one.
It's usually how it goes. Spoon Monkey was asking who won the giveaway. First place was Derek C. Won the Masashi prototype. Derek from Halifax. And number 2 was Adam. Adam D. won the Seki Kanetsugu Heptagon. So they have both been emailed. We will send you knives out this week. Thanks everybody that watched the episode and entered. If you didn't win this giveaway, but you want to win something, we are giving away.
What are you doing sneaking around behind me there?
We're giving away a Knifewear Akachan grill next month. We have Sharp Knives Rock episode 12 in June, and we're giving away a charcoal grill. So stay tuned for that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Our summer barbecue episode. Yeah.
We already went.
Am I doing that episode? I feel like we'd get to eat meat on sticks.
Yeah.
No, you're not invited, Mike.
No, you're not. Yeah.
Do I get invited to that show?
Tiff,
Yeah, you can come, Tiff. We'd love to have you there.
No, I just found this reefer knife that all of them are sold, and I found actually one that missed. I sharpened them, I left them, and I missed take picture and did that. So there was like terrible picture of this.
I took a picture. They're just one of the products. Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
I can put one on.
So this is now online. It's 35% off. This one here.
135% off.
Sorry, 100.
We'll pay you to take this knife away.
This here.
You've got
Nakagawa-san's
gold.
knife.
You've got a gold sitting in your closet, not being used.
This is one of the literally scratch knife, brand new, never being used. It just came like
Is
this
that a
way.
Nakagawa?
But you may be able to see small like scratches here and here, and you may be able to see a little bit more. And it depends on how you see that.
I don't see how I would care.
But this is 15% off. It's on the scratch and dent section. You like here. Tiny, but enough for
Almost imperceptible.
But I understand some people will be very sad looking at this. So this is sold as is, 15% off.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I believe that brings us to the end of our questions.
Oh.
We've been here for almost 8 hours.
Oh.
I don't know about you guys. I kind of fancy a beer.
Beer clock.
Beers o'clock.
If anybody has any other questions, get them in.
We'll be back on Thursday.
Thursday
nighttime.
at 4 p.m. Yeah, we'll. I think we might have some of the other stores come in live. They were supposed to join us today, but I forgot. So they'll come hang out and let us know how the sale's going in store. Show us some of their cool stuff that's left over. We're having a little. I guess we call it a roundup on Thursday, but we'll also have some new stock that's going to come in that we're going to show off.
Yeah.
We got some last minute arrivals coming in this week, so stay tuned for that. Thursday at 4 p.m. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss it. And if you haven't given this video a like already, we'd hugely appreciate it. We do have Sharp Knives Rock episode 12 coming on June 6th, I think, Monday. And that's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to barbecue some meat, talk about Japanese and Canadian barbecuing, and we're going to give away a charcoal grill. So stay tuned for that as well. We've got a Toronto pop-up happening June 13th to 19th at the Stack Market, 28 Bathurst Street. And we have a beer coming out in Calgary. Always Be Crushing, collaboration with Highline Brewing, ABCBs, and Kent of Inglewood. And that's coming out May 29th. We're having a launch party at noon on May 29th. Okay, here's a good question to wrap things up from Spoon Monkey. Thanks for hanging out all damn day. Quick fire, all things considered, what is the best knife of the day?
That's it right there.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Nakagawa Jihada. The way it's been forged has been sharpened, and how to showcase this beautiful metaphor of banding, some call it, is just absolutely stunning. This is the. I'm trying to show if we can see the metaphor here. This is absolutely gorgeous. This absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a stunner.
Yeah.
It's only a cool $2,900.
Yeah, Canadian dollars. So.
Oh, it's super cheap. Then.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the price of a Happy Meal in the U.S. I joke. Uncle Greg says we need a Japanese beer discussion on Thursday. I feel like we could get some beers and talk about them. Yeah, Uncle Greg, let us know what beers we should drink and talk about. We like beer. Okay, well, thanks everybody so much for tuning in. The sale runs the rest of this week and even on Monday, both online and in store. If you didn't get what you're really dreaming of this morning, check the website in about 3 hours, around 6 to 7 p.m. Mountain Time. All of the in-store stock will be going online, so you might just find something that you missed. Otherwise, keep your eyes open for the new stock coming later this week. And yeah, if you have any more questions that we didn't get to today or we missed one, You can message our help desk on our website. There will be a real human being that will get back to you. You can leave a comment on YouTube and I'll get back to you. You can message us on Instagram and somebody will get back to you. If you got a knife once it arrives, we'd love if you post it and tag us in it, because then we can share it and show off all the cool knives that people got. You guys got anything else to close out the show?
No, that's great. I'm just posting this beautiful thing on the Instagram story.
On your Instagram or
No,
Knifewear?
no, Knifewear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike, you got anything else to add?
Is it beer time?
I think it's beer time.
Yeah. Awesome. Well,
Thanks, everybody. I had a
thanks
great
for-
time.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Thanks for all the great questions. Fun to get into that crazy steel discussion.
Yeah. If you like more steel discussions like that, check out Naoto's Nerdy Power Hour. We're live next Tuesday talking about knife sharpening and nerd stuff. So tune in then. Okay. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Thanks for tuning in and hanging
Enjoy
out
your
for
knives. Happy New Knife Day.
7 hours and 50 minutes.
It seems wrong to cut it off now. There's only 8 minutes left until it's been 8 hours.